Good morning, guys. Can you all, everybody take a seat? Okay, can I just say this is the first podium I've ever stood at that I could look over it. Not really sure what that's all about. All right, good morning. I'm glad to see you all here. We got a few housekeeping rules. Please silence your phones. If you got to take a call, there's a room in the back which also has snacks, by the way. And you can go outside. If you're a smoker, I believe they smoke on the front porch. I'm not really sure if there's a designated area or not. But they're not smoking. Every time we've come into this building, anyway. So please keep that in mind. You know, just be courteous of everyone. As you can see, there's plugs, there's electrical stuff. You can use your laptops and all that good. So I'm glad to see you all. If you don't know, the bathrooms are labeled locker rooms. That is where the bathroom is. Just go straight out the door you came in and take a right, look for the locker rooms. That's where the restrooms are. And Dave Harrington, nice to see you, man. So we're going to have some fun today. I hope a lot of fun today. This is interactive, okay? Interactive. You get to ask questions. You get to, be courteous to our speakers. They're here. Be grateful to our sponsors because we're able to eat while we're here because of them. So thank you very much to all of you. But I am really going to say, anybody have any questions about the rules? Those are the rules. You know, silence your phones, play with your $100 to charity. I'd say if your phone rings in this room, it's going to be an extra $100 to charity. And we will track you down. I'm going to send Phil after you. Yeah. Maybe we better wait for June for you, Jim. All right, guys. It doesn't ring anymore. I'm going to just go and make sure my phone is off, too. So that would be, right? That would be really embarrassing. Okay. Any questions before we get started, you guys? Any questions? All right. So our first speaker today, who I had the great pleasure of having dinner with, who I found out is totally freaked out about magic. Where is he, man? Skeptical fan. Guys, Ted Lawler, for those of you who don't know Ted, he is an amazing man with an amazing history, and we're bringing him up today to talk a little bit about mindset, and I think that's a great place for us to start going into the next year while we're doing our business planning. So Ted, my friend, come on up.
Cannot believe. Oh my God, I'm mic'd up. Holy shit. Okay. All right. Is this too loud? Feels like it's too loud. Oh, good, because with a speech impediment and an echo, it's going to go over great. I do this thing to try to break the ice because I'm a nervous wreck. So I'm going to see if I can FaceTime my wife and turn around if you can just wave to her or say, hi, Meg. Yep. Thank you. She hates this, by the way. Right. I doubt she will. She totally does. One more time, and then we'll get going because we got time. Can you get my slide up there?
No, I mean, I'm trying.
moving on. All right, so 4 things that I want us to think about a little bit, right? Extraordinarily ordinary. Ordinary, ordinarily extraordinary, and extraordinary. So if you, long time ago, there was a movie, there was a not so nice father speaking to his boys, and he talked about the three positions we can be as adults. We can be sheep, we can be shepherds, or we can be the wolf. You get to pick 2, but one of them can't be a sheep. So when we go out of our way to do the same things over and over again when things change, we become forgotten, right? Which I'm famous for. When things don't go my way, I'm not hitting my numbers, I'm not doing whatever. I go back, I might lay up, I might put my feet up, I might call it a day, I might say Monday's a new morning, but I'm doing the same thing over and over again. The ordinary is the lesser of that, so it's not as bad. I might be trying something new. Maybe I'll do a B&I group, maybe I'll do a networking group. Maybe I'll wait till spring to get paid, right? That's that stuff. This is where I want us to think about where we are. And if we don't think, and if you don't think that you have extraordinary actions in extraordinary actions in you, or things that you've done, you got to think about your past. So there's 3 times that I went into shock in my life. The first time is when I wrecked my father's sports car at 17. He asked me if I was, I totaled the car. He asked me if I was okay. I said, yeah, Dad. He said, that's too bad. I'll see you when I get home. True story. Second story is years later, I get married at 27 in December, 28, my father died suddenly. My sister calls me at 11:23 on Sunday evening, and I remember the inability of actually beginning to get up and move. I couldn't imagine it. I just couldn't, it didn't make any sense. But 7 days later, we buried him, we moved on. It was a grinding time, but it was something that I'll never forget, that something is so impactful that it actually causes your body not to be able to move, where your brain tells your body, we're not done yet, like, we're not going. The last time was probably the most serious. I was 40, and I'm born on the zeros, so like every decade I try to do something special. So on the 40th, I decided to get into triathlons. So it's, you swim a certain amount, you bike a certain amount, you run a certain amount. So this was an Olympic, so you swam 1,100 yards, you biked 26 miles, and you did a 10K. I swam in college, I was an open water swimmer, so for me, the swimming was a joke, right? I figured, all right, I'm gonna get ahead, I'll get to the pros, and then everybody and their mom will pass me on the bike because I'm off at the bike and I'll finish. My wife decided to surprise me and bring the boys down, and so this in particular triathlon was across a river in Delaware. So you go over to the fort, they ferry you over, and when you swim across the river, there's this huge pavilion about 2 stories up. And I'm leaving, and I see my boy, my son Jack, who was also a swimmer, he swam in college, waves to me, and I, now the pressure's even more added because now my kids are there, which I wasn't ready for. I just wanted to get this done with. And the water wasn't bad. I had a wetsuit on, so most people did. And so how triathlons work is that you go in waves. The pros go off first, and then your age groups. And the last group is the senior citizens. And everybody has a different cap, and mine was fluorescent green. And does everybody know why the swimmers have fluorescent caps in the water during a race? Because if something happens, they can find the body, right? So all good stuff. So I'm in the second heat. Cannon goes off, and I jump in the water, and it's the strangest thing I've ever occurred. I went into hypothermic shock immediately. So my heart rate went up to probably 280 beats. I could feel it. But this was like, I was born in the water. Like, this is where I belong. This was, of all 3 events, like, this was mine. And I had a really hard time conceiving, as I was fearful of drowning and then also going into cardiac arrest. I didn't quite know what to do. Now, the dock where I jumped off of was literally right to here. But instead, my mind tells me, no, that's not smart. You need to go across the river. The problem was, every time that I put my face in the water to begin to swim, the panic became so large that I thought that, I thought that I was going to explode. And so I'm not in a good space, so I do what most Olympic swimmers do. I begin to doggy paddle. Now, what should have taken me 15 to 18 minutes with the tide against me took me 1 hour and 46 minutes to get across. Weird part about that is, and this is the truth, halfway over, and now I'm stuck. So now the pros go by me, my heat goes by me, the women go by me, the elderly go by me, the special needs go by me, a driftwood goes by me. And I'm just like, you know, and I'm feeling, and my heart rate has not gone down, and I'm looking around, and I'm thinking, this isn't the worst if I stop right now. This is a true story. This isn't the worst if I call it quits right now. I've got life insurance. I'm not dying old. I never sneezed and peed myself. Like, you know, things that, you know, you think about in your 40s. Like, I'm like, all right, this isn't bad yet, right? And I'm like, you know, I tried something. I had a, you know, I met wonderful people. I had wonderful, you know, I was supposed to die young anyway because everybody in my family does. Like, you know, and not to mention, like, it's not a bad story. Like, you know, I drowned, right? And because I'm so tired. Like, I can't go anymore. And the combination of completely exhausted with the correlation of actually having a heart attack, I couldn't get past it. I was completely overwhelmed. I mean, completely overwhelmed. And I thought, yeah. And then my goddamn son sees me and does this entire beacon of light, right? And I'm like, well, I can't die in front of him, right? So on I go, and at the end, the boat comes by, the fireman comes by, the ambulance comes by, and I'm a redneck, so just, you know, every man with a boat that wants to save a life is around me like I'm like a sacred dolphin, right? But the problem is my boys are still looking at me, and now my youngest is up, who's a skeptic, like me, sorry, Nick. Magic bullshit. And so they're both looking at me. So now I've got a further obligation. I've decided not to quit, and now I decided how I'm going to finish. And in a triathlon, if you touch one of the flotation devices, whether it's a kayak or a canoe, if you touch somebody, you're disqualified. And my kids are looking at me, and they're up on this pavilion, and I'm, you know, doggy paddling away until I hit ground. And the guy's like, sir, you got to get in the boat. I'm like, listen, I'm not getting in the boat until we turn the corner because my kids are there. He's like, sir, you've been disqualified. I'm like, I'm in a different race than you are, right? Think about that, right? I was a different race than everybody else was. I almost gave up. I was ready to die. And then I saw that little bastard waving his hand, and now I'm looking at you, right? I don't know whether that fits, but I doubt it's up there. I doubt it's extraordinary, ordinary. And all of you have had those moments, right? You just have to think about them. All of you have had these, and all of us have these moments where we're going to have to find the next gear, and we're going to have to make that decision whether we're going to go forward or whether we're not. Does that ring true? Right? Am I hitting a bell? Anyone? Thank you. So, like, there's a couple more of those, right? And you all have them. So I grew up with a profound speech impediment. Couldn't put two words together. My family, although we're very educated, didn't know what to do with this because I wasn't like them, because they were really, you know, super bright in books, whatever, and I was just removed and didn't talk at all. And so they decide to get me tested for special needs in 7th grade, which was basically an IQ test in 1977, because if you take 7 plus 0, that's 77. So just, you know, your mortgages, you got the math. And I came out of it, and they said he should skip a class, right? Like, there's these moments that life has where it's just the odds are just not in your favor. I went to the University of LaSalle on an educational ride on a partial one, and my stutter was still bad. My anxiety was through the roof. It wasn't a good time. And my junior year, they said, you know what, you're doing really well, but you're going to have to take a public speaking course, right? And this was Brother Bill Hall, because I remember his name, because I hope right now he craps his pants in real life. And he's like, yeah, you can do this. And I said, sir, me speaking in front of a room full of people and getting videotaped for 20 minutes is like a person in a wheelchair dunking a basketball. Like, this is not gonna be able to happen. Like, I don't have this in me. And so I withdrew from my junior year. I lost my scholarship. I went and worked in a special needs home for cognitively disabled adults. The fact that I can say cognitively disabled adults is kind of funny. Ran that for a couple of years, went back in, got my master's degree in social work and public administration, which, by the way, is code for speaking in public. And now I'm here today and speaking in front of you guys. Like, again, these aren't major, major things because all of you have these. These are just mine. I thought it was a really big deal when I did a half Ironman, and it took me 6 hours and 46 minutes and 70 seconds until I thought about my wife giving birth to her first child, which was labor for 27 hours, an emergency cesarean, and then he was born with a hole in his heart. That kind of trumps my stuff. That was hers, right? I mean, 20, I mean, that's a long time. And oh, now we're going to go in and get him. Like, wait, what, right? So, like, this is what I look at the last 8 to 12 months of what my life has been, right? It's extraordinary. But, like, everybody's still here. Nobody went under the water. Nobody quit. Anybody could have been anywhere else today, but everybody's here. Does that make sense? People drove 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Mine was 3 minutes, but, you know, I'm tired. But this is where a lot of us are hiding out. This is when we don't do the videos. This is when we don't post. This is when we don't support one another. This is because we can't imagine one more day of it not being normal. That's not helping. It's not helping me. It's not helping my family. It's not helping my team. You know? We're down here because we have it. I'm not a special person. But if I think deep enough and I think long enough, I did special things. Does that make sense? So this is where I want us to be. Because that's somebody else in charge. That's the sheep. 2 things happen to sheep: shaved or slaughtered. Now, I like myself a head shave. Slaughtered, though, right? But but the others, we either attack the market or we protect our own and we move forward. Any questions on that? Was this helpful? Very. I think this is where a lot of us are going to stretch to be, because this is a comfort zone, right? This is where I'm at now. So I started this morning at about 4 a.m. with a complete panic attack about speaking in front of you and stuttering and spitting all over the place. Totally true. Paced the room, wondered why, avoided my laptop and emails because there's good news on that today, right? They're just coming in left and right, right? But this is where I'd like to be, right? This is where I want to get to. And there's a lot of people in this room that I feel that just stay on this line. And my goal is to get to where you are. And the people that I'm lucky enough and blessed enough to support, that's where I want to get you guys to. Cool? Cool, cool.
Don't go anywhere. There's more to this story. I mean, there's definitely more to this story. No, that's not you.
Oh, geez, it's like, don't put a guy on the clock, man. Like,
I mean, you guys, think about what he's saying here. It takes one thing. One thing. We saw a guy out at Dunkin', Phil knows this, Jonathan. We saw a guy out at Dunkin' that said, think about your worst day ever. Worst day ever. It could have been worse. Could have been worse. It was an amazing realization that we're all here moaning and complaining, and this is the 3rd best year in the last 15. 3rd best year in the last 15. So what do we need? Guys, what do you need? Let's just talk about you. We got to get out of our own heads. And thank you.
sure.
Thank you for that. You guys give him a hand. I also was up at 4 a.m. just having the same panic attack that probably Ted was having. I want to bring up Jamie, you guys, and Jamie is going to help you discover who you are, at least according to social media. So give her a round of applause, you guys. This is, just so you all know, we all have panic attacks on this stuff. Like, we're getting up in front of you. This is not easy for any of the people who are going to be up on this stage today. So,
Yeah,
please.
I want to use the laptop.
Ask questions.
Oh, come on, now she times me and she doesn't time Ted? So rude. Okay. I have a pointer that I forgot, of course. Panic attacks, I legitimately suffer from too.
You want this, you want me to do it?
You go for it, but is there any way that I can just get on Google?
You can.
Okay, so Ted just talked to us about how we can perceive ourselves and work to make ourselves better. I'm here to talk about a little bit about social media. Here goes the eye roll of, no, don't make me, do this again. There for a second. What?
Yep. That was my Google search.
That was
for yesterday when we were ordering pizza.
Okay, that was not me. So the really interesting thing that I'm always amazed at with loan officers is when you say, do you think your clients Google you? And they say no. That's absolutely absurd. Google is a verb now. Google is actually a search engine, that's a noun. Google is one of the few examples of something that is not only a noun, an existing entity, a search engine, but has become a verb. Go Google that. Very rare. So when your realtor, your business partner referred you, do you think that they didn't Google you? And this sort of social media audit of who are you, and I've done it with Scott and Iris, I'm not doing it with you now. And I think Don's here, I'm not using him either, shows you how to find out who you are through other people's eyes. The first step, and I have the PowerPoint in your binder, the actual QR code, if you look at it, you don't have to go to it, will link to my PowerPoint, which I may or may not use. But here, the way you Google yourself is, you type in Google, but now you're going to go to the 3 dots at the corner. Oh, it's not showing here. There are 3 dots at the corner, at the right-hand corner of your Google screen, the ellipsis. You're going to click on that. The 3 dots. What? No. We are on Google. No, we're on Google.
Oh, but he's saying there's stuff.
No. If it doesn't work, we'll move on. There's an ellipsis when you hit Google in the very right-hand corner, which is being blocked by me being right here. There are 3 dots that you can see. That's called an ellipsis. You click on the ellipsis. There's a drop-down screen. You click on New Incognito Window. The reason that you click on New Incognito Window, yep. Sorry guys, if this is gone. The reason that you do that is if you just were to stay on Google and put in your name, your browser has all sorts of cookies and whatnot on who you are. When you go into incognito search, all of your past history is cleared out. So we are going to just do a couple quick examples. So no. Now we're just going to type in the name Jamie Tyndall. So this is what, when your clients, because they don't have a browser history of me, what do they see? Holy crap, Jamie Tyndall isn't a mortgage broker. She's actually a deviant artist. Jamie Tyndall is a gentleman in California who created Harley Quinn, who you guys may know, who has had art for Wonder Woman on the cover of Rolling Stone. So that person is going to be way more famous than me, despite what I think. So now what you're going to do, like what any client's going to do, so when you Google yourself, you first have to know, are you associated with someone else, and how are you going to associate that back to you? So now I can go, the deviant artist. Oh yeah, I've actually asked him, can I get some of the great imagery of, the Wonder Woman and the can I use that as my profile picture if I'd had to business? Now what you're going to do, when you know, are you associated with someone else, like Scott Hazard, if he types in his name, he's also associated with an artist. So you know that, number one. Now you're going to type in your name, but now you're going to add the name mortgage next to it. Because now your client's probably going to be like, okay, that's, likely, and click on that. Holy shit. He owns Google. If you own this page, you're alive to your client. You are curating the story. You are curating who you are. So as much as you might not want to be on social media or say, I don't want to do this, I don't want to post, whatever, anything that they're clicking on is stuff that I have controlled. So I am controlling the message. And the number one thing to also know is that the first link is always going to be to your Loan Depot website. Guess what? No one's going to click there. They're going to click there and they're going to click off, because that's not you. That is content that was made by the company that's a bunch of boring shit that maybe says apply now, and they're off of it. But now they want to know a little about me because they want to be compatible with me. They want to know if they're comfortable with me. They want to know, you know, they just are searching, just like you do. Just like if you were referred a hairdresser, a handyman, you want to know if you're licensed, but then when you see they have a Facebook page, you're like, do we have some commonality? You do it consciously and unconsciously. So what I like to just focus on then, click on, the number one thing that I'll like focus on for this presentation due to time is the LinkedIn, the number 2 below it. Because this is a business page. If you've Googled your name and you have not done stuff to add to your business page, my PowerPoint, the QR code that you guys all can link to later, shows you how to do it. You want to have some type of picture, professional picture, or something that's saying something about you. You want to have a banner. Now, a lot of people say do not have a Loan Depot banner. I personally, I like the Loan Depot banner. I like the little flowers. So you know what? For all those who say have that, I'm actually going against it. But you want something that's not just, and I'll show in a second, like a blue background. Because automatically, if you haven't added a banner, it's just some blue background. That means you put no effort into it. When someone clicks on you, they're like, what the heck? You want to make sure that you have added in, and if you scroll a little bit on my LinkedIn page, about you. This should be in first person. The third person days, remember? She's an award-winning journalist and, you know, life-saving author, blah, blah, blah. She saved 3 kittens in 1985. Okay, no. We're going to have something that is in first person that is about your business, maybe mention about awards. And this is also, I'm a private person. So I'm going to put a little about myself, like I'm from Chicago and what I like to do. But you don't, this is where you can choose to curate yourself and let people know as much about you or not. So for those who want to say, well, I don't want people to know about my family, my this, my kids, you don't have to. You're controlling it. Or you just say you have 2 kids, if you want. You don't say their ages. You don't have to put up pictures of them. But this is, again, controlling the content. Now you're going to like scroll up. You want to be active on social media. You might end up going to the, you know what, actually, there are other things on the whole page. I'm going to just, because it's, I'm like a little off topic here. Run ahead, okay. So the whole page is, if you keep scrolling up, you've now updated your About You to first person. Know how to scroll. Oh God, she's got the, how do I scroll?
Down?
Down. Keep going down. Now you can see, go back to the activities section. You look at activity. This is the main thing that Alec Hansen does. And basically, just so you guys know, where do I even know how to do this? At the beginning of last December, Alec Hansen on social media asked for people to apply for a social media class that he taught. Apply. I applied. I was the first one who also sent him a video. I was one of, I think, 30 people who were chosen for a 26-week class. Tammy's not here. She and I would call, after that class, many times we would call and cry. It was brutal. But this is where it gets you to in terms of understanding how much or how little you want to put out, how to do it, how to curate it, and how to control your message. So what he does, and he has plenty of videos, and the other QR code next to mine actually links to Alec's page on the Loan Depot website. Loan Depot made me link to his Loan Depot website, but hint, if you type in alechansen.com, that's a way better website, and it's his own rogue page. It has way better stuff. You want to ICE. You want to identify who you want to then connect with and engage. On LinkedIn, I have about 3,000 followers and 3,000 connections. That's not an even number, it just happens. I have identified 3,000 people who I wanted to connect with. There are 3,000 people who are then following me. They're not all the same. Over time, over the past year, I have grown. My LinkedIn's always been pretty strong. My Instagram game, I have doubled my followers in the past 2 months. 700 followers, not a lot, but we've gone from 350 in 2 months. And that is solely from typing in people's names, and also similarly on Facebook, who I want to know, and then you engage with them. Like here, Mary Bain yesterday posted up, you know, Scott Snap, whatever. Now, we already know her. But you don't just like. A like is bullshit. Now, a like does give you a dopamine rush. Because as soon as you put up a post and you go, oh, the realtor gave me a like. Someone's reading, someone's seeing me. But you want a real hug, you want a real rush, you put in a comment. Like, wow, great listing, Mary. Oh my God, photos of blah, 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 something. You've got the first like, now you're in. Now you want to call Mary in a few days? You go with that. Now let's just type in, and I'm going to show you someone who is in my office. Type in the name, just Iris Tam. I-R-I-S. Iris is someone who works in my office. And if you just Google her own name, who is she? Well, this is actually Iris. But in fact, oh, again, she's a famous attorney in Canada. Okay, so we know that. So now we're going to type in add mortgage after her name. Now, she just started about a month ago. She is hyper against anti-social media. So we said, all right, let's start out. Now look at this already with just a few things, and we're still tweaking with her. Loan Depot isn't even coming up as her first thing, which is interesting because she's just updated she made a commitment to LinkedIn. I'd like all of you to commit to LinkedIn, Facebook, you know, Instagram. But if you can just do LinkedIn, let's go with there. But now we have Iris Tam. Okay, so now let's just click on her LinkedIn page, the #1 thing. Okay, now she's working on it. We've got a picture that's professional and a dog. We like that. We're engaging with that. But my only question to Iris is, Iris, your average loan size is $400,000, so why in the hell is your banner about jumbo loans? And also the banner is cut off, so it doesn't say, you can't see the whole banner. So I would fix that. And if she's saying to me, oh, well, I want to get to jumbo loans, I would say, if your clients who you're being referred to right now are not jumbo clients, then I got the time, don't worry. You know, maybe you want to change your banner. Very few, 5 followers. She has not added in an about section. Also, in the about section, which I have on mine, and you'll see in the QR code when you look, I have a video. People love video because people hate to read. So if they didn't want to read anything about me, they're going to click on my video and they're going to hear what my message is to them. Again, I am controlling how I want people to hear. Now, click off of, go back to Iris's just page. And then, so she's really not acting. And she keeps clicking on, like, she's liking, like, the Real Estate Brokers of New York. That has 25,000 followers. Don't click on something that has 25,000 followers. Find the realtor you want. Find this, you know, a few realtors, click and engage. What Iris hasn't done, click on the Modex, I think. She is yet to update, oh, no, go back. Not come up, scroll, oh, here we are on the Madzoo. Iris has yet to update, and this is nothing against Iris, because we're working on this. This is like a goal, a work in progress. Here's a picture, obviously, she's very young, just out of college. This is when she started in banking. Oh, well, apparently she works for Bank of America, and there's her phone number to Bank of America. Guys, let's clean that up. Let's also, depending on your age, when you're doing the About You, determine, like on my profile, I don't list every person I've worked for. I list Loan Depot because I've been here for 16 years, and I just lumped all the other and say mortgage banker from this to this for the others, and that's it. Some debate, I could even cut that out because it shows my age. I don't mind showing my age, so I'm going to keep it there. Might change it in the future. So this is just a quick Okay, so we're good. So that's just basically the who you are and how you do a social media audit is, again, Google incognito, your name, then your name plus mortgage. Sometimes you might have to do your name plus mortgage plus Loan Depot. And then you're going to go to your websites that already exist, and you're just going to update and curate what people want to see, so that when you're referred, they aren't thinking, who is this? Why is this? Are they even in the business? Do they do something else? You know, and you want to make the story. That's it.
Guys, because this is really important, right? One of the big things we want to know is, what do you guys want to get out of today? So the first thing I want you to do before I take some questions on that is, I want you to go into your book. There's a piece of paper. It's third or fourth page, and it's got a list of what you're going to do. The first thing you should be doing is like boxes. There's
yellow
boxes,
on top.
yeah. These are your takeaways for the stuff that you want to do.
Can you just throw up my PowerPoint quickly to just click
Yep.
through it, just because I'm going to show you what, when you click on, by the way, the beautiful thing about a QR code, in case people aren't overly familiar, the QR code links you to the PowerPoint that I did. There are your takeaways. Now just keep flipping through it, because it's going to show you how, just keep clicking just to show people, look, like there's me, there I am, I'm Wonder Woman. Oh no, apparently no, I'm not, bummer. But there's like Tammy and me, this is who I'm, so, well, but you know, we'll roll with it, keep clicking. Again, this is just showing you, I can keep on clicking through. This is showing you how to do LinkedIn, and you can do the similar. Just keep on going.
All right, so stay with me here. So on this whole presentation, what's your biggest biggest takeaway? First biggest takeaway is, you should look up your LinkedIn. Absolutely, and choose who you want to be on social media.
Yeah, and if you're already like, if you have, on my Facebook page, I have a business Facebook page that I pretty much ditched, and it's there, it has like no followers. I'm using my personal page, and it's harder to come up when we draw this up. But I've decided that I really didn't use my Facebook page a lot, so I use it now solely for the business, to show a little bit more about me, because I'm really private, but I don't really post a lot, so I can handle it. And reminder on your pages, on like Facebook and Instagram, please make them public, because if it's private, only your friends are seeing them. So again, if you want to have a separate, hi, I'm drinking beer and stuff, then make that the private page, and the other a business, or decide how you want to.
So who's got a takeaway for this? I mean, what was a big Eric?
Actually, I had a question.
Yeah, so I have like everything, like I have a Google page. I haven't moved my reviews there yet. That's something, because I'm just literally, you can build, like Bruce could talk about building the Google page. He's the one, where's Bruce? Yeah, he's the one who like helped me build that. I'm still working on building reviews from the other page, but like I cross-pollinate against all. On the weakest level, you go to the Loan Depot marketing website and post Loan Depot content.
Right.
Meh. Not showing anything about you.
So, and to speak to things like Yelp, you need
Yelp.
to be careful, because some of that is pay per click.
Yeah, so some of it's paper. I stay away from Yelp. I just created a Google page so it does show up. And we get the analytics every month. It's like 58 people looked at your Google page. Like, what? Just to like find out where I am, like 58 people that I don't know who they are, somehow connected to me that way. But the other pages, in terms of clicks and all that, it's just, updating.
Ira.
Yep. Facebook and if it's businessy, I did part of Alec Hanson's series is we did 63 videos. So I have 10 series of 6, like FHA, first-time home buyer, jumbo home buyer, definitions, blah, blah, blah. So when I'm posting things that are education related, they go on I'll call it just the 3 platforms. I also have a YouTube channel. I also have Twitter, which I don't pay attention to, but it's all housed in the YouTube channel. If you go, Well, they're all housed in the YouTube channel, but then I post the series up across all three. If it's something that's like fun and not overly businessy, it just goes onto Facebook and Instagram. If it's pure business, it goes to, it'll go to all three. So it's just, you decide. And you can decide based on the analytics, because you can see all the analytics. So, or if you're just feeling like you can get a vibe on who you're following, and what are those posts? If your post looks totally different in a negative way, not in a, hey, I'm be cool, don't post it. It is, or try it in whatever.
So the questions, how often are you posting? We've got to repeat the question for people who are on Zoom.
I generally try and post a minimum of 3 days a week. Tuesdays through Thursdays, you get the most views. That's based on analytics. However, recently I have found that if I also post on like a Saturday or Sunday in the morning, that's something totally about me, like me filming in my yard saying, holy crap, I own a home and look at all these leaves and what I'm going to do. Something sort of more humorous, that will get a ton of play. There's a gentleman, Bill Kelly, who is a Loan Depot loan officer, who does all these great videos where he's like walking his dog. Still don't know how he, like, if someone said, but and he's just like, hey, whatever, oh, he's tripping over stuff. And Jessica Moats, I love, she's hyper panic attacky about this, always in the car. She does car videos when she's at pick up or drop off.
So what's your biggest takeaway, guys? Who's got one they're writing down on their list? It's really important. This is the hardest thing about going to an event like this is by the end of the day, you forget what you really wanted to do. You've got to write it down. You've got to write it down. So if your number one thing is, hey, I really have to improve my social media, Jamie just gave you all the steps underneath that. Don? Right, so Don's gonna go and check out his About Me, Jen.
Right, and by the way, before doing this, like Loan Depot, the irony of this, Loan Depot this entire week, their entire week of education is about social media because we had to update where our offices were. We realized we didn't have a privacy disclosure or whatever on one of our things. Oh shit, let's update that. Oh, we're being filmed. Oh, we updated stuff. So do you want to go in every 6 months and update? Yeah. Are you going to? No. I say every year, go on. Hi, I had stuff like in my own thing. I was like, nah, let's change that. Use, the once a year thing.
Yeah. Guys, this is just calendar it. Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so hang on, because we got to repeat that back for the people who Zoomed
So
in.
you can do Google Alerts. If you have a Gmail account, you can set up a Google alert where if your name pops up
in a news article,
anything online, you get an alert. And that's, this is just trying to set up, this whole point was set up the danged account.
Right, so Kim wants to change something that's showing up with Zillow. You have to make sure you can get into the Zillow account.
Yeah.
So that's really the key thing, and many of us have forgotten how to do that.
Right.
So
because we signed up with someone.
Yeah.
I had something. I'm like, what is this?
That's it.
And again, if there's stuff in the way past, in the way back, that's fine. But if it's way back and it's funky, let's try and tamp it down.
All right, guys.
Quick, yeah.
Say thank you. One more quick question. Hang on.
That's fine. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah, so you can control that. So I was just trying to keep this high level here and not go way. You can share your business page, which no one looks at. I found that's why I just stopped. That's why I just moved it over. You can share it and then make that public. But reminder, if you have that public, but everything else, if they're on your personal page and the public goes to something, they're not seeing anything else about you.
And that's the thing.
It's tough.
That's a tough one because Jamie's right. They don't want to see your business page. They want to know who you are. And so it's almost like you guys, you have to understand that you know, for like it or not, we're like celebrities in
And
the sense that we don't have privacy.
And we
in
do
some of
have a
those things.
social media policy, so, I mean, realistically, even on your personal page, if you were posting crazy stuff, I mean, you can be you and do whatever you want, but, you know.
Yeah. Interesting.
Correct, yes,
Right.
like I have a client like that, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
You can have 2 personal pages and start building them up.
Right. Right.
Versus your
so
actual
the-
name, Jamie Tyndall, and then maybe I'm just Greenwich Girl or something is my other one that I want to be like, oh, hey, I was out
So
trying on
the
shoes.
conversation, guys, is that you can have a personal page, it's just another level, and maybe we can discuss that again another day, but you guys say thank you to Jamie.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you for the
All
time.
right, so,
Did I bring anything up?
no,
No,
you're good, just go see the guy the guy behind the curtain.
guy behind the curtain.
All right, so we now have, Jess is zooming in, you guys, she couldn't be with us today, and so she is going to work on debunking your VA myth. I think this is a really important thing.
Thank you
Can't have
so
it
much,
back.
Kim. You rolled with me.
So it's a really important thing, especially in this market. You know, getting a VA offer has been difficult. Getting a VA offer has been difficult, and Jess is a master at it. So I'm gonna let you take it away, my friend. We do miss you.
Perfect. I know. I'm so bummed I can't be here. I am clearly surrounded by all Loan Depot things. How much time do we have now? Because I know we only had till 9:30.
You have 15.
Because we had 9 to 9:30 I had in my calendar.
15 minutes, Jess.
Okay. I don't know how to cut this down to 15 minutes, but I will try. One of the first things I want to talk about, is there any way I can see the room again rather than seeing the PowerPoint? So I can kind of see the crowd.
Oh,
Lisa?
Jess, you have 2 monitors?
I have 2 monitors, yes.
Well,
But they're not
I guess
coming
you
up.
can.
No, I have 2 monitors, but no, I can only see the screen that you guys allow me to, which is just the,
Yeah, so apparently no, we don't have that technology yet. Sorry about that. We can
Oh,
see you
okay.
and you look great.
okay, perfect. I just want to make sure I can hear everyone and I want to see any interaction that's there. So guys, I just want to talk to you about a couple of things that Loan Depot is putting together now. I don't know who of you have seen the fact that we have a VA council now. It's hard because I can't get interaction right now, so I don't know who can hear me and whatnot, but we have put together a VA council at Loan Depot. And what that is trying to do is allow everyone to have the opportunity to have the knowledge to utilize a VA loan, okay? So we want everyone to be able to go out and sell the VA loan. We are aware that it's more of a challenging product because a lot of caveats to this loan. So we have put together a council of people that really specialize in this loan. Every 2 weeks, guys, we have a live Zoom for a Q&A. We choose a specific topic. We answer any questions that are there, and we keep that chat open for 30 minutes so that anyone can ask any questions they need. Also, we have a chat going on Teams. So if you have questions or you have a scenario that you need help with, or that you have specific things that you're, curious about when it comes to a VA loan, we're trying to allow you the opportunity to be able to do that. So basically what we're putting together is a platform and a certification right now through Loan Depot so that it's going to be really easy for you to sell this product to people. There are so many myths and so many different things that I hear about why the VA loan's a terrible loan or why they shouldn't accept an offer for this. But let me tell you, the VA loan is by far the best product that we have available. Now, does anybody have any specific questions? Lisa, I'm going to be honest with you. This is really hard because I'm basically talking to myself right now because the only thing I can see is my face.
Am I good? All right, yeah. Jess, when you're delivering an offer for a customer that you've qualified for a VA loan for, how do you help sell the real estate agent?
So when you guys make an offer on a property, you really want to ensure that the listing agent is aware of the ins and outs that you know about this loan. So I always get the question, why should I accept this offer? So every single time my client places an offer on a property, I call and I say, hey, listen, I just want to let you know that my client just placed an offer. All documents have been already reviewed. We have gone through every ounce of paperwork. We have got their income, their assets. This is not going to fall apart. Now I always get, well, what about the property? I hear that, almost no properties qualify. If you would accept a VA loan, if you would accept an FHA loan or a USDA loan on this property, you can take a VA loan. The only additional overlay here, guys, is the termite inspection. And appraisals don't fail. I hear that all the time. What if it fails an appraisal? Appraisals don't fail, guys. They come back subject to, at which point we can make those corrections. But if we really had to, we can offer the VA renovation loan. We are the only lender in the country that offers a VA renovation loan over $35,000. You guys have to understand how powerful that is, okay? To be able to go and make an offer on a property, knowing that regardless of what happens, you are able to close it, is a very powerful tool to have in your back pocket and to sell to the agents, okay? I have clients all the time that say to me, I was told I should be using a conventional loan. Well, guys, 5 or 10% down conventional right now is going to be more expensive for them monthly at a VA loan. So why are we putting our clients at a disadvantage to not be able to utilize this? Also, there's a funding fee, but with 10% more disability, that funding fee is completely waived. And if the client has an active claim in with the VA and that's approved retroactively, they will get a full reimbursement within 90 days of that claim approval. Most of the time, we're seeing that happen within 30. There are no drawbacks to this loan. It's a very powerful tool that we can use. There are no county limits, guys. Tell me another loan that you can borrow $2 million on with no mortgage insurance and without a down payment. It just doesn't exist. There are no lending limits. A lot of lenders still aren't aware of that. There used to be a cap on what we could borrow, and then there was a down payment that came into play. You don't have that anymore. You can use jumbo loans in this VA demographic. I am having that happen more and more and more. As we're seeing the home prices drive up, more clients are utilizing this because the rates are better on a VA loan than a jumbo with 10% down right now, especially the qualifications that come along with it, because it's going to be 10 times easier to get this product through as well. You have the ability to help veterans who have served your country. And, I always say that too when I call my listing agent. My response is always the same, this is not a benefit that's income-based or asset-based. There are no caps on that. This is an earned benefit. These people have served our country. It is now our turn to serve them. When you guys tell me somebody here who has made an offer on a house who has gotten a little pushback on a VA loan.
Hello?
Phil, Jess.
Can you
Hey,
hear me?
Jess. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Jess, it's Phil.
Hey, how are you, Phil?
Good. Got a quick question.
Sure.
Love the product, obviously, and I think it's you know all about it. I think everybody in the room, because you can't see them, are thinking the same thing. You as a pro, and you know how to get these loans put together. Where do you start? Where do you get your leads from? Where do you, where's your main attack?
Okay, so my husband, guys, for anyone that doesn't know, was actually in the National Guard, but he was full-time with the Guard for 15 years. He was a Black Hawk helicopter pilot. He served multiple tours overseas. And when he wasn't serving overseas, he was also here going on different trainings. We started talking to a lot of his friends, and they would say to me, no, I'm not using the VA loan. I was told not to use it. Or I don't even know if I qualify for the VA loan. And I was like, this is crazy. We expect our lenders to know this product. We expect agents to know this product, but the veterans themselves don't know if they qualify for this product. How can we possibly expect them to utilize it if they don't understand? And especially if they're being told on a regular basis, hey, no houses will ever qualify for this. So I started turning it around and saying, okay, before I try to educate agents, reach out to agents, I need to educate the actual consumer. So I reached out to different bases. Okay. Hey, can I do a presentation there? Oh, no, there's no opportunity for that? Great. Can you let me know when your next drill weekend is? Oh, cool. What would I do? I would find their closest hotspot that they were going to for lunches, and I would do coffee for conversation. There's always, whenever there's a base, guys, especially if it's not a large base, which we really don't have in New England, there's going to be these little hot spots around it where, you know, a group of guys will go to, or women will go to for lunch or coffee or whatever it may be in the middle of the day. And I would go there and I would hang out and I would say, hey, anyone who comes in in a uniform today, I want to buy them a cup of coffee. Just send them over to say hello. Also, it's a very respectful clientele. Okay. If I buy them a cup of coffee, they want to say thank you. And I want to return the favor and say thank you to them. So we started talking. I would get in that way. Then I would meet some of these people that actually worked on the bases that would say, you know what, absolutely, we'd love if you could come do this at our next drill weekend, because more and more guys have questions. They're coming back from these coffees and saying, hey, that was awesome, but they didn't get enough information. So yeah, can you come to our next drill weekend? And then I would come, you know, I'd bring some coffees and bagels, and I would stand up in front of a room with 60 guys, and I would explain to them what the benefit was of using this loan, how to use this loan, what homes qualified for this loan, what made them qualify for this loan. And then I started hearing about these yellow ribbon events. Yellow ribbon are pre and post deployment ceremonies, okay? Which means you either qualify now or you are about to qualify in 12 months or 6 to 12 months for this loan. So I would start going to yellow ribbons, and then I would have a table set up and I would have a line, and people would say, oh my goodness, nobody has a line off their table. Because I would get up for 30 to 60 seconds and speak in front of between 120 to 300 veterans and just give them a little snippet of what it was. And then they would come over and say, oh my goodness, I didn't know I could buy a family with this loan. That's incredible. No one ever told me that. Wait, I can do a full renovation with that? That's amazing. Hold on, I can buy $1 million apartment complex in Boston that's up to 4 units? Yes. And there was so much interaction. It just fed off one another. Go to one event, guys. Always say my most loyal clientele, moms and military, okay? When you do a good job, they want to send you more people. You know, you can even start at your local police station, fire station. Most of the guys in those establishments are going to be military, and they're going to have the qualifications. You know, I had one of my friends last year send me one firefighter from this one station in Quincy. I did his loan. By the end of 2020, I want to say, I had done 20 loans from this one fire station. Almost every single person had been able to do a loan. Even if I didn't do their VA loan, I did their conventional loan. Because I say, hey, you know, my friend told me I have to use you. I've always used a different lender, but if my friend says I have to use you, I have to. Now, understanding the lingo is super important too, because when somebody sends me a pay statement, we have an LES, okay? If you're in the military for drill or full-time, it's going to be an LES statement, which is a leave and earnings statement. Understanding how to read those is essential, guys. So please come on these trainings that we're doing every 2 weeks, because this is some of the stuff we're teaching. We teach how to read an earnings statement. We teach you what qualifies for a VA loan, guys. We teach you how to understand, and I actually put this together for you. We teach you how to understand all the acronyms, because there's no one like the military. You think we use acronyms for things? There's no one like the military that uses acronyms. And when they call you to say, oh, this is what my BAH is, and you're over here like, oh my goodness, I don't know what they're talking about, and you're trying to Google that, because we know we get that. BAH is huge, guys. That's housing allowance. That is a huge amount of income that you can utilize, but you have to know when you can use it and how you can use it, okay?
Yes, we have one more question. Okay,
Sure.
So hang on for a second. Here's Eric.
Hey, just Eric Heinrich. Real quick question for you on the selling the VA loan to the realtors at the offer stage when the veteran has very little to put down at earnest money. Instead of, say, the
Yep.
traditional 5%, they've only got a few $1,000. What's your technique for selling that to the realtors?
So my first question is, who determined the 5%? Because I've heard this recently, and I've also heard people say to me, like agents, I actually had an agent say to me a couple of weeks ago, it's the law to put down 5%. I said, I can put down $1 with both if I want. But my response is always the same, guys. I always get a commitment right away, okay? I get a commitment on my VA loans. The reason being is because I might trust it and I might know that they qualify, but really we do need the listing agent to see that. So I put in all of my VA loans for a TBD. And again, my response is the same. This is an earned benefit. This isn't something that has an income or asset cap. Maybe they do have more money. Maybe they're not comfortable putting it down. But let me tell you how secure this product is. And let me tell you why I am the person that's going to get this to the finish line for you. Because I've had more people call me over a 5 or 10% down that fell through and said, hey, can I take your offer? And we always will be somebody's backup, but I did have this happen last year where I sent in a pre-approval, I sent in the commitment, and it was a VA loan, and this agent wouldn't answer. So I was texting him, and he's like, no way I'm taking a VA loan. A, they really shouldn't say that, but B, I said, please tell me why. And he gave me all the reasons why. Well, his original offer fell through, 10% down conventional. I get a call back saying, hey, what are the chances you really think you can close? 100% I'm going to get this to the table because I understand the caveats of the loan. Having more money down does not guarantee security of financing. That deposit can always be returned up to commitment date. I already gave you a commitment. I'm showing you that they are already committed. The only concerns that we now have are the property. Do you want to go over the property with me and any concerns that you might have about that? Oh, you don't have any concerns about the property. That's fantastic. Oh, we do have concerns. You need a septic holdback? Perfect. We are able to do that. Many lenders cannot do holdbacks right now. Oh, it has a ton of peeling paint. Do you think maybe I should talk to my buyer to see if they potentially want to switch this to a VA renovation loan? And then any other issues that arise during the process, we can also roll in. Have a response for every single hurdle they throw at you, but a realistic response. A smaller down payment or deposit doesn't mean an unqualified borrower. That is our job to protect our buyers, but it's their job to protect the sellers. Explain to them that we both have the best interest of both parties at heart and why we align and why we would never want their seller to take a property off the market if we were not completely confident that this was going to get to the closing table, regardless of the size of the down payment.
Yes, I love that, you guys. Are you using your VA pre-approval? Are you using your VA pre-approval? All right, one last, it's got to be real quick. Jess, we're at the tail end of your time. We adore you and miss you, but we've got one more question.
It's not really a question. Hey, Jess, it's Ryan Gilbert.
Hello, how are you? Oh, Ryan, we spoke a couple weeks ago.
Yes. So as a veteran that has used a VA loan, the realtor, when I bought my house, was like, I don't like it. I'm like, well, why don't you like it? Do you just not know it? And there's a big, I would say from my personal experience, it's the aura. When you hear veteran, you think low income, probably, because we don't make that much money in the Army, or you hear it's a stigma. And
well, that's not
you
true.
have to get around. Well,
that's not true.
It depends. Most for guard guys, it is. From my own personal experience, just my own personal experience. So there's like a stigma, and it's like, hey, the VA loan is still income qualified because you have to meet the same stuff. It's just a better product, like Jess was saying, because the interest rate is better and there's no mortgage insurance. So my pushback is like, why am I going to take a higher interest rate and pay PMI when I can have this product and it's the exact same thing? And that's, after you tell people that, it's like, oh, that makes more sense. And it's like, hey, this is my benefit for serving my country, like she said. And it's like, it's just a better loan product. So are you going to, if you're going to pay 50 grand for a new car, why would you pay for when it's only worth 30? Why would you pay 50? It's like the same thing. So you just have to like explain it in terms that they would understand and say, listen, this is just a better product, more bang for my buck.
3 things what I need to add to that. First thing is you can pay over and above appraised value on a VA loan, which a lot of people say they can't, which I think is one of the things you just throw out there. It cannot have a negative effect on the borrower. So basically, it's up to underwriter discretion. 99% of the time, the underwriter is not going to allow borrowed funds to pay over and above. 2, the stigma that comes from the agents. I mean, complete respect. I think everything you just said is exactly why we have the stigma associated with that. I work with a lot of military clients. I work with a lot of military clients who make far more than my civilian clients. So saying that they are in a lower income bracket is completely false, including in the Guard. It really depends on the position. It depends on what they do. I work with a lot of pilots. I can tell you right now, there is a base pay. I just took a loan that was denied by 3 other banks because they said I could only use $950 a month, because that is when I Google, that is what the income bracket shows me that you should make. Well, as a pilot, you are required to do a certain amount of hours to stay up to date. In order to do so, you cannot possibly do that and only bring home $950 a month. So I was able to close this loan by showing the breakdown of the hours they are required to work as a bare minimum just to keep current. And on average, they were bringing in about $40,000 on top of their full-time position. Okay. So it really depends on the position. I work with a lot of JAGs. I can tell you right now, they're also not paid minimal amounts. There's incredible benefits. They get BAH, they get, I mean, depending on the county, I mean, we have people that might show that they make $70,000, but they're also getting an untaxed $3,600 a month to cover housing expenses. And that's for their entire time that they are in. So to say that they are lower income or coming from a lower income bracket is exactly why that stigma is attached. So before you can detach it from other people, you have to detach it from yourself. That is your personal experience. That doesn't mean that's what other people are paid, especially in different levels. Warrant officers are paid at a different bracket depending on where you are in your military career. You are paid different amounts. So I think in order to detach the stigma from others, you're going to need to detach it from yourself and say, okay, this is your experience. You are not paid at a certain level, but the longer you are in, the higher the qualifications are, the different positions you are, you have the potential to make substantial income. I would never
Yes,
discuss
yes.
that a lower income
good.
with.
Yes, I agree with you. The thing is, it's our job to educate the real estate agents that there isn't a stigma, period. That's all there
That's
is
what I'm
to
saying,
it.
but we shouldn't be
And-
talking about saying it's a lower income field.
Well,
either.
no one should be talking about anybody's income when we're talking to our real estate agents, but that's a whole different thing. So thank you very much. Just everybody thanks you. We're all, you taught us a great amount. We have to move on with our program. We do miss you. You guys, I want to say a brief introduction. You guys, those of you who've been on the call, you've met Steven. Steven's who I generally refer to as my credit guy, okay? But he's been my credit guy for more than a decade. And he is, I know it's really, really a long time. He's truly amazing in what he knows about the credit industry, and he has helped me so many different times to bring my borrowers to that next level. You know, I never want to say no to a borrower. I want to say, not just yet, here's what we need to do. So I'm going to let Steven tell you how to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Hey, hello. All right. So I don't do too much with the PowerPoint. For those of you who have seen me speak or know who I am, you know I make it very interactive. So for those of you who don't know me, is this on, by the way? Can you guys hear me okay? I probably don't need this thing. I'm just kind of a boisterous person as it is. My name is Stephen Robert. I'm the CEO of Bedrock Credit America. Since 2007, I've been in the credit world. Started in mortgages, did that for 3 years, fell into the credit world. 15 years later, here I am. Not only have I done this and looked at thousands of credit reports referred by you guys and other individuals in the industry, realtors and mortgage brokers, but I was trained by John Alzheimer. Does anybody know who John Alzheimer is? CNBC, credit resident guru. He worked at Equifax for 6 years and FICO for 7 years. And that really gave me the opportunity to understand how credit was built. And the first question, and again, this is going to be very interactive, the first question I have for you guys is, who here can tell me the difference between a credit score and a FICO score? Who's brave? Right? So Fair Isaac Corporation is FICO, right? So that's one specific company, right? What about the credit bureaus? Who are the credit bureaus? What are the three credit bureaus? Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, right? The credit bureaus are simply data warehouses. And that's really important to understand. A lot of people think that they're government-owned agencies, things like that. They are not. They're simply they're simply privately held companies that just got ahead of the curve, and the three of them collect data from all your creditors, okay? And when they collect this data, now companies will go out there and they'll purchase this data, whether it's through a Credit Karma type website. Anybody ever here use Credit Karma? Know people that have? What about on the realtor side of things? Have you ever had the opportunity where somebody says, oh, well, I went to Zillow and they looked up the home price and then they actually get it appraised, it's thousands of dollars difference, right? So same type of thing with a Credit Karma type of thing versus what you guys are going to be using. So let's look a little bit deeper dive into what are the basics understandings of, and I want to make sure I'm not in everybody's way to be able to see this. What are the basic understandings of a FICO score and the other scores, okay, those free websites? Generally, you have FICO, which is what all you guys use, FICO Classic. We'll get to that more in a minute. But FICO Classic, developed in the year 2000, based off of 7 years history, 300 to 850 in terms of the scoring algorithm, very proprietary information.
All these other third-party websites, Credit Karma, CreditWise, FreeCreditReport.com, all these other websites are giving you scores usually based off of 2 years worth of history. Score ranges anywhere from 100 to 1,000 points, and it's whatever they want, right? So Lisa could say, I'm going to go make an algorithm, pull in data, purchase it from the credit bureaus, and then decide to make up scores. And that's basically what you're getting when you're using any of these third-party websites versus when you're getting the information directly through the FICO Classic scoring model. Okay? So that's the quick overview there as to credit scores and FICO scores. But we have to make it much more complicated, especially because of the new announcement that they just made about a month ago. Did anybody see what Fannie and Freddie said about a month ago? They are. They're going to rock your world, right? How are they going to do that? They've decided after 22 years of using FICO Classic, they will eventually, they've now adopted it, but will eventually start using FICO 10T and Vantage 4.0. So let me repeat that and kind of show you what that is all about, okay? FICO Classic was developed in the year 2000 by John Olsheimer, the guy I just mentioned earlier, okay? And that's what all mortgage companies use today, to this date, because that's what Fannie and Freddie use in terms of their underwriting guidelines and all that good stuff, okay? In 2008, they built FICO version 8. In 2014, they built FICO version 9. 2020, they built FICO version 10 and FICO version 10T. Okay, so they're all these newer scoring models, but nobody's ever been using those in the mortgage world because Fannie and Freddie never wanted to go ahead and make that transition. Well, as of a month ago, they finally said, we're now going to get rid of FICO Classic and we're going to start using FICO 10T as well as Vantage 4.0. Now, the big thing and why I'm mentioning this now is because you're going to see a lot of clients that come to you that read different articles that say, for example, well, I heard that if I have a collection and I pay it, it's no longer going to impact me, which is a very true statement in the newer versions. However, we're still stuck in the world of FICO Classic at the moment. And FICO Classic, a collection, whether it's open or paid, will hurt you. So it's really important to understand that when your consumers come to you, your clients come to you. Correct. And we're going to talk more.
Can you repeat that for Phil?
Yeah, absolutely.
If you guys want to ask a question, just tag me in, all right?
So the question was, what about collections? Can collections hurt you whether they're paid off or not? In the FICO Classic, yes, they can. They're going to hurt you regardless. And what we're going to do is talk about the FICO Classic scoring model. I just want to alert you is the fact that FICO 10T is coming, and it's something that your consumers need to start understanding now, and that when they come to you with things like, hey, I want to work on this or this or this, you can say, no, 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 that's not the way that works as of this moment. The main takeaway is that we don't know when they're actually going to implement FICO 10T or Vantage 4.0, but in an estimate, it's going to be in the next 12 to 24 months. Okay? So that's something that you guys need to understand. And by the way, when a consumer comes to you and says, oh, I have a 720 score, a FICO score, and it's on my bank statement, is that the same score that you guys use? On FICO Classic, it's generally less. Okay? So did you have a follow-up question? Go ahead.
With moving forward next month, when is it?
We don't know. The next 12 to 24 months.
So when it does come out, like
Yep.
the guys who have collections, the girls who have collections, that's moving forward in that new cycle, that's going to be re-rated, let's call it. Like
Exactly.
Okay.
So you could have somebody that has a 650 in FICO Classic, and it's because they have 10 paid collections. And now in FICO 10T, because paid collections aren't taken into account, that 650 goes to an 800.
So,
Right.
so we've had this conversation with Stephen before. He filled us in a little bit on this change a couple weeks back. I think for me, the most impactful thing was the credit averaging. Do you want to speak to that?
You're talking about the T, the trending data.
The
Yeah.
trending data.
Right. So, and this is really important, okay? And it encompasses both FICO 10T and Vantage 4.0. And just so you guys understand, FICO 10T comes from FICO, Fair Isaac Corporation, which in 1990 basically set the standard for this is how we're going to build credit scoring algorithms. And then in 2000, they built FICO Classic, and then that was what got adopted. Just about that time, around the 2000 mark, the three credit bureaus said, you know what? We have all this data, and we're letting FICO purchase it from us and build their own scoring model and make all this money. Why don't we get together, Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion, and why don't we build our own scoring model ourselves? Which they did, called Vantage. And they came out with Vantage 1.0, and then Vantage 2.0, then Vantage 3.0, and now they just came out with Vantage 4.0. Vantage 4.0 is very similar to FICO 10T, especially because of the trending data, but there's going to be a big question mark as to how does that get looked at once it actually hits, and what do you deal with your underwriters. So there's more information to come on that. But both of them looking at the trending data is going to be huge. Trending data simply looks at what has been going on your revolving accounts over the past 24 months.
Give an example of that. We talked about it, someone charging up their card to the fullest to get points and then paying it off.
Right. So right now, if you have somebody that maxes out their credit cards month after month after month because they like their points, okay, and all their freebies they get, and then all of a sudden they're at a 650 because all their credit cards are maxed out, you can have them pay down those credit cards, wait 30 days, and then 30 days later, once all those balances that were maxed out now show zero, your score can go up 50 to 100 points, and now you can go get them a nice loan. With trending data, not going to work like that. Because with FICO Classic, you can say, what's happening right now on your credit cards? With trending data, it's going to say, well, we don't care that they just paid down their credit cards now. What happened over the past 24 months? Is this somebody a transactor or revolver? Is this somebody that constantly maxes it out? Or do they just use it in a very small amount every so often to keep building and establishing their positive credit history? So the reason that's important now is because if it does take 24 months for this to come to fruition and you start using FICO 10T, the clients need to make their adjustments today so that 2 years later, their 24 months of history has that very low debt utilization balance.
Here, Jim.
Yep. So the question is, if somebody has a credit card and has a $10,000 limit, and they're paying it off when they get the bill, right? Yeah. The problem with that is the day that bill is sent, whatever that number is, that's what shows up at the credit bureaus. So it shows that $10,000 limit and $10,000 balance, you're at 100% utilization. The fact that you paid it the day you got the bill means nothing. Well, it shows that you're constantly maxed out. And that's where the trending data is going to come into play to say, okay, now we're going to drop your scores because you're somebody that's a risk because you like to have very high balances.
So even using the trending data model, if you pay your balances in full every month, it's not looking at the bottom, it's looking at the top. It's looking at, I keep using my credit utilization to its max.
Exactly. So
that's lame.
And the other, hang on, because the other piece of this is also we don't know how underwriting is going to look at this because they haven't seen this yet.
Right.
So then,
exactly.
so then the tactic to advise your borrowers would be to start using a charge card like an American Express instead of a credit card. Yes, no?
Yeah, you can use your Amex, and it's interesting because Amex right now, the open card, because Amex has a revolving, so that would act the same, but the American Express open card, based on the FICO Classic system, is always at 100% utilization.
So, Stephen, what?
So you could have $100 balance. You're like, oh, I spent $10,000 on my Amex last month. I'll put $100 this month. Both of them are going to show 100% utilization on FICO Classic because FICO Classic didn't know how to take into account the open. It'll act as like a regular credit card where it'll show like your utilization based off of your past limit. But so it's not going to give you the same 100% utilization. So if you had like a $10,000 balance, something, and then you only use 100%, $100, you're at a very small percentage. But point being is, it's going to overall look at, like you said, it's kind of lame. It's going to be looking at, are you somebody that constantly maxes out your credit cards? Because if you do, even if you're paying them on time, the fact you're paying them on time, well, yeah, that's nice. But the fact you're maxing out your credit cards or having that very high balance, you're going to take a huge hit for that.
Wait, one right here.
Stephen?
Hang on, guys, hang on.
Can you increase your credit limits? Sure, as long as you can play the game within that, right? So, yeah, you have a $1,000 limit right now, and you max it out. You're like, I'll just raise it to $5,000. Well, that's good, but now you have more money to play with. Who says that you're not going to go and put back? So, yes, you can do it as long as you're going to make the right decisions about it.
Stephen, what's the sweet spot as far as percentage of utilization?
That's a great question. Okay, guys, so now that we understand.
The question is, what's the sweet spot for utilization?
Okay, so now that we understand there's a difference between credit scores and FICO scores, and there's difference between different types of FICO scores, and we're going to be using the new scores and all of that in the future, that's just something so that your borrower, when they come to you and say something like, oh, well, what should I do with my credit cards? Or what about these collections or things like that, that you can say, listen, that's FICO 10T and Vantage 4.0. That's not in play yet. You have 12 to 24 months before we have to take that into consideration. So now what I want to do is take the next 10 minutes of my time. We don't have a little timer here. So
No, you have time, but, and for more questions, but really quick question, Midge just asked, are we getting this PowerPoint? Yes, we're getting all the PowerPoints. It's all put together for you guys in a nice little package.
Yeah.
Please, go ahead.
Thank you. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to talk about FICO Classic, because that is the world that we're living in for the foreseeable future. And I'm going to answer the question, Ira, about what is the debt utilization percentage. So let's just look at this real quick. That's there, all this information, like Lisa just said, you're going to get. But I'm going to just talk about some of the key components that are currently affecting things. Can you see okay? I feel like I'm in your eye. Okay. 35% of our score, past delinquencies. What does that mean? Okay, somebody gets a new late payment. I'll never forget this. This was January 2020, before the stuff happened. And a gentleman calls me and he says, I need your help to fix my credit. I'm like, what? Okay, what's going on? My score dropped 120 points. I'm like, okay. He's like, he was an older gentleman, some type of actuary. He actually ran the numbers. And this blew my mind. 99.9786, whatever it was, percent on time. He's always paid his bills. He had one mortgage late that December. His score went from an 800 to a 680. And I just want you to understand the power of paying the bills on time. This is literally with the conversations I have every day. Oh yeah, I had a couple late payments over the past year. I didn't think it would hurt me that much. Any late payment you have is going to drastically impact your credit and can stay on there for up to 7 years from the time that happens.
So any of you looking for social media content, yeah, this would be it.
There you go. Yeah, these are the type of things that you can kind of throw out there and people can grab a hold of. Go ahead, please. Absolutely. Right, so if you have a mortgage late and you owe $2,000 for a mortgage, that's going to weigh different than your Macy's, which is a $20 minimum. They're still going to hit you substantially, so you'd be like, wow, it's 50 points instead of 80 points, but it's still going to initially wallop you, right? So when things go 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, 120, 150, 180, when you have accounts that go that delinquent, now you're getting into the realm of, okay, things go into charge off. And it always blows my mind. Clients are like, well, it went to charge off, so I don't have to pay it anymore. No, you definitely still need to pay it. And I don't think we have any underwriters in the room, but I constantly have this battle with these underwriters that say, well, if it's a charge off, it's okay, but if it goes to collections, it's different. I'm like, it's the same thing. The debt is still the debt, right? But in any case, when an account goes to charge off, that's going to be hurting your score the entire time. And then it gets kicked over to collections. Now, not only do you have the first account that was on there, but now you have a second account, which is a brand new line item as an open collection, which drops your scores even more. The biggest thing I want to talk to you, though, is when an account goes to collection and you have a client that you pull their credit, okay, I want to buy a house, great, or refinance, whatever. Okay, yeah, I'll just have some collections here. Oh, don't worry about that. I'm going to just go ahead and pay them. No. Do not just let your clients pay collections, because we're not in FICO 10T world, we're in FICO Classic world, And if a client goes and pays in a collection, the account's going to go from an open collection to a paid collection. It's going to remain on the credit report, and it's still going to hurt their scores. On top of that, and this really just blows people's minds because the way the system is built, if that collection in itself is older, let's say it's from 2018, they're like, oh yeah, I forgot I had that cell phone bill. I'll go ahead and call the portfolio and get them paid. And it goes from an open collection in 2018 to a paid collection as of 2022, that's going to drop the scores an additional 20 to 25 points. Because, even though paid is better than open, because you're now updating that activity date, that's what causes a drop in the scores. And that works within about a 6-month window, meaning if it was just from last month and they pay it, it's going to help you. But if it's 6 months or older, it's really going to drop those scores. So we want to make sure that if there's a collection, that we don't touch it. If we don't have to, maybe we can get it paid at closing. Or if we do have to touch it, we do it in the correct manner where the client protects themselves financially, which means they never give out debit card, credit card, or checking account information. We only allow them to pay it with a money order or a certified bank check, and that we can also work with the credit bureaus to remove the negative data as well. Question? Okay. He should pay it off properly. Like, the debt does have to get resolved. Well, sure. So it'll go from an open collection to a paid collection at a 480. How much more can it go down, right? So, but that's really the type of person that we want to make sure that we get these accounts removed and not just paid. So that would be the type of potential client that I would work with to get through the process properly.
So
Yeah.
let's bring that up because there is a way to pay these accounts properly. I think years ago, Stephen taught me that collections, guys, there's a difference between when your medical doctor puts you in collections and then when he sells it to a collection agency. And these collection agencies play games. And, and that's why we're sending them over, because the game, you told me, it was like a shell game. You make a plan and you make a payment and then they move it off to someone else. Can you explain that?
I mean, there's so many different examples that I can give you about how these collection companies work. You did mention something about the medical, so I'll talk about that in a minute. But just as an example, okay, this happened a few years ago. This probably 4 or 5 years ago at this point. I had a lady, she came to me after the fact, unfortunately. She had a collection with Verizon, and the collection company kept calling her. Finally, she's like, okay, listen, $1,000, I can't pay that. I'll pay you $600. Here's my debit card, leave me alone. Okay? Paid with her debit card. She thinks she's okay. About 3 months later, a different collection company calls her, says, hi, we're calling you about your Verizon debt. What does she say? Oh, so you're verifying it was your account. Thank you. Click. They went into the debit card she gave the first company, pulled out $1,000. No, it's highly illegal. Highly illegal. For those of you who are thinking like, oh, wow, that's too bad. No, that's not okay. Okay? And what she had to do was go get an attorney and try to fight and all that good stuff. But most people are too embarrassed or don't know how to do it or can't afford an attorney, or it's the money's not as much as what an attorney would cost, yada, yada, yada. But that's the type of stuff that these collection companies do to consumers. So you have to make sure that a consumer is protected. And that's what I do every day. I'm on the phone with these collection companies, making sure I'm getting, like you said, make all the notes and getting settlement letters in writing and making sure it's going through the process of getting it paid in a way that protects them and allows us to clean it up.
We're good.
Okay, question?
So can you repeat that so everyone gets
Sure.
it?
So the basic question here is, can you work with a collection company and see if they'll do a pay-per-delete? Pay-per-delete overall isn't something that's supposed to be allowed through the Fair Credit Reporting Act. Are there collection companies that do it? Yes. They're not supposed to do it. They do it. The only exception to that would be medical. As of the new regulation or law, whatever you want to call it, passed on July 1st by the credit bureaus, any paid medical collection will now be deleted within 30 days. That's huge. And I know you guys don't generally care, and especially your underwriters don't care about, oh, well, it's $500 of paid of open medical collections. We don't care about that. But the score does, because we're still using the FICO Classic, which medical collections do impact. If you have a $50 medical collection or a $5,000 Verizon collection, they're both knocking you 50 to 100 points. So those now, however, as of July 1st, you call the company, you call the collection company, or you call the doctor, and you pay it within 30 days, those now will be deleted off the credit, and that can give you a nice boost. But to your other point, are there other collections like Verizon's or old cell phone bills or old credit cards that have gone to collections and they say, no, we're not going to remove it? Yes. I have a methodology called the restrictive endorsement. I won't go into all the details now, which allows us to make sure we can work with the creditor and the credit bureaus to remove the negative data.
So the question is, what's the time frame on
Time frame
that?
to go through getting something paid and jumping through all the hoops of getting all the supporting documentation, sending it to the credit bureaus, knowing that the credit bureaus are at a snail's pace ever since COVID hit, you're probably looking at 3 to 6 months. Could it happen a little sooner depending on the creditor? Yes. Could it be 6 months and it's still on there? Yes. So somewhere within that 3 to 6 month time frame. I saw a couple more
So
questions.
hang on one second. We're going to take Jackson. It's got to be our last question.
Are we at time?
We are at time.
Oh my God.
We are
I
at
talk
time.
a lot, huh?
Go
And
ahead, Jackson.
I didn't even get into all the best parts of the debt utilization, but that's okay.
That's a whole nother day.
Okay, so Jackson, go ahead. Right. So
So the question is, people adding self-reported utilities to credit report, does it help them or hurt them?
right now, doesn't do anything, because FICO Classic can't absorb it. In the future, once we're at FICO 10T and Vantage 4.0, things like Experian Boost, where you put in your cell phone bill or your rental or utilities and things like that, those can actually now get absorbed in and start helping you, A, establish credit if you don't have any, or B, help you get better credit because now you have other additional trade lines. Now, I believe your underwriters can maybe pull that in now and just give them.
It's iffy.
Okay, but it will never impact the scores at the moment. So, guys, here's the bottom line, and this is my information. I offer a free consultation. A lot of you I know I've worked with already, and I thank you for that, by the way, and thank you for having me here today, Lisa.
Thank you.
But, oh, well, I wasn't done yet. Hold on. But here's all my information. Feel free to reach out. All my contact information is also in your books. And anytime you have a question, you want me to review anything, or if you want me to do any types of presentations, because I know you guys are trying to connect with realtors, Jackson and I are doing one where we're going to be doing a Zoom presentation and teaching people. I think that's directly out to the clients, but we can do it to realtors as well. So whatever you guys need, I'm here for you, and thank you for having me.
All right, guys, thank you. Guys, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Get up, stretch your legs, grab something to eat. Steven's going to hang out for a little bit. And, make an appointment to talk to him, guys. He's awesome. So have at it. There's breakfast still in the back. There's snacks in the room right off to the right over there. And we'll see you back in like 15 minutes.
Hey, guys, can we bring it back? Take a look up on the screen. He can't see us, but we can see him. Hey, Milt. Oh, there you
Hello,
are.
everybody.
Milt, where'd you go? There
Hey,
you go.
there you are. How's
How
my
are you,
audio?
my friend?
Audio good?
Yeah, I don't know why we're seeing me. Where's Milt? Yes.
How's that?
All right, guys, let's get back. We got Milt waiting for us. Bill.
Lisa, how's my audio?
We cut off your audio. We can
No,
hear you.
How is it?
It's good. A little louder would be better.
Okay. Let
All
me see.
right, we got call outs for you, Milt. We got a room full of people that wish you were here with us.
I know. I wish
You
I
guys,
was there
Milt
with you.
presented in this room pre-COVID, and we had a really good time, and hopefully we can get him back sometime this year. But he's gonna talk to you today about saving some of your deals. Milt,
Yeah,
Jeff's
so-
already teed you up kinda about talking about VA Reno a little bit, so have at it, my friend.
Right on. Well, thank you, Lisa. And when I logged in, I saw the I saw the stage and the screen behind it, and I was like, wait, I remember that place. Yeah, so it's good memories, man. I'll be back out there soon. Good to be with you all. Good to see you. Thank you for having me, man. I'm excited to be here. So, you know, I wanted to spend the next 15 minutes talking about just two crucial things, right? First, I'm going to show you some examples. You've heard me talk over the last couple of months about saving your deals, right? What happens when an appraisal comes in bad, if they're calling out repairs, there's value issues, combination of the both, things like that. So I wanted to share with you a couple of recent examples to give you guys a good understanding of how the process works, okay? And how we can take a non-renovation deal and move it to a renovation deal and save the deal. And so if we go to the next screen, I'm going to start with the first example. So what we have here, this property was out in Washington. They were doing a straight 203B. And on the appraisal, it was an as-is offer. They were not doing any renovation. But when the appraisal came back, and you notice the comments there on the screen, subject to power and water needs to be turned on, and final inspection, passing inspection from an electrician, from a plumber, finishing the hardwood floors, walls, and working bathrooms. Nobody bothered to let us know that the bathrooms weren't working, right? So the appraisal came back subject to, and we had an issue. The seller was unwilling to do any of the repairs. But the key point here, and what I want you all to take away from this, is all you really need is a subject to appraisal. And when you run into this situation, send it to me. Let me take a look at it. It won't take me more than a minute to tell you if we can save the deal or not. And let's go through the math. So if we take us to the next screen, I'm going to show you how the math works. What you're looking at here is the bottom of page 2 of the appraisal. Now, if you see the first checkbox, it says the appraisal is made as is the first box. So that's what you're hoping to get. Just you ordered an as-is appraisal, comes back, checked as is. The second checkbox says subject to completion per plans and specs. So what's that telling us? We ordered it as a renovation loan. So when you order a renovation appraisal, I should say, they're going to come back and they're going to mark subject to completion per plans and specs. The third box is when the appraiser calls out the repairs, subject to the following repairs or alterations. And in this case, it was subject to those comments on the previous screen. They were buying it for $310,000. The appraiser comes back and says it's worth $310,000, but you got to make all these repairs. We use the same appraisal. We don't order a new appraisal. The appraiser gave us the future value, told us what the repairs are. Thanks, appreciate you. Move along. We're not going to switch the product and order a new appraisal. As soon as the appraisal is marked subject to, you can go on an FHA, you can go to 110% of the appraised value. Say it again. On a 203K, you can go to 110% of the appraised value. The reason that rule exists is because decades ago, when HUD rolled out the 203K program, they quickly realized that not everything a borrower does to a home to improve the community and the neighborhoods is going to give them dollar for dollar value. And the solution to that was giving them a 10% cushion. So if a roof doesn't give you dollar for dollar value, that's okay. We'll give you 10% cushion. You can still move forward with the deal. So what's a renovation appraisal? It's just an appraisal mark subject to whether the whether the repairs come from a contractor's bid, whether they come from an appraiser, a home inspector, violations on title. In this case, the appraiser's calling out repairs. They mark it subject to, it doesn't matter which subject to, meaning which box, right? You don't have to order it as a renovation appraisal. So in this case, they subject to the repairs, they call out the repairs. We converted it to a 203K, just flip the switch, use the same appraisal, and are able to go to 110% of 310, which is 341 is the max. In this case, they needed about 13,000. And so we move forward and we close the deal as a 203K. The most important part of this, though, of course, saving the deal for the customer and for ourselves. But renovation loans are all about leverage. Giving you leverage, bringing a value proposition to your referral partners that they haven't seen before. And then earlier this month, we did a presentation for this office that the realtor works in, and we used this exact slide in front of the whole office and showed them how they cannot afford to work with anybody else. It was a Keller Williams deal, if I remember correctly. We laid out to them, this is what transpired. This is how we solved it. You really can't work with anybody but us. And I literally said that on the screen, right? And I want you to be able to say that. So these products are all about extracting value and using that, leveraging it. So let me show you another one. Let's go to the next screen. This one, same thing, right? So appraiser called out these repairs. This was in Chicago. This one hasn't even funded yet. Well, I think we're closing it beginning of next week. The appraiser called out repairs, total cost $5,000. Damaged concrete stairs, peeling paint, exposed wires, damaged ceilings. I mean, obviously the realtors knew that this would not pass an inspection. But a lot of times people right now in this market, they're crossing their fingers and they're hoping for the best. That's not really a business plan, right? So the appraiser calls out these repairs, comes back marked subject to, we'll go to the next screen, I'll show you the same example. Subject to the following repairs, they were buying it for $175,000. We called the borrower, we said, Mr. and Mrs. Borrower, get a bid from a contractor for the repairs called out by the appraiser. We flipped the product from a B to a K, and again, kept the same appraisal, and we're able to utilize the 110%. We didn't need more value. We could have went to 192. We didn't need that much either. And the borrower was able to finance those repairs. 7 out of 10 times, you'll be able to do an escrow holdback, right? Borrower's got the money. It's not health and safety. You can get away with an escrow holdback. But we work way too hard not to, at the very least, have this as an insurance policy. And these examples I just showed you, it's why I got into renovation. Because I extracted, when I saw the value, I extracted it and I leveraged it with my realtor partners. And that's all I talked about with them. It's not about it, refreshing. I mean, it's great, guys, right? I mean, we all want to be able to offer customers the ability to do that, okay? But at the end of the day, what sets us apart, what makes you great, is your ability to extract value and find those nuggets and leverage them, right? So before I keep going, Lise, I want to make a couple minutes to answer any questions thus far.
So, hey, Milt, we got a couple of questions. Hang on one second.
Right on.
Can you explain the 110%? Hold on.
Yeah.
Hey, Milton, Steve.
Steve, how are you, buddy?
Good to see you. 110% times 96.5% max loan amount, right?
Correct. That is correct. So,
Thanks.
so guys, the LTV is 96.5% of 110%. Now, when we talk to realtors, we don't say that. It's too, their head will explode, right? So it's 96.5% of 110%. Do you still want me to explain the 110, please?
Of course, I'm coughing, Milton. Hi, Milton, it's Rosella. How are you?
Good. Hi, Rosella.
Hey, how soon is Lowe's coming to the rest of the country?
Right on. Good question. So I got to let me think of the best way to answer that. So while I click on the participation list, so it's very close. Our legal teams and our executive teams have been negotiating the nationwide marketing agreement partnership, and we are very, all I can tell you is that we're very close. So I would expect it in short order, like within the next couple of weeks. Now, remember, Lowe's right now, when that agreement is signed, Lowe's is home style only, right? Our vision is the next step, at least for renovation. The next step is Lowe's with VA reno, right? Because it's a perfect fit. Both companies are committed to its veterans, right? But Lowe's and our partnership, it's not even just about reno, right? If you guys have heard me say, I use reno, right? I leverage it. And that's what I did with Lowe's. I leveraged it because there's value to them, right? But what we can do with Lowe's goes way above renovation, right? I mean, there's so much you can do with reverse. There's so much you can do with energy efficient, which I want to take a moment to talk about as well. So soon.
Yeah,
What else?
one more question for you. Hold on.
Hey, Milt, it's Mark McGowan.
Mark.
How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Good. I got a great question for you. How does mold fit into this program?
Oh, everyone's probably like, why is Milt laughing? Okay, so
I ask Milt this question every time I see him.
yeah, so let's just put, I love mold, right? Okay, Milton loves mold, right? Mold put my kids through college, okay? So having a house having mold is to me a gold mine, a slam dunk. Thank you, Mark. And that's kind of a running joke with Mark and I, so thanks, brother.
Wait, we got one more over here, and this is
Right
our
on.
last question. Milt, we really wish you were here with us, just
I
saying.
know.
Milt, are we going to buy into Officer Next Door or Teacher Next Door?
Yeah. So that's
Really
called the
good
Good
question.
Neighbor Next Door program. And so
Yeah.
essentially the Good Neighbor Next Door program is Kim and I used to do these all the time, right?
Yeah, Tammy does those too.
Yeah, it's a wonderful program. There's not a lot of HUD REOs right now, but you know, we'll probably see more of those second half of next year. But essentially, it allows you to purchase a home if you are a police officer, firefighter, EMT, things of those, school teacher, and you're able to purchase a HUD REO at a 50% discount in a targeted neighborhood area. And you have to live there, I think it was 3 or 4 years now. It used to be 9 years. And you get it at a 50% discount. So we used to do 203Ks on HUD REOs using the Good Neighbor Next Door. So we'd give them the money to buy it and fix it at a 50% discount. It's crazy. That, the $100 down payment feature, and if I may, Lise, with my remaining minute, it rolls into something else I wanted to talk about, right? So guys, the market that we're in right now, it's not just about renovation loan, right? There is a lot of value to extract and use when you're talking to realtors, when you're talking to customers, right? We completely underutilize reverse energy efficient mortgage. There's an FHA energy efficient mortgage. There's a conventional energy efficient mortgage and a VA energy efficient mortgage. They're not renovation loans, okay? But that's not the point. The point is you could learn about them easily. They're very simple. We used to do a lot of those too. And it basically allows you to finance in energy improvements, not a renovation, okay? And so you just price it as normal. But the value is now you're talking about something that everybody's talking about. Energy cost, green energy, all of it. So we have these, they're ready to go. You can see it in Yoda, the matrices and the guidelines for it. And it's very simple to do. So at the very least, it gives you something to talk about. It empowers you with confidence, right? I did a presentation probably a month and a half or so ago, and I talked about to a group of our loan officers, and I talked about going back and reaching out to all your old or stale pre-approvals, people that just stopped looking, and having a conversation with them and explaining to them that now is the perfect time to buy a house. They think otherwise, but telling them now is the absolute perfect time to buy a house because yes, rates are higher, but you have no competition. And sellers are more motivated to make a deal and to pay points and so on and so forth, right? But then you use renovation, energy efficient, green energy, you use these when you're talking to these customers to get them back, to engage them. Maybe they do them, maybe they don't, but you're re-engaging these customers because the problem with all these people that went by, yes, rates impacted their ability, their affordability, 100%, okay? But more than that is that they're scared. There's a lot of fear. So you're able to now reach out to them and overcome that and take a different approach. And so anyway, one of the loan officers called me about a week later and told me it worked. He went through his database of old pre-approvals, 2 people re-engaged and said, you know what, that sounds good. He talked about making the home perfect. He talked about helping them make energy efficient improvements in furnaces and windows and siding. So having that conversation, arming you with something you could talk about that gives you confidence to re-engage that these borrowers have not heard from anybody else, right? That's the key. I'm sorry, Lisa, I'm 3 minutes over.
You're good. But come on, raise your hand if everybody in the room, how many of us have seen that third box checked and went, oh, okay, this is a great way to fix the deal. Milt, thank you. Thank you so much. I can't wait to see you, my friend, and we're going to be hearing more from you. You're doing your thing coming up soon, right?
Yeah. And I'm going to stay on, Lisa, I'm going to stay on and I'll be quiet. And if anybody has any questions or need anything.
Well, I know there's stuff in the chat. If you see the chat, feel free to go ahead and answer it because there was a question from Dennis about does this cover solar? And I know it does.
Right on.
All right, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks to Milt.
Thanks for having me. Good to be with you all.
Right. Guys, I want to take a minute to introduce Scott Kriss. So I'm going to be flat out blunt here. When I first came to what was then Mortgage Master, they said, hey, you got to use this guy. And I'm like, what the heck is his name? And for, I think about a year and a half, I thought his name was Kriss. His first name was Kriss. So that was really funny. But fast forward to where we are today, I don't think I could have done the amount of business without his team behind me. I know when they go to a closing for me, they've got my back. They're going to call me if there's a problem. They're going to really, they pump us up at the closing and they make it so easy, so efficient for our clients. And I can't tell you, my friend, how much I appreciate that. Guys, Scott is also one of our sponsors. Say thank you because he sponsored Happy Hour. All right, come on up, my friend. This is all yours. And let me know when you're ready for Q&A. And I'm sure people have lots of answers. It's really Scott, right? It's not Kriss?
It doesn't matter. Morning, everybody. I have a presentation, I think, that's coming up. Anyway, it's good to see everybody. Lisa, thanks for the kind words. There's a click. Oh, I'm going to click then. That works. All right, there we go. New market, new issues. It's been so long since I've seen many of you. It's really nice to see some familiar faces, some new ones. It's been the last time I saw you guys. Dave Harrington actually wore non-bifocals, I think, and that was at the end of your nose. Rosella wasn't blonde. I mean, a lot of things have changed. So, hold on one second here. I don't know why I'm clicking. All right. So obviously a lot has changed, new market, new issues, and I just want to touch upon some of those. Tried to make it as malleable as possible to all of you in different states. But let's get started, and feel free to raise your hand, and I don't think this will take too long. So, fastest changing market we've seen in 2+ decades. Why does this keep moving? We'll figure it out. Some changes have minimized risks, and some have added to them for the consumer, lender, title provider, and realtor. And you need to know all the major changes and how they affect you. And here's some of the ones that we're really dealing with all the time. So closing cost credits and seller concessions are back. And we are seeing a ton of issues with these. I'll let it run and then go back. If you guys up there can stop the slideshow, that'd be helpful. But closing cost credits, one of the things that we're seeing a ton of right now is people putting, are we on here? I'll let you do it. All right. Typical. This is why they had me sponsor the booze. No, I think a slideshow is on if you want to. Anyway, so what we're seeing is we're seeing a ton of closing cost credits come across, and this is, you know, a lot due to newer realtors who didn't have to see a lot of this stuff in the last few years. First, we're seeing seller to credit buyer $15,000 towards a new roof. Obviously can't do it. And we're trying to cut this stuff off at the pass. But what we're seeing a ton of right now with buy downs and everything is we're seeing these big closing cost credits and not nearly enough money to fit those. So almost every week right now, we're seeing a buyer walk away from a closing without having enough closing cost prepaid items to cover these massive closing cost credits. So I know you're all doing it, but something we're seeing a lot and trying to convey to the realtor community is please, please, please talk to your loan officer, and vice versa. Please, 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 loan officers talk to the realtor when writing up an agreement, when writing an offer, when writing a contract. Make sure that you talk about filling that, and if it's possible to fill it. So that's one thing we're seeing a lot of. Okay. Gotta get it back up there. Lisa, you should have just had me sponsor. I didn't really need to talk. All right. I can do it off here. It's not a big deal. Okay. Yeah, see everybody? That's a good picture, Ulysses. All right, some more changes in the market that are going on. Higher rates, more deals falling apart, more hesitancy. Sort of our motto that we're talking to our customers about, as many of you are, is if you need a place to live, you need a place to live. This is not expensive money. This is more expensive money. And we're starting to see, thankfully, people sort of come out of their shell and say, you know what, I'm going to have to buy less house at a higher rate. It just is what it is. And also on new construction, we are really, really strongly talking to our clients, making sure that they have a lock in place. They know how long their lock is. We just had a big $5 million property where the lock expired. Seller, the builder, didn't want to hear it, and it ended up costing our buyer literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. So really important thing to talk about. We're seeing a lot of condo fees increasing due to inflation, so we're keeping an eye on that. We are also seeing some more low appraisals. So sorry. That's all right. I probably did. Oh. Sure. So we really need a copy of the trust, which we usually have, but more importantly, we always need to schedule the beneficiaries, which we hope to have, and it's always kind of difficult to track down, and we try to track it down, but without that, we really can't do much. We are certainly happy to always review trusts. We do it generally free of charge unless it's something really crazy. And one thing to remember with trusts is they are generally not recorded. You know, we have a lot of loan officers who aren't experienced say, well, why are you asking us? Go pull it offline. They are generally not recorded. So, yeah, exactly. So anyway, we were talking about, Yes. It does not have to be recorded. Generally, it is not recorded. All right. I mean, I didn't screw it up. I might put that in there. All right. Okay, so a few more things. This really took away half my time here. So now that all properties aren't selling immediately, sale contingency issues are reversed, more price reduction, credit, and repair requests. So, you know, this is really, depending on your jurisdiction, obviously, the title company or attorney's involvement differs, but we are here to sort of help with all of these scenarios. If we can, you know, get involved, chime in, make a phone call, we're happy to do it. I wanted to introduce Jen and Anna from our team over there, if you guys can wave. So, Anna is our managing attorney here in Connecticut, and Jen runs all of our account rep stuff. So they are also always a great resource as well. Okay. Few changes for the better in the market. Obviously, inspection and mortgage contingencies are now more prevalent. We went through tons of issues, as all of you did, with inspections not happening, and then people being on the hook for tons of repairs. More realistic closing timeframes, more realistic prices. Really important in our world, a lot less use in occupancy agreements. Because of the quick timelines during the pandemic, we had all these rent backs, and it just created tons of problems and a lot of litigation as well. And then, of course, we're all very happy that there are less quote-unquote cash deals. If I had one more buyer say, this is a cash deal, but I need to get the appraiser in there, we would say, well, that doesn't always work. That sort of defeats the purpose. So, sort of reminded of 05, 08, 13, 17. Volatility brings opportunity. We have a pretty unique perspective. We're out there talking to your competitors all the time. There's a tremendous amount of frustration. There are a tremendous amount of people that need to go back to doing their other jobs before the rates really went down in 19. So that'll hopefully bring a lot more opportunity for all of you people who actually have been in this business for a long time. A few notes about us. Kriss Atlantic never charges a fee to review and revise contracts or to represent your buyers when we handle closing. That is in all states. We are all in all 50 states. Obviously, that differs from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, but certainly here in Connecticut, Anna never charges to represent your buyers. Kriss Atlantic will help you to procure condo docs, budget, insurance, meeting minutes, and questionnaire. We are doing a ton of this now, especially since the building collapse in Florida. The condo questionnaire has become more difficult. If we can help you pull these items, even if we can help you fill out a questionnaire, we are happy to do it. Just get in touch. And now that things are a little slower, we are doing a tremendous amount of pre-listing title rundowns for realtors. So if you're trying, go ahead. Yeah, so.
Phenomenal idea, especially, guys, this comes up a lot if you had a client who had an FHA forbearance, because they forget that they have a third mortgage.
Yep.
So
it's nice to know, you know, and we're all obviously trying to be better referral partners right now. So it's nice for these agents to know before they put on a property what's actually going on, less surprises, less problems, happier clients, referrals. So we're doing a lot of this. It takes us, depending on the jurisdiction, anywhere from an hour to a day, but at least we can give the agent a snapshot. You can say it's from you. You can put your logo on it, your name on it, whatever you want. But we'll do the quick rundown. We do have a disclaimer. It's not a full title search, but anything you can do now to differentiate yourselves to the realtors, and if we can help do that, we want to. So keep that in mind as well. Kriss Atlantic has convenient Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, and Florida offices. We cover many other states through these offices, but we can do especially refis in all 50 states for you. And you can always feel free to reach out to me specifically if you have a deal in a jurisdiction where you're not comfortable. I can give you the sort of the lay of the land. It's something I do all the time. So if you have a California purchase, for example, I know you have people internally, but we can give you the rundown from the title side as well. So just a few items before I finish. Fees, as many of you know, and this is why we've been such a close partner with Loan Depot and previously Mortgage Master. We're the lowest in the country. We're always happy to work with you on fees, with transactions so far and few and far between. We are always happy to work with you on price now to help you get the deal. Probably the most important thing I'm going to talk about today is we have what I would say is the most robust realtor continuing education program in the country. We bring through anywhere from 50 to 75,000 agents a year. Right now, it's mostly Connecticut, Rhode Island, and up into New England, but we do have the ability to do other states. In our experience, this is really the only way to connect with realtors, hold them captive for 2 hours. Generally, most states are two or 3 hour classes. And we have you in to be the expert panelist. We throw you softball questions. And it's been a real successful thing for us over the years, and especially now when we're back to basics.
So let's talk about that for a second. So how are you filling that room? How do we fill that room? So we got you to come in and you're going to do continuing education for them or expert panel, whatever we want to call it. How do we fill that room? That's what every loan officer in this room wants to know.
Yep. So I'll start with two things. Number one, we're about 85% Zoom classes right now. So those obviously are super easy to fill and they're super affordable. So we're not doing bagels, coffee, room, etc. So if it's your first event with us, I would start there. We have a giant realtor list. So generally what we do is we put the invitation together because we are the school issuing the credits. We'll send it out to your list of agents first. We'll give it about 5 business days. Once we feel like we've gotten a good opportunity for you to fill the room, we blast it out to our database, and generally, depending on topic, we'll fill it up within an hour. So we'll always fill the room for you. You know, we're stronger in some areas than others, certainly, just like all of you are, but if you want to get in front of more realtors and they do like our classes, we tend to make it enjoyable. Usually I screw up the PowerPoint like this, so it makes it, it's like a little more, you know, a little entertaining.
Real life experience.
Exactly,
Yeah, I got
right. So it's a great question though, and if you have more, please feel free to, you know, to ask me. The other thing that we've always done, and we've done in the last several years, or decade, I guess at this point, is we work on a one point of contact system. So after a contract is signed or once a refi is submitted, you are dealing with one person in our office. It's Sarah Knox, who many of you have worked with. She's, love her.
You have a
I mean, if she can keep this group happy here,
you know. This group happy.
I mean, you know. Yeah, there you go. So, you know, Sarah, she has a whole team working with her, but her whole team sends on behalf of her. So really for the client and for you and your processor and your closer, they have one point of contact. And we found that that's really differentiated us over the years. Because we find when we're dealing with other title companies, law firms, there's like 15 people you don't know who to talk to. So we've really simplified that.
Or they don't pick up the phone, which
they don't know how to talk, right?
They don't know how to talk, and they don't pick up the phone for clients.
Right.
And your team does.
I clearly you guys can just do this presentation for me. I don't even need to be here. So.
Wait, so does anybody have any questions so far? Come on, we got to throw them one. All right, hang on, Jess.
What do we got?
We're gonna give you a really hard one.
Okay. I mean, the trust question really threw me off.
Yes. That's what I want to know. There you go.
Hi, I'm licensed in Florida, although I work out of New Jersey. I'm seeing a couple of contracts come in recently that had still the non-refundable deposits.
Yeah.
How are you handling that for clients that are buyers?
You know, it's tough in Florida, obviously, for several reasons. One, there's very little involvement on title or attorney end prior to a contract being signed. And then the other is the seller's picking title. So in almost every county, as you know. You know, it's like anything else, really, regardless of the jurisdiction, if you can get us involved as early as possible, we can at least, you know, we can't always change it, especially in a competitive situation, but we can at least give our opinion. And that should be something that they're getting from someone who has experience. You know, certainly you are experienced as the loan officer, but having somebody legal, or even if it's, you know, somebody we can introduce them to an attorney in Florida.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah. I will tell you, more than a decade ago, you introduced me to Avi Trison. And Avi is I
got to call him for all those referrals.
A buyer's attorney down in Florida, which is a hard thing to find, you guys.
It is.
He saved my client's ass.
Yeah.
Okay, on a deal in Florida, like a multi-million-dollar deal that the client, I said to him, call him first, but thank you for that. So,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Florida's a tricky beast.
All right, hang on, Phil and then Roselle.
So, Scott, if, as far as like one contact, Our group of LOs in Morristown, we obviously do a ton of business out of state as well.
We don't want to work with anyone from New Jersey, so we can move on.
We're good then. It's still one point of contact, like if we're like, hey, you know what, got somebody in Connecticut, hey, got somebody in Florida, hey, got somebody, just.
Yep, so you start with Sarah, and then if we need to farm out, an attorney.
Yeah, I'm gonna take you offline after.
Okay, please do, yeah, feel free.
One more real quick.
Hi, do
Hi.
you have anybody that speaks Spanish or Portuguese at the office?
We do. We have
Perfect.
a team, actually, that speaks Spanish, Portuguese. We also
Thank
have
you.
French, Russian as well.
See, that was another good question. Nobody
Yeah.
knew that, right?
Yeah. Polish. I don't think we have Italian. I know.
So guys, anytime you have a deal in Florida and your client's looking, before they even find their realtor, you hook them up with Scott and his team so that you're developing your team, because the issues are so horrific down there of no buyer protection. And you explain that to the borrower day one, and then when their realtor says there's no representation, you say, I'm sorry, you're part of our team, you're on our team's rules. And it really saves the client's money, you time, and they do a rock star job.
Thanks for
Definitely
the-
do, and you just tell your client, you're on the A team, so that's how that goes when you're on the A team. Who else, any questions before I let him ruin the PowerPoint further?
I'm not touching this thing anymore.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, guys. Nice to go. Oh, yeah. Sure.
The
Anything in-
questions
any-
on the CE?
Anything in particular? Yep. Yep. Realtor classes, not, oh, MLS,
Realtor,
yeah,
MLS.
I thought you said MLS. Yep. You can, either of us, and we can set it up. We work with different, if it's a Connecticut, we work with a different school, so, but we can certainly do that.
What-
It's easy.
So I got one. What was your most interesting closing ever? Like the one that sticks out?
I actually physically removed somebody from, he took a swing at his ex-wife, and I told him, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would stay in your head.
Yeah.
That would definitely.
We threw him down the stairs.
Oh,
Yep.
wow.
Yep.
Wow.
It was crazy. Yeah, I never forgot that one.
That, I wouldn't ever forget that one either. That's,
Yeah.
I wasn't really expecting that, so you got
Yeah.
me back.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
got me back.
Yeah.
All right, you guys, any further questions? Give them a big
Thank you,
round of
guys.
applause, you guys. So we're running a bit ahead of schedule, which is good, because Shane just got here and he needs a minute. And he's next in line. You can come on up, Shane. But guys, do you have any questions? Are you getting value out of being here today? Should we be doing this stuff more often? What else do you want to know today? Because we got a panel of people coming up who want to answer your questions. So what is it that we can do for you today? Yeah. Thank you. I know, right? Me too. That's great, because I need you to share your notes, because I'm up here doing this kind of thing. So what else? Jane, you want it? You got it? Yeah, picked on. All right, sorry. Jamie. Mark, Jamie's agreeing with you. Yeah, there is something more. We were in our office yesterday, and I had Ira and Ted and Bruce. We had a great time. Jonathan, yeah, we had a really good time in the office. David came in. Man, I thought I was gonna have to give you a key. Okay, that's to get you out of the office. Like, here, dude, here's the key, because I'm leaving now. But it's something we talked a little bit about. Like, go to an office near you. Go hang out at Phil's office in Morristown, at Jonathan's office in Manhattan, at Rosella's office, at Jamie's office. Just call up and say, I'm going to be in your area. I want to come. Can I come work from your office during that day? Just do it, you guys. Hang out. It's a lot of fun. We have a really good time, and we have a really good refrigerator. No, honey. Phil is My refrigerator beats your refrigerator, my friend. Just saying. Oh. Phil's more fun. Let's put that right out there. Yeah, I don't think we have to leave Phil's office. That's the thing. There you go. All right, you guys. I want to move ahead with our program. Say hello to Shane Stanton. He's going to talk to us. He's going to talk to us today about power prospecting. Okay, power prospecting.
Such a BS opening line. So she goes, hey, we're doing this thing. You want to help us, talk and everything else. And of course, I mean, I'm motivational. Like, I'm damn good. So I'm like, yes, it's going to be great. I'm going to be the keynote. It's going to be good. What do you want me to talk about? And she goes, the prospecting report. I go, you want me to talk about an Excel spreadsheet for 30 minutes? What the hell? And be prepared to be bored for about 30 minutes. But here's the thing. We beat this thing to death. Hopefully you guys are all aware of what it is. You know how to use it. You know what's inside of it. I am going to do a run through. Make sure that if you have any questions, any uncertainty, anything, we get it covered. And then I'll babble for a little bit on something with prospecting, which is really weird, like you guys letting a recruiting guy in the room. But we're going to jump into prospecting report, and then we'll talk about prospecting, giving you guys hopefully at least one thing to think about with prospecting. So everyone familiar with it? Anyone not familiar with the prospecting report? Thank God. Okay, so let's run through this really quick. Does anybody have any questions on it at all? Damn, this is going to be fast. I love it. So I'm going to go through the tabs real quick, Lisa, so she doesn't kick me out. How did it come to be?
Was one of, who worked on this? Somebody worked on, a loan officer helped create this. Am I correct?
Where it came to be was we have individual transactions across the country that feeds into a database, that feeds into Mellow Market 360 and so on and so forth. And I had created a little tool for recruits coming the door that was giving them their realtors and their past clients. And then Mike Mathis had the idea, who's a branch manager of ours in Dallas, was like, well, what if we kind of reworked that and gave our sales team their databases so they can prospect versus just new recruits? Like, why are you treating recruits better than our employees? Like, oh, that's smart. And so then we got to work and we built it. So what we got, guys, real quick, is a list of your realtors. There are going to be some new ads that if you want to be aware of it. But the thing I do want to highlight, because I talked about this actually with our group in Northern California yesterday. If you're going,
that's $100, Steve Johnson.
If you're going to Mellow Market 360, sorry, Rosella, to research your realtors that you're doing business with or have any relationship with, you're wasting your time. Why? Who's been to Mellow Market 360? It's slow. Every time I do a state, it spins. A county, it spins. A city, it spins. And then I got to find a person, and it spins. I'm pulling all of that data that's in Mellow Market 360 on your realtors into the spreadsheet for you, so you don't have to spin. So think of Mellow Market 360 and the data that we have is just that. It's just data. I can give it to you in any which way you want. You want it in Excel, you want it on this, you want it in Tableau, whatever the hell you want, we can deliver it that way. We're actually working on now taking the realtors that exist in Mellow Market 360 that are not on your spreadsheets, and we're going to automatically deliver it to your branch manager so they can begin to assign it out to you guys so you can have a prospecting flow. We'll talk about that maybe a little bit later. So again, it's just data. That's all it is, right? So again, if you're going to Mellow Market 360 to catch up on what your realtor has been doing, you're wasting your time because you have it right here. For example, this handy dandy link. I won't jump to it because we don't need to. That takes you to the realtor profile. You don't need to spin. It will just jump you straight to it, right? So on this first tab, you got the realtors you've done business with in the last 18 months. You got some cool color coding to tell you how good you are at staying in touch with them. And then all the data, what kind of business, how much business, who your main competitor is, top lender, blah, blah, blah. Any questions? It is. Yeah, they did a really good job. This is past clients that you've done a deal with last 18 months. We all understand why it's important. Easy peasy. This is your pre-approval pipeline. This happens to be a gentleman in Texas, so he's got a healthy one, right? He's probably got about 25, 30 folks. This tab is the realtors based upon your top 3 zip codes that you do business in, the top 10 realtors that exist in there. I don't care if you do business with them or not. We're just going to let you know who the best is in your market. Easy peasy, right? Told you this would be fast. And then this is the realtors that you do business with, top blah, blah, blah. So, so you guys have seen all this. So I want you to know this. For those of you who've been here for more than 18 months, you have a lot more realtors in your database, right? So if you've been working the prospecting report, the chances are you maybe have gone through the list completely. So who do you call next? Cold calls suck. I hate cold calls. I like to have some kind of entrance into calling somebody. So what we're now going to do on this tab is we're going to pull all of the realtors that you've done business with outside of 18 months. Does that make sense? So they're going to be on the age tab, giving you another thing. Going a step further, for those of you who have actually been prospecting, going to open houses again, like actually getting new realtors into your CRM, the way that they get on the first tab and that age tab is you've done a deal with them. But what if you add the realtor to your CRM and you haven't done anything? You're trying to get a deal with them. This becomes useless. Then you got to go back to CRM. I don't want you to have to go back to CRM. I want you to go there if you want to. So we're actually adding, hopefully this Sunday, another tab that will pull all those realtors into it. And if we have Mellow Market 360 data, lining that up as well. Realtor, it won't say newly added because that's. So to give you an idea of how it's just data, guys, Jamie just changed the world for all of us.
That's good, because I was going to ask if you could add a dialer to that, so we can just click on the list and.
For realtors, yeah. For realtor tabs, I'm going to put this. Literally, Jamie, if we have it in the data table, it will be there this Sunday. And if we don't, it will be there in 3 weeks. Can we add contact created date? That's it. I sometimes say no to ideas because this can turn into Frankenstein, right? Too much is too much.
Yeah,
you know, like every
again.
cockamamie ideas. Yeah. Created date is great. It's an easy way to sort. Yeah.
So Rosella is asking if it's an aged realtor, does it link them back? I'm just for everybody else on the Zoom call.
Yeah. That's great. That's a great entrance. Yeah. Yeah. And that's Rosella's way of saying, I also hate cold calls, and I'm going to find warm introductions to people.
I loved, we were on a call, and Dean brought up he's doing the house anniversaries, and he's taking the time he's calling his clients on the anniversary of their fundings, and he's taking the time to call the real estate agent the day before and remind them that it's their house anniversary and the client that they worked together. And I thought that was huge. That's blow your mind huge, okay? And that puts Dean front and center, both with the client and the agent, who said, oh my God, thank you for reminding me, you know?
While Rosella was talking, I thought of another thing, so thank you. So
Shane, this is a to-do list for your week. This is totally, guys, if your calendar, if you've got white space in your calendar, you shouldn't have it. Because if you take this list, and where's Dave? You said you look at this list on Sunday, right? Take this list, and every tab is something for you to do on a day. Every single tab, there's something for you to do on a day. You never have nothing to do. You never have to make a cold call. And that's really powerful.
Yeah. And you guys have been doing this a long time, so you know your plans. I don't need to give you stupid, you know,
that's what we're here for today.
5, 3, 2, and everything else. But
well, we all need it.
You know, at this point, you don't need another one. You just need to execute it if you're not. Do we all agree with that?
Absolutely.
You know, so you don't need me to give you a silly way to make calls. It's just you got to want to do it better, which we'll actually pivot to. But to Lisa's point and to those that have added, this is really just a way of trying to save you time. Print it out, make your calls. You're on the way in the car to a kid's thing, make some calls.
So let's do your top takeaways. If you were a loan officer today, what would be the top 3 things that you did with this list? And
then I'll pivot to the other thing. So the very first thing, and this is taking my first slide, so this will be a decent segue. and this was something, it's a recycled comment that I made that Lisa called crap on me about, which is kind of funny, at a meeting with all the managers. It was for recruiting. And there was a quote that I had put on the screen that I got from a Peloton instructor. I thought he was a wise and intelligent man. Apparently, it was Henry Ford who actually said the quote.
That's right.
So I'm quoting Dennis Morton when I should have quoted Henry Ford. But the comment was, I'll put it on the screen, I think. Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. So the first takeaway is, if you're an originator trying to increase your business, is if you think you can effectively prospect realtors, you can. Because it doesn't take a genius. That is just hard work, grind, and accountability. I'm assuming if you've been in this business for longer than a few years, you're a likable person to some. Right? You have to be. I mean, who the hell are you doing loans for if you're not liked? Right? So there's at least some realtors out there that like you, which means, especially in this market, because last time I checked, they're also hungry for business. If you're calling them to add value to their business, they will have a conversation with you. So if you think you can prospect realtors, you can. If you think it's too hard, if you think you don't want to make cold calls, if you think that you don't want to get rejections and so you can't do it, guess what? You can. In both cases, you're right. So to answer your question, Lisa, if I'm an originator trying to increase my business, simply I'm just going to say I can. And when I say I can, I do. Which means every frickin' day, I am going to talk to a certain amount of people. I might not get appointments every single day, but every day is going to be a win because I'm going to talk to a certain amount of people. That's it. Now, I'm not going to overcomplicate it. I'm not going to do a 15-step process. I'm literally going to look at a list, I'm going to make my contacts, and I'm going to do it again tomorrow. If I do that every day, I will get appointments, I will get realtors that want to send me business, and they will, and I will do more volume.
Yeah, the word for that is intentionally.
Yes.
If I make those calls with intention and purpose.
And some people are time blockers. I'm not, because my calendar doesn't allow me to be a time blocker. I wish I could protect every Wednesday at 11 to 12. I can't. Some people are minimum expectations. That's me. Like if I get to the end of the day and I haven't done it, I literally, like, a self-loathing, feel like I'm a loser. Like it's a really horrible existence. But that works for me in getting my job done. Whatever is your shtick, that's your shtick, but work it and don't let yourself fail. So that's number one. Number two, what Rosella said is look at the thing to create openings. We're giving you highlights in there already, right? We're giving you quarter tags. Hey, realtor, I noticed you were top 10 in your county last quarter. Congratulations, how you been? Let's catch up. We're giving you how long it's been since you've done a deal with them, right? Hey, you know what? It's been 6 months. I wrote a sticky, this is the Mike Massa script. I did not create this. I had a sticky note with your name on it just saying great, like I was an awesome person, and I meant to call you right after the transaction. I'm upset that I didn't, but I love the experience that we had. I wanted to catch up. Can we grab coffee? So we're giving you warm introductions. We're giving you the past clients that you did the transaction with. So number two is I'm going to create a leverage point. I'm not going to overthink it. I'm not going to spend 2 hours researching. I'm going to find one thing and make a contact. That's number two. Number three, I don't need number three. That's enough. Honestly, let's just make calls and be consistent.
Make calls and be consistent. So you're going to pivot to something else, you said.
So if you think you can, you're right. All right, so talking about pivoting or prospecting. So what is the goal when you're prospecting realtors? I'll back off this slide. What's the goal when you're trying to prospect a realtor? I pick up the phone, I call them. What am I trying to do? Get a face-to-face. I'm not trying to get them to send me deals on that phone call. I'm trying to get an appointment. That's it. Guess what, guys? The same thing as recruiting. Right? I'm not trying to hire the person over the phone. I'm trying to get them to sit with one of you if you're a leader in this room or somebody else, so then we can get to know them. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how you guys are approaching your prospecting call. See if it helps you guys. I don't know. It was a simple idea, right? But before we do that, again, I got these 2 slides that I recycled from this last presentation. I think it's important for you guys to recognize you're with a pretty darn good firm. Being publicly traded sucks. Why?
We have to tell everybody everything.
Right? You guys have gotten a few calls. You've gotten a few articles sent to you. You've got a few stupid texts sent to you. Guess what? They're going through the same thing. And if you don't believe me, I'll give you 30 seconds. I'll list off 10 companies that have gone poof. And thus, you got Finance of America, Mortgage Network, they're bye-bye. Equity Prime just called their branch managers last week and said, hey, guys, if you could find another home the next week, that would be phenomenal. They're out the door. there was a different Cornerstone in the Northwest that just disappeared. It's not the Cornerstone home, Cornerstone's not up here anyways. Yeah, well, no, that was an old one. Luxury mortgage, I mean, yeah, right? So, like, the industry is bad, right? So it's important that you don't let that negativity impact your confidence when you're hitting the market. Because unfortunately, while it's easy, it's also easy to like hurt yourself in the process, to set yourself up to fail. And that's if you don't have confidence, right? You ever talk to someone and you just know they don't got it? You're just like, I don't want to work with that person. I'm not jiving on it. So don't let the fact that you have facts about us hold you back, because these are also facts that you should know about us. My dad bod is blocking the punchline up there. So our top three, or of all the top mortgage banks, IMBs in the country, our originators on average are top 3 units and volume and purchase volume. And I think we're the only firm on both units and volume. Not bad when I'm measuring are we good or not, right? IMF, which is all mortgage lenders, banks, IMBs, blah, 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 Quicken, Rocket, not our competitor, we're a top 5 lender. We're the #1 rental lender in the country. We're the #1 builder lender in the country, not associated with the builder. That's a lot of words of saying #1 and 2 in builder are owned by the builder. They cheat. It's like they're on the inside. They're like the mob, you know? So we're the #1 in a fair and equal game. We have a lead program. This is actually an out-of-date stat. We've eclipsed $11 million in commissions that we've paid. 70,000 leads a month we're passing out to our in-market originators. That actually is an outdated stat. Last month we gave 100,000 leads to our in-market originators. Whether you use it or not, whether you believe in it or not, $11 million in commissions and 100,000 leads, there's something in there, and very few retail mortgage banks are doing it, right? How many lenders have the combination of Grand Slam, lifetime warranty, Mellow Market 360, prospecting report? You guys can read. I don't need to keep going. We are a pretty darn good mortgage bank. On top of this, I didn't mention the product depth that we have. On top of this, like, there's things that we have that's pretty good. And then ultimately, if you want security, how many IMBs have shown you that they have $1.1 billion of cash available to them? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Jamie got the same thing, and then the initial response was, well, I can't say that, but we have a lot of money. And then the guy came back, and I won't mention the company, but then the guy came back and literally make-believe stuff, said we are solely owned, we have any extra money coming in, and we have 0 debt. Now, this is a big enough firm out there that if you Google them, they actually have private equity behind them, and they took a $400 million loan that they bragged about that they were going to burn the second they got. So yeah. It's yeah. Hey, good guess. All right, so this is not a recruiting conversation.
No,
but
it's not. But what's funny is I've had 2 recruiting texts since we got here.
Yeah.
So just
but the point is you're working with a pretty good mortgage bank. Now, I want to get into scripting. Okay. But before we do that, your worlds are going to change, unfortunately. Prospecting is about to get harder. So we built Mellow Market 360, right? Wasn't very complicated. We just got a bunch of rows of data. We just kind of did some stuff, and voila. Generally speaking, unless you're in Boston, we can tell you if your realtor is good or not. Okay? We're not the only ones with that data. Okay? So unfortunately, people will ruin good things if you give them an opportunity to. And that's what's going to happen. Just last week, I sat in on a demo. Total Expert, we all know Total Expert, right? They have another company that basically is an outside firm that does Mellow Market 360. It's a little bit of a better looking system and faster because, well, that's their company, that's what they do. But in terms of coverage, they are exactly on what we are for Mellow Market 360. I said, hey, what percentage of realtors do you have? We have 85%. Mellow Market 360, we have 86%. So I guess we're 1% better. And what they have is they're setting up a partnership with Total Expert and this organization. It's called TrustStar. Right? So follow the bounce ball. You got realtor data in the TrustStar ecosystem. What they're going to do is they're going to charge companies $50 per person per month to get access to that data. Company our size, that would cost our organization roughly $60,000 a month, $720,000 of extra expense. By the way, we give it for free. But go a step further. They're making a data connection to Total Expert. So now an originator, and this is going to sound amazing to you guys, an originator can go into their system, click a button, bring up all the realtors, click another button, all those realtors are now going to be in their total expert system. So what are the originators that click that button and suck that realtor into their system going to do? Email campaign, email campaign. Show of hands, who loves spam emails? Now, most originators, would you agree that they are going to take the path of least resistance, the easiest damn thing they can do to market themselves? They will do that every single time. So now you've got an organization, let's say that Loan Depot signed up for it, and you've got every originator, we're in Fairfield County, and Fairfield County pulls up the top realtors in the market, clicks a button, sucks all the realtors in there, and everyone puts them on the same spam campaign. What happens? How do the realtors respond to that? What happens to your marketing campaigns that you're emailing? So your worlds are fundamentally changing. Thank you for jumping to like the punchline. I mean, God damn, I'm on stage, Phil. But that's the world that's coming, guys. When you can make things easy, people will do it easy. Who loves getting 2 text messages in 2 hours from recruiters? Easy ruins everything. And so if you're relying on marketing campaigns that are generic, that's the HTML going, happy holidays, your time is coming. So how do you combat it, Phil? Thank you very much, Phil. So now, we've talked about what we need to do to combat what is coming in the future, and also what we know we need to do. We need to meet realtors. We don't need to email them. We also said that when we pick up the phone and call them, we're not trying to get them to send us deals. We're trying to get them in front of us. So what the hell do we say? Now, this is where 80% of you are going to go, yeah, that was cute, but not my jam, which is okay, right? I'm going to give you guys a concept, an idea, just something to think about. Now, this was a straight copy from Amir Saeed, who works at G-Rate in Chicago, but he does the course, so I assume Lisa and some of you probably know him. But I saw it and I was like, that makes a ton of sense. And I happened to be thinking about this conversation. So the first thing is selling things versus ideas. I would say a relationship is more of an idea. It's more of a thing you can't touch. You guys agree with that? You can't see it. It's not tactile. It's not something that you really can describe. It's like saying, describe love to me. How the hell do you describe that? Right? It's kind of a feeling. It's an experience. So if you're on the phone picking up and talking to realtors and saying, I would love to have a relationship with you. Can we have coffee? In a 10-minute conversation over the phone, I'll tell you that is the wrong approach. It's too much of a leap. You're trying to squeeze way too much into a 10-minute conversation where the first 3 minutes you're just trying to establish that they should want to talk to you. You're not going to succeed at the levels that you need to. Does anyone disagree with that comment? All right. So again, I just described selling things, right? It's easier to understand, you can picture it, you know what it looks like, blah, blah, blah. We're going to stay within this 30 minutes. Selling ideas, it's hard. They have to imagine, right? You ever try to teach a kid a complicated concept that they can't see or touch? Good luck, man. Their minds are all over the place. Guess what? That's what realtors, you don't know what that person's life experiences are. And so if you try to teach them an idea, a thought, you're trying to control cats. Herd cats. You guys have heard the phrase, you can't do it. Disagree? And we've already established this. But this bottom line, we've all heard this, the second opinion, the deal saver, right? Scott Snap, did any of you join the business development series? Right, Scott Snap, that's what he taught us. We got a guy who's doing 800 units a year, and you want your mind to be blown by what he says. He goes, I like being their backup option. I tell him, let me be your second opinion. Let me be your deal saver. Why does that work? That's the thing. Yeah.
He is very genuine.
Yep. That goes back to the likable comment I was saying, right? If you're an unlikable person who can't deliver a message, yeah, you might have trouble prospecting. Yeah. I, I would argue that yes, because you're not trying to rip apart their world, but I would argue that it works because of this. They know what a closed transaction is. It's a commission. It's a thing. It's the end product for what they try to manufacture.
Well, it's their money.
It's easy to understand. If I save a deal, your 1099 or W-2 goes up. Is that a complicated process to understand? That's why that works. Here's the problem. Everyone's volume is down. So what's everyone doing? Hey, realtors, how you been? It's been a long time. They're selling the same damn thing. We're now back to our email spam. Your message, well, why are you the deal saver? Does that make sense? So you've got to consider layering in. You've got to consider adding, and you've got to consider putting this in a place that you'll remember it. One other thing, and then we'll get into Amir's concept that I absolutely love, and I hope you guys have a pen and paper because I think we'll have a couple minutes to do it. FOMO. So if I'm selling the deal saver, I'm not just going to say, I would like to be your second opinion, I would like to do your turndowns. What I would say is, hey, with the realtors that I do business with, I actually do, I'm their second opinion, I'm their deal saver, and I've saved a lot of transactions for them this year. They've made a lot more income because of it, and I'd love an opportunity to sit down with you and talk about it. Why? Because now they can visualize how you're impacting other people's life. You're doing it for somebody else. Why aren't you doing it for me? Let's have a meeting, create FOMO. Do we agree with that? Fear of missing out. I have a 16-year-old daughter, so. So this was Amir's email. Again, my dad bod's interrupting the top corner. But take a look at his list. I'll just shut up for a minute. So he's prospecting realtors. He's calling them, just like we are. And instead of just saying, I want to be your second opinion, I want to be your backup option, he's calling them with a list of 7 or 8 things. Is it complicated to think of or to understand what 21 proven video concepts are or scripts are? Can you understand what that is? Does everyone know what he means when he says that? Is that a thing? When he says 100 leads in 100 days, do we all know what that means?
Yeah.
Is there anything complicated? Does the person have to imagine what that means to them? 7 killer rebuttals for my friend is a realtor. Does anyone not understand that? What has this man done on this simple list? He's made it easy for them to understand the value that he's going to give them. Let's go grab coffee.
Jane, circle prospecting is on there, and I heard that from one of my real estate agents. You guys all know what circle prospecting is? Okay, so circle prospecting is when a real estate agent looks at a new listing and then starts to, not their listing, and then starts to call around the area circling that listing. And their message is, hey, your neighbor just put their house up for a sale. I'd love to come by and tell you what yours is worth. Something as simple as that. But I was like, what? They're doing what? It's not their listing that they're starting with. They're starting with somebody else's listing. There are offices that function on this, and they are kicking butt in the realtor world.
So the FOMO part, read the top. I'm helping my select agents prepare for a great 2023. Now, if you call a realtor and you leave a voicemail, could you kind of create a text message even as a follow-up, just to be real quick, hey, this is why I called? Would that be kind of an interesting follow-up? Now, here's the question. What are your things? What are your things? We got 5 minutes. Take 2 minutes, pen and paper. Right? Seriously, what your things are. I'm curious, how many of you have things? So this is where you stop looking at, I mean, I'm good looking, I get it. But you look down, pen, paper, write your things down real quick, guys. That you offer your realtor partners. Yeah.
that if John Bianchi's calling me and I'm not gonna answer.
I'll wave to him.
You guys, while we're writing, does anybody have questions for Shane so far?
Hey, they're writing. Let them, no.
They can multitask, they're loan officers.
That's true. Juggling is the job. 30 more seconds. Okay. Phil Iosa, you've got things. Give me one. Give me one. Okay, that is a thing. Got another one? You said you had a couple.
I do.
So I pick on Phil because we trust each other implicitly, you know. And so when I say this, does anyone disagree that that's not as easy to understand as these? Does anyone disagree? You got to explain it. You got to explain it. Who's got a thing that's more in line with this? Love that. Love that. You can make that a little bit more succinct, right? Like one of the things that I do with my top realtor partners is I help really tighten their brand and their social presence. I'd love to sit down and review yours with you. If that's your jam, that's a really good succinct one.
So I can give you an open house one.
Please.
Like, hey, I'm coming to your open house this week. I wanna send it out to all my pre-approved clients. Can we spend a minute going over what you think is amazing about this house?
Okay, that's a thing. How about open house? Hey, you know, something I do for my realtor partners is anytime they have an open house, we have a couple strategies to maximize leads and also pull through. Could we sit down and talk about it?
Easier.
I'm not even a loan officer. I'm pulling out of my room. Right? So I'll give you an example of in the recruiting world. So the organization, we're passionate about VA lending. You know, veterans are pretty awesome, and serving them is pretty good. Right? It's why Anthony does his War Heroes of Water. It's why we have the VA Council. But from a recruiting perspective, to say you want to do VA business is one thing. But if I'm somebody who writes VA business, you got to add value to me for me to actually pick up my business and make a move. And so I looked at it and I was like, well, really, other than like a VA reno, what are we doing that like adds value to somebody that's a veteran or serves veterans? And so I created, ironically, this was before this, thankfully, so I can claim that I didn't copy him. I created a 10-part video series script on VA lending and dispelling the myths and educating the marketplace that they can use for social media. You guys have access to it, by the way, if any of you want the scripts. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Okay. And now if I'm a VA originator, hey, by the way, if you join Loan Depot, we'll get you a 10-part video series script that you can feed into your social media. We'll help your brand. You can share with realtors. I just sat down and wrote it. I created it out of thin air using ideas from the VA Council. That was a couch and a coffee on a Sunday morning. Your things don't have to be overly complicated, but you should have them, I think. If I'm trying to get prospecting, or if I'm making prospecting calls trying to get meetings, I want to make it easy for them to understand why they need to sit down with me. So this would be a tactic I would look at.
So hang on, Ryan. Ryan's got a question.
Yeah. So one thing I always used at my former company and this company is I'm available 24/7 and I'm fast. And basically, I had a manager ask me, I took a branch from 4 million to 12 million in a year. And he said, how did you do that? And I said, well, Bob, it was a very complex formula of showing up, answering phone calls on time, and being fast with my decisions. So if someone emailed me, I was like, I'll get back to you. I answered it right away. And I said, hey, I don't know this answer. Let me get back to you. Give me 5. Adds value to people when they're just looking for an answer. And I've had people say,
yeah. So your thing, hearing that in the prospecting call. Well, one thing, actually, I'll have punchline on that, in my opinion. One thing is, when I talk about this, all prospecting calls start with questions. We all agree with that. We got to understand their goals, their needs, their values, and everything else. I'm assuming past that, now you're telling it. My thing would be, with core realtors that I've done business with, I've helped increase their business by threefold. I've taken offices from 4 to 12 million. I'd love to sit down with you and talk about how we've done that if you're interested. Right? Because your thing is 4 to 12 million, not fast and easy. The fast and easy is the story, or fast and quick and supportive and everything else. I would stick it to the 4 and 12. And then when you sit down with them, then you get to explain how you do that, in my opinion. But I like that. So I'm a minute past, and I told that she's got a tight hook. So
yeah,
does
I do
anyone
have
have
a
any
tight hook.
questions that I can answer?
Any questions, you guys?
Honestly, guys, you're the first. I don't do this kind of conversation very often. Was this helpful at all?
It was really helpful, thank you.
Okay. All right. Cool. Thanks, guys.
All right, so, thank you, Shane. And I know I gave you a hard time about PowerPoint, but you did amazing. All right, guys, so we have one of our sponsor speakers coming up. But before, can you guys grab in your books, there's either a little orange or a little white piece of paper, okay? You need to fill that out. It's got to have your name and your home address on it. I'll tell you why in a minute. And the charity that you want to throw in the hat. Okay, name, address, and charity that you want to throw in the hat. Once we total up the proceeds from this event and we separate out all our expenses, 4 charities are going to get a check. So if your charity is picked out of the hat, we're going to write the check out to the charity. I'm going to mail it to you. You get to deliver it to them. So please put your charity down. And where's Cindy? Cindy's back there. Guys, make sure when we're going to lunch, Cindy gets everything. Okay. So I want to introduce you to Lou, who I heard from Justin. I think he's on. Home address, please. That way, because I don't want to have to mail the check to an office that nobody's going to be there. So I met Lou for the first time last night. Come up. And he is a great guy. Justin told me great things about you. So I'm going to let you take it from here because...
Is this on? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Great. That was a tough act to follow. Shane did a great job, but I think a lot of what I'm going to talk about is going to work into what Shane had just mentioned. So let me just see if I can get this. Do you guys advance this, or do I?
I think wait, where's Kim?
Oh, there it is.
Got
Okay,
it.
we're good. I can
Okay.
just do it right from here. So today we're going to talk a little bit about private mortgage insurance. I work for ArchMI, and I have some coworkers with me. I have Kevin in the back there, who's the national account manager for Loan Depot, and Lauren, as most of you know, she's your local account manager for ArchMI and has done a great job locally. But we're going to talk a little bit about private mortgage insurance today, and then talk a little bit about how I go through my day to see if it kind of works with what you guys do, okay? So we're going to talk about the market is shifting. Scott had mentioned this. Everyone is realizing challenges. You're realizing challenges. I'm realizing challenges. And your realtors are realizing challenges. You guys have so many great tools available to you. You're probably way ahead of the game as far as most lenders go for what I saw on the screen today. So you're really fortunate to have that. So you've got a leg up on your competition, which is great. But you want to think about what's keeping you up at night. Does anyone want to answer that question? What's keeping you up at night these days? Anyone? Or you're all sleeping really well? I know we slept really well after dinner last night, so. Right, I would agree with that. We're seeing that too at ArchMI. I spend more time working on loan by loan problems today than I did while we were so busy, because I think what's happening is now we realize how precious every single one of those loans are. Well, your realtors are feeling the same way. So when Shane talks about, coming up with something to talk to your realtors about, well, your understanding of that is probably a great thing to talk to them about. And these are the opportunities that you need to uncover. And how are you going to do that? The best way to uncover opportunities with your realtors is to talk to them. And when we talk about prospecting, one of the things I do, and this can translate very easily to what you do, is I call it my 10 before 10. So every day when I end my day, I make a list of 10 people I'm going to call before 10 o'clock the next morning. And the reason I do that is, Shane was talking about, he feels bad if he didn't get everything on his list done. Well, I know by 10 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to feel pretty good because I've talked to 10 people, or I've tried to talk to 10 people. Sometimes those 10 phone calls will be 8 voicemails, and it will be 2 conversations. But that's okay. I've accomplished something. So coming up with a game plan, using your prospecting list that he showed you is a great thing for you guys to do. And when I say, are you looking for opportunities, that's the best way for you to do it, is to talk to your clients. Right. One of the things we're going to talk about today is lunch and learns. Your local Arch account manager will work with you and put together what we call lunch and learns. We do them all the time. They're in-person, live meetings. We can do them remotely as well, but we'll help you get in front of your realtor partners and do a presentation over lunch. And most of the time when we do these, we schedule them for an hour. The presentation may be 15 or 20 minutes, but I'll tell you, in a lot of cases, the questions go on for 45 minutes. Something as simple as the basics of MI. Realtors hate MI. They still do. They always have. Even though MI is probably the cheapest it's ever been in history right now, realtors still hate MI. A lot of them think that it's $300 a month and that it's ridiculous. So it's up to us to kind of show them that what a good program it is. So we do a lot of lunch and learns with realtors on the basics of MI. We'll come in, give you an opportunity to highlight Loan Depot, what you can do. Then we'll talk a little, 20 minutes about, the basics of MI, what realtors need to know about it, and then answer questions, have some lunch. Don't be concerned about having a big group for these, like if you want to put together a lunch and learn. I know when we talk to Kriss Law, they do CE classes, and Scott can fill a room, believe me. There's a value in that realtors really want. They can fill a room. But what we're doing with Lunch and Learns is really trying to provide you with a value. We want to get you the opportunity to sit down with 3 or 4 realtors, have lunch, have some conversation, develop that relationship, so when you need to call them and ask them for business, they know who you are and they like you, because we talked about being likable, right? You want to be likable. The way you do that is by sitting down with realtors and enjoying their time. We do this over cocktail hours or lunch. We can do it. There's a number of topics that we can set up for you. If we can't present for you, we'll help you find a subject matter expert that will do that. So, keep that in mind. Keep your ears open when you're talking to realtors. And again, don't be discouraged by a small group. Sometimes sitting down and having lunch with 3 or 4 realtors is much better than sitting in a room with 100 realtors that you're not going to be able to actually have a conversation with. All right? Any questions on the Lunch and Learns? Right. We're going to talk about some of the tools that Arch has for you as you're, setting up your 10 before 10 calls and you're calling realtors. Sometimes you want to just have a topic to speak to them about. Arch has its Hammer report, which is a great tool. And now in this market, because financially things are changing so quickly, we've come up with our weekly Hammer digest. So instead of coming out with only a quarterly report, every week our economists are coming up with a report that's on our website that you can go to that'll give you specific data that you can talk to realtors about. And we've made it really easy. So this is the Hammer digest. It comes out every week, and you'll notice it starts with some bullet points, so that way you can go into it and maybe find that one topic that you want to bring up to a realtor, or as you're starting your conversations throughout the day or throughout the week, you can find this information easy. Sorry, what? Housing and mortgage market review. That was a good question. So the other thing I want to remind you guys about is we have an LO website at Arch. There's a ton of tools on this. There's a ton of things that you can use for an email campaign. There's things you can bring in, you can print out and bring in. But the nice thing about the LO toolbox is when you go to it, it's going to make sure that you remain compliant. It's going to force you to put your NMLS number in there. You can put your picture. You can put Loan Depot's logo on there. And you can go in and find, there's a lot of tools on our website. So take a few minutes and poke around and do that. I think you'll find that it's a great tool for you to use. There's home buyer education on there. If you're trying to put together a first-time home buyer class, the PowerPoint is all there. You can just brand it with Loan Depot's information on it. You can change it. It's not in a PDF format. It's actually in a PowerPoint format, so you can make changes of what you want. You can add speakers to it, utilize everything there, okay? I'm sorry, what? The home buyer, the first-time home buyer class is, yes. And they get a certificate. The thing you want to make sure when you're talking to your home buyers, when they're going through the class, make sure they fill out the budget section at the end, because that's what's going to give them the certificate. A lot of people try to skip the budget and they don't get the certificate, but part of the requirement is that you create your own budget, and that will give them the certificate. And there's also the landlord class on there now too. So a good tool. And you know, I know all the homebuyer education is free now, but at least it's in one easy place for you to get it to your clients. Okay, and there is a flyer that you can co-brand for the homebuyer education that you can put your picture and your logo on, and it has all the instructions that consumer needs for it. Great question, thank you. All right, we talked about social media. Arch has on our website, it's a new campaign called Am I Home? And there's a bunch of information on here. And you'll notice when you're looking at these templates that you can use, and you can download this onto your own pages, it doesn't say Arch in that picture. This is really something that you can put there. You can edit the text as you wish, but it's content that you can use on your social media pages, and it'll actually just help you, because sometimes you're trying to come up with that 2 to 3 times a week that you want to post, but you didn't come up with something today. You can just go to Arch's website and probably find something that you can rebrand and use yourself. This is actually a great, you know, when we talk about social media, great Realtor Roundtable is if you have someone in your office or yourself that's pretty good at social media, having a workshop for realtors on how to go into Instagram and create reels, how to edit reels, you know, using ping pong to make that, you know, how reels can kind of move kind of in a fun way. That's a great topic for a lunch and learn, and you'll probably get a lot of people that attend. Back to social media, all this information is on here. Take a look at our website. It's the MI Home campaign, and I think you guys will enjoy it. I want to get through this quickly because if you guys have any questions specifically about MI, I want to give you that opportunity. The other thing is RateStar Buy Down. Has anyone in here ever used RateStar Buy Down? Great. RateStar Buy Down is a great product. What it does is it allows you to take extra funds that are in the loan, extra you know, closing costs, seller paid concessions, and you can apply it to the monthly MI to lower your borrower's monthly payment. It's a great program. A lot of people use it. Sometimes I get phone calls from people and they'll say, you know what, I'm up against so-and-so. I'm pricing the MI and they're coming up $50 less. Well, a lot of times, you know, you had mentioned a couple of competitors, they're using RateStar Buy Down quite a bit. If there's extra money in the margin of that particular loan, they're taking that money and throwing it at the RateStar Buy Down.
So Lou, where would we find that, how to do that? Like what the cost of buying it down is?
I'm going to get to that. Great question. Thanks, Lisa. So basically, when you go to our rate quote system on ArchMI and you pull a rate quote, it's then going to give you the opportunity to say, try RateStar Buy Down. And when you go to that, you're going to get a rate quote. So here's your monthly rate quote on this particular loan. Off to the side here, you can try the RateStar Buy Down, and you can put in any amount you want in there. That can be $300, it can be $1,000, it can be $2,000. And what it's going to do is it's going to show you, instead of $66.77 a month, it's going to take this borrower's monthly MI to $46.67 a month. Yes? Exactly. Right. And I really feel for you guys because I talk to loan officers all day. I am amazed at how many borrowers will leave you for $25. It's ridiculous. Right. Exactly. Or if you're at a 46 back ratio and you know the MI is going to come down a little bit, or that payment's going to, you know, to sell that loan, you can get it to 45, whatever you need to do. But we see a lot of it in that, you know, when you're trying to get that loan to be conforming at 50%.
This is a great thing to do at the pre-approval stage, as you're pre-approving as well. So because that's when you're pricing, and this is amazing.
This is if you have a local meeting and you want our ArchMI rep to come in and really dig into this and kind of show you guys how to do buy downs, you know, contact your local ArchMI rep. We're happy to come in and do this. We do it all the time. Or if you want, we can actually get into it on a Kickstarter meeting.
Okay.
I can do a demo, and kind
That'd
of
be
give you
great.
some examples.
We're taking you up on that already.
Happy to do that, yeah.
Yeah, it's
All
on a
right.
list. You can manually change the MI quote in Melon.
Well, and the interesting thing is with rate start buy down, if you actually, and I didn't finish my thought, but you can actually put in the exact amount you want, or you can take that slider and slide it and just see where it's gonna, what it's gonna do. So there's a couple of options you can do for that. But then once you apply that buy down, it's gonna give you a rate quote number. You're gonna put that rate quote number into the system, and when your underwriter orders MI, they're going to put that rate quote number into the system, and they're going to make sure the certificate is going to match what your buy down says. So it's all automated. It works. We've been doing this for years. It's a great product. Yes, Rosella. Anyone can pay for it.
So,
you can
yeah.
pay for it. The seller can pay for it. The buyer can pay for it. Doesn't matter. Is there another question?
Any other questions on this?
Down the back there?
Hang on. I'm definitely getting my steps in today.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Okay, you mentioned we can do this on a pre-approval. When we quote a rate on a quotation on the pre-approval, how do we know, how often do you change your quotes? In other words, will this quotation be good in February or in March? Because sometimes it takes
We have a
time.
90-day promise on our rate quotes. So if you order a rate quote and get that rate quote number, that's good for 90 days with our HMI.
That's, guys, that's gold right there. I didn't know that. I just go through and I just take that and run with it. I never hit the rate quote number, just to know to hit that rate quote number and put it in
You
your
want to get that
file.
rate quote because then it's in our system. Because then when your underwriter orders the MI, if for some chance we did have a price change, we're going to go back to that rate quote that you ordered, and we're going to use that rate quote.
Yes, so saying with rates going up, every dollar counts.
Exactly.
And that's true. And guys, I mean, at the end of the day, if your borrower hasn't bought in 90 days, it's like anything else. The rate you pre-approve them at isn't going to be the same.
Right. Lisa, we have a question up front here, I think. No, it's not. No, because this is actually a monthly.
Just for the Zoom people,
Yeah.
the question was, is the upfront premium portion refundable if the loan gets paid off before that
No,
gets
it's
used up?
I have a better question.
Yeah.
Is the upfront cost deductible as part of their home buying expenses?
And what I have to tell you there is to
check with your accountant.
Check with your accountant.
But
yeah.
that's a better question, don't you think?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
More questions? If you make me run across the room, guys, it better be good.
Any other general PMI questions or anything I can help you guys with? I'm happy to answer anything. Yes, Rosella. Rate Star is specific only to our HMI. Yeah. Rate Star buy down.
Are they doing? Do they have any tricks that we don't know?
Well, they use Rate Star buy down. I mean, we are doing in the Boston market where I am. We're doing a ton of realtor lunch and learns. So take advantage of that. Other than that, I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
Just knowing this is here, when we get those competitive rate quotes in and the MI is lower than what our MI is populating at, this is going to come back to you, and you're going to be like, oh, I know how they're doing that, because somewhere there is a buy down built into the cost.
And, this gentleman up here mentioned, how he he went from 4 to 12 million. I will tell you, I do answer my phones when you work. I work when you work. Nights and weekends are fine, as long as I'm not 3 IPAs into it. I will answer the phone. So,
although he is fun when that happens, right?
Yeah.
We found that out.
So just give me a call.
We do have a question for you over here.
So Lou, on the lunch and learns, I can't imagine what the agents really want to know about MI. That's kind of our.
Well, and it doesn't need to be specifically about MI.
What do you discuss in these?
We talk about how MI works. we do some pricing comparison, we do some examples of pricing, because that's really an aha moment for realtors. You know, I used to get, I belong to a lot of the realtor associations, and I sponsor some CE classes and go in and talk about MI. They throw fruit at me at the beginning, but then I kind of show them, you know, I price some loans in MI, and you saw this, I think that one that I showed you that was $66 a month, that was like a $600,000 loan amount on that particular loan. MI is cheap now, so we're trying to just get that across to them. And we talk to them about how MI works. And one of the things we talk to realtors about, and, you know, talk about competition, what they're using, so many people are doing 19% down loans now, and who knows why. The pricing is good, the rate is better, right? Fannie and Freddie know that they're sharing the risk with RTMI, so they're gonna
Before I give David this for a minute, that's where I would be going with this. This is sharing the risk. This is what's gonna allow the lender to look at this loan and say, yeah, we're gonna do this all day long.
But one of the things we do try to tell realtors is, you know, my borrower had 20% down, why are you telling me to do a 19.5% down loan? And then we explain that to them and we show them the charts and how that works. David, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I've been, a lot of clients, we're starting to see 10% down more and more in kind of the higher price points, and they're loving that. So explaining MI, I've been doing a lot of education to the real estate agents, and when I tell them on a $900,000 purchase, your MI is $87 or $100, they're like, that's a seamless order of Thai food, right? Like in New York City.
Especially if you're on the East Coast or the West Coast where properties are so expensive. Who can afford 20% down, right?
But the one thing I think would be great also is if you live in an area that does condos and things like that, talking about how MI can, you know, affect your approvals.
Right.
So that's something for your lunch and learns. Like, I'm just curious for you all, what's the condo kind of overlay that you might have?
So we do show them the chart that, you know, if it's a condo with less than 80% down, they do get a break on the LLPAs are capped. We show them that.
But there's no additional.
No, the Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have decided what our master policies look like, and under that master policy, the lender is responsible for determining condo eligibility.
So you go by what the lender said.
Right. Now, if there's something in that file that makes us question whether or not that condo is warrantable or not, we're going to question the lender, but it's up to the lender to determine condo warrantability. And of course, you know, as we know, 4 units or less, there are no warrantability guidelines. Realtors don't understand this. We talk about that all the time. Excuse me?
Limited review.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
More questions, you guys?
I know I'm getting hangry too, so go ahead.
No. Yeah.
No, you don't. Okay, hey, this is a great question. I want everyone to hear this. He just said, why would you do 19.5% and not 15%? They have to carry the MI anyway for 2 years. They don't. That's a mistaken fact. You do not need to keep MI for any certain length of period of time. If you're basing it on the original value of the property, you can drop that MI anytime. As soon as that loan amortizes to 78%, the MI is going to drop off that. The only time you need to keep it for 2 years or 3 years, the seasoning requirement, if you're basing the new LTV on future value, i.e., I bought this house, now properties have appreciated, I feel like I'm at 80%. I'm so glad you brought that up. That was a great point. So that's the only time there's a seasoning requirement. If your borrower buys a house with 19% down and say they make a large principal payment and they're at 80, they can go to their servicer and apply to have that dropped. It's automatic at 78. At 80%, they can apply to have it dropped.
Right. So you can request it at 80.
Mm-hmm.
It's automatic at 78 as long as you're current. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Hello.
All right. Anything else, guys?
All right, you guys. So Lou is sponsoring lunch for us, so say thank you to him. If I could ask, please, we need those charity forms because we have to get those picked before the end. And thank you, Lou. And lunch is, if it's not here, it's being set up now. Thank you again. Thank you again. You guys get up, walk around, hang out. It's up to you what you do, but there is food there. In the back, hang on, Cindy's probably doing lunch. Or give it to Kim. We need somewhere for the forms. Got it. Jonathan, would you do me a favor, go out and try to grab people, herd them back this way? It's not on. Great idea. Good idea. Thank you.
Even just take the microphone and have everyone pass it.
Yeah, I love that, Jim. That's awesome. All right, you guys, come on, let's filter back. Where's Ted? This core sales test first. Core sales test. So, Jim O'Brien just gave me a really good idea, which is like why this thing is so awesome, is that we get to hear really good ideas from everyone. And he thought it would be a great idea for people to just say who they are, where they're from, and, you know, introduce yourself. So real quick, we're going to pass this mic around. Would you give it to start with John Whitney? Sure. Right there.
Hi, John Whitney. I'm out of the Shelton branch, right up the street. Been in the business since 1989. Seen a few things. And looking forward to take advantage of some of the ideas today. This is really an awesome event. Thank you.
Jim O'Brien. I'm also in the Shelton office. Been in this business forever.
Jane Bolton, also Shelton. I've been in the business too long.
Ryan Gilbert, out of the Manhattan office. Been in the business since 2011. Also been in the National Guard, Army for 2008. So that's always fun. But I actually drew it right over there, so I was like, oh, I know where this place is. But yeah, love it.
Harrison, also out of the Manhattan office, and I've been at Loan Depot for about 3 years now.
Hi, everyone. My name is David Rodriguez. I'm in the Manhattan office. Everyone asks me about my skincare routine, so what I like to do is wake up and use an eye cream. Just kidding.
That's a hard follow. Kim Marks, I'm out of the Glastonbury office with Scott, and I have to say it's really nice seeing some colleagues that I work with, John and Jimmy O'Brien 25 years ago. So that shows there's still some good people around.
Hi guys, Scott Kibbe, branch manager of the Glastonbury, Connecticut office. I've been in the industry since 2002, I believe, and with Loan Depot and Mortgage Master for 12 years.
Mike Curran, Morristown, New Jersey. In the business 35 years. Loan Depot 1 year. Love it here.
Steve Balby, Montgomeryville, Pennsylvania branch. I've been with Loan Depot since February 28th, and in the business for about 15 years.
Hey, I'm Kirsty Holmes. I'm in Montgomeryville with Steve. We started on the same day, so.
Kriss Goffman. I'm in the Ambler branch, fortunate to be with Ted, and I just celebrated my 1 year anniversary period as a loan officer, so newbie.
Yeah, right. Bruce Polarzek, I'm also in the Ambler branch with Ted and these guys. I've been with Loan Depot a year and a half and been in the mortgage business a year and a half. So.
Hi, everyone. My name's Jackson Robert. I'm in the Garden City office. I've been with Loan Depot for 3 years.
Hi, I'm in the wrong meeting. I thought this was the hair restoration seminar. I'm Scott Anderson in the Morristown branch. Been in the business 33 years and been with Loan Depot since August.
Mike Moreland, been in the business 25 years and coming up on my 3rd anniversary here.
Susan Aguilar, in the Manhattan office. I've been in the business for over 16 years, with Loan Depot 2 years.
Mark Nathan, New York City office, industry for 20 years, hoping to get paroled soon.
Hi, Panos Kelaitis. I've been with Loan Depot for a year, in the business for about 30 years.
Vinny Vecchio, Dobbs Ferry branch manager. Been with Loan Depot for 4 years. Been in the business over 20 years. made the best decision of my life coming to this company.
Dave Harrington, the area manager in New England underneath Mark, and been with the company for 13 years, all of which I believe have been spent with Rosella, Jamie, and Lisa. So kudos to me.
Mark McGowan, regional manager. Been in the business for about 35 years. Enjoyed every year of it. Maybe not so much this year, but you know, we're close to a new year. While I have the mic, I wanted to call out Lisa and say thank you to you and to your Kickstarter group. You know, I've purposely, yeah, everybody stand up and give her a standing ovation. You know, I've stayed out of the whole Kickstarter thing because I didn't want to ruin it, and I think I made the right decision. You guys have done a great job, and I mean, Lisa, you and the lady sitting in the front row there, Rosella, Jamie, all of you who are involved in making that happen every morning. You know, I'm grateful because it helps all of you guys, which helps me, and I think that, you know, this is kind of the culmination. It's great to see everybody here, you know, trying to up your game in a market that we haven't seen before. So thank you. And I also wanted to say happy birthday to Dave Harrington, who turned 50 yesterday. And happy birthday, Dave.
I'm Jessica Ossie. I'm from the Morristown branch, and I've been in the business since '96, and I'll be here a year in January. So great decision on my part.
Good morning, Dean Curtis, and from Westchester County, Rye office, sort of, not anymore, but White Plains. Business 26 years, 6.5 years at Loan Depot. Good times.
I'm Deborah. I'm with the Shelton branch with Lisa. I love you, Lisa. I've been a processor for 5 years before I became a loan officer for about 4 years, and my 30-year anniversary with Loan Depot will be in February, coming up. Hi there. I was glad to hear somebody else say Home Depot. I get that a lot. I'm Tori Garrison. I'm with Team Ted Lawler. I've been with Home Depot for a month. And it's been incredible. So thank you all for having me. It's awesome. Came from a terrible place, so it's been good.
Jen Brennan with Morristown here with Phil Iosa, the fearless leader. I've been in the business 16 years and at Loan Depot 4 years, and I had 1 foot out the door for the business, and he dragged me back in, and I'm grateful because I'm really, really happy here. Oh, do you want to?
Phil Iosa, been here 10 years. Honestly, guys, I love markets like this. It just weaves out the week. I love kicking the shit out of it every single day. And to continue, that's it, team. Let's go. New Jersey, by the way. Almost Florida.
Okay. Ira Bodenstein. I've been with Loan Depot, finishing my 4th year. Been in this business too long. I stopped counting after 30 years. That's all I'll admit to. I'm at the Sparta office, which is closing, so we're going to move in with Phil in Morristown. So nice to see everybody in person.
I'm Mike Kaspari. I've been in the business for about 10 years. Been with Loan Depot for about 2, out of the Garden City, New York branch.
Hello, John Cucci, also representing the Garden City office. Been in the business since 1987, and I started the business when I was 15. Been with Loan Depot about 7 years now. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lisa and Jamie, and all the rest, Rosella too. Thanks.
Hey guys, Anthony Monti. I'm with Garden City also. I've been in the mortgage business now almost just about 20 years, and Loan Depot 8 years. And thank you for a great meeting, you know, all of you. Okay. Cameron Rastigar, Garden City office, been in the business since 1989. This is the fourth downturn in my life cycle.
Melissa Catino, Norwell, Massachusetts office. I've been in the business since 2017. I've been with Loan Depot for about 8 months now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jen Oldfield. I'm out of the Plymouth office working under the amazing Cindy Gordon, who's not here today. I've been originating for 29 years. I've actually been in the business longer than that, but I don't like to admit that either. But absolutely love it here at Loan Depot. I've been here since March of 2021.
Hi, everybody. Taylor Stefano. I'm also in the Plymouth branch on Cindy Gordon's team. I've been in the industry for a little over a year, and I have to say, if it wasn't for the Kickstarter group, I don't know where I'd be, because you guys keep me going and wanting to stay in this industry and succeed. So thank you.
Good afternoon, Don Callwood. I'm with the Paramus, New Jersey office under Ryan Delia. Been in the business for 20 years. Started when I was 10 years old, so. And I've been with Loan Depot, it'll be 3 years in May.
I'm Midge Vanderlinde. I'm with the Morristown, New Jersey branch. I've been in the business for 30 years, maybe a little more. I did most of my time at Wells Fargo, so I've been here since 2017, and I wish I had listened to Phil Iosa 10 years ago when he tried to get me over here, because it is night and day compared to the big banks, and I love this organization and its people.
Corinne Wallace. I'm also with the Morristown branch. This past summer marked my 20th year in the business. I've been in with Loan Depot now for about a year and a half, and it is absolutely true. I came from GRA, and Phil promised me that everything he promised me, it would be true, and I would say it's absolutely true and some. It's the best company I've ever worked for.
Jonathan Kosow, branch manager in Manhattan, and just turned 6 months at Loan Depot. Awesome to see everyone in person in the business with their.
Hi, Scott Hazard from Jamestown, Rhode Island. I've been in the business 24 years and 7.5 at Loan Depot. Love it here.
Jamie Tyndall with the Greenwich, Connecticut office. I've been in the business for 20 years, and I started with Mortgage Master Loan Depot. 6. Diablo. Why would I go by?
So, my name is Lisa Moriello, and I'm very happy that you all came today. Moriello, I have to be slightly different. I can't be 100% her. No, my name's Rosella. I'm Campion. I've been in the business 27 years. I've been with Loan Depot 16, and I love everybody here, and I'm so happy that you did this, Lisa. It makes a huge, huge difference to us, and you do kick our butts every morning, so thank you.
I'm Ashley Colabello. I work under Rosella in the South End, Boston. I've been in the business for 8 years, and with Rosella and Kriss for almost 2 next month.
I'm Kriss Leach. Again, I work in the Boston office. Been in the industry for about 10.5 years, and with Rosella that whole time.
I'm Eric Heinrich. I've been in the business for 27 years. 15 with Loan Depot, Mortgage Master. Rosella and I came over from Summit. What was it, 18 years or something like that in total? Yeah. So I can't think of another company that is better in this industry. This company is good. These people here are good, and that's really selling it short. Also, the few people here, my rough calculation is close to 1,000 years of mortgage banking experience in this room. So what a resource. Thank you, Lisa, for everything that you've done for all of us.
Steve Johnson in the back. We missed anybody else? Come on up and just tell us who you are. And Ted, you can give your
Who are you? Who are you? No, that one's not on.
My mic's not on?
Now it is.
My mic's not on, okay. Where am I at?
Who are you? Who are you?
Oh! I'm Ted Lawler. I'm lucky enough to be the producing area manager for Ambler and Montgomeryville. I had the option of coming here. My first day was October 3rd of 2019. It's funny, you know, with this year, getting recruited is heavy, right? And boy, the timing of sometimes of what they say about us and about what they have or don't have is interesting. I actually had a recruit from a competing.
Just about you.
Oh, that's it.
Thank you, man. Kim?
My name's Kim Barrett. I am Lisa Moriello's assistant, or her brain, or the person who tells her to go use the bathroom. And I've been here for 2 months, even though, as people have told me, it feels like I've been here for years.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, outstanding. So I waited a year to hire Kim. Kim was at the bank formerly known as People's United. That took a year to turn over to M&T. I waited a year. Fun fact, my husband, her father, and her mother went to high school together. So, seriously. So, okay, and I'm Lisa Moriello. I've been in the business since 1986. I did 17 years as a broker. That was fun. And then I went to Mortgage Master, and I've been here ever since January of 2009. I don't plan on going anywhere else. So, prisons, yes, it is a life sentence, just saying. No. All right, guys, we're gonna run through this really quick. Come on, Ted. Ted's gonna, 10 minutes we have. So, you have a test in your book. I am gonna preface this. I take this test minimally twice a year, sometimes more than that, depending on my coach. I fail it every time. I'm here. You should probably find a new job, okay? The test is in your book. The point of the test is that there's no gray area in this. You are either averaging $3 million a month or not. You are either seeing 12 people face-to-face, it's actually 15 now face-to-face every week, or you are not, okay? 11 isn't 15, and that's how they look at it. And that's why when we're honest with ourselves about what we're doing, guys, the point of this test is not to make you feel bad. It's to give you a place to start to improve. If you can improve one thing, and for me, I got to tell you, like, my coach was like, you're overthinking this. Just put the damn Blue Beast. My Blue Beast is my core book. Just put the damn book on your desk and you could circle a yes. I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess I could do that one. Do the easy stuff first. Rosella tells us that every time. Just do the, oh, yeah, you tell us do the hard stuff first. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but go down this list. Seriously, be honest with yourself. And then pick one thing that you can improve. Jim, John, are we all looking for new jobs? That's how so I'm pretty sure we are. You got one, exactly. Like I said, this is like a big aha moment, okay? This is what a professional salesperson does. It's a job, okay? If you are working in a school and you were a teacher or a principal, you just can't go behind your desk and sit there all day without anything to do, right? Hopefully not. Okay, you have a schedule of things to do. This is your schedule of things to do. If you do everything on this list, there's no reason why you can't make $1 million. Does that help? Okay. If you do everything on this list, guys, there's no reason why your W-2 at the end of next year won't say $1 million. Because if you do everything on this list, I got to tell you what, there's less than 5% of loan officers in America doing everything on this list. If you do 80% of what's on this list, you still may make $1 million, okay? It's all about the numbers. It's all about the math. We're going to get to that. But you don't have to do this now. But when you do this, please be honest with yourself. You want to throw anything in on this?
So, has anybody else been professionally coached or trained in sales? Okay, so Core and Sandler, right? They kind of go hand.
Southwest.
Southwest, right? So just quick, Joel. So when I got recruited into this, I was in behavioral science, so I used to be a shrink, and so the idea of going from behavioral healthcare in a corporate setting, where you don't look for crazy, it finds you, right? You know what I mean? And for me to actually conceive how to go to straight commissions was hard. It didn't compute. I went to school, I went to grad school. It didn't mean anything to me. But we had 1.5 kids, and we had to figure this out. So when I went to train, they said, you do these many calls, these many dials, these many meetings, and this and this and this. And I said, is that it? And the coach started laughing, and he goes, yeah, that's it. I'm like, so I just have to do 120 calls, 60 contacts, bing, bing, bing. And he's like, and I'm like, and then what happens? He's like, well, then you're going to be better than everybody else. And as long as I got me out of the way, my entire world changed. And I stopped thinking. I just started doing, and then I started thinking. So like what Rosella said it's a theory called eat the frog, right? If you're going to have to eat a frog, you eat the first one in the morning. If there's 2 frogs, you eat the bigger one. Like just get the stuff out of the way. But if you get your numbers out of the way, then you can work on the reactions of what those are going to be. Without the dials and without the outbounds, we're spinning.
Right. So, and part of the problem is not having a big enough why. And we talked a little bit about this at dinner. Where's my dinner guys? We were talking about this. It's a matter of, if you asked me 2 years ago what my whys were to get my kids' college loans paid off, because I told them if they finished, I'd pay. If they didn't finish, it was on them. So that was my big why, and that was probably over $200,000 worth of school debt for the 2 of them, which I think I got off cheap. So that being said, that was my big why. So fast forward to this year, what's my new big why? Okay, and there are 2 pieces to this. You have to allow yourself to think bigger than you've been thinking. You have to allow yourself to think bigger than you've been thinking. I came from a company that I was at for 17 years. I worked for someone who told me I would never make more than $300,000, that I shouldn't even bother trying. And that was another woman. Yeah, absolutely. We'll run into her. I'm sure we will. So I promised myself 2 things. One, I promised myself I wasn't going to let that be my ceiling. But I also promised myself that if I got the opportunity to manage people, I was never going to set a ceiling for them, period. I was never going to set a ceiling for them. So this is your opportunity. Think stupid big, okay? Stupid big. I had on my stuff, I had a beach house. That, for me, my part 2 of that conversation was, not only do you have to think big, but you have to allow yourself to understand that you deserve it. And sometimes, and it's our past catching up with us, and I'll let the shrink handle that part. But
sure, I get the bad stuff. Right?
No, but seriously, we sometimes don't allow ourselves to believe that we deserve this. Guys, I'm going to tell you, you all deserve it. Okay, you all deserve it. Just write it down. Okay, laminate it and stick it on your desk. Where do you want to go on vacation? Okay, what are your big things? Okay, I got that beach house this year, August. I bought my beach house. Okay, it's like insane. I never thought I would be there. So allow yourself to be big. Allow yourself to think big. You deserve big. Okay, but it's not big if it's all in your head. When you write stuff down, it is far more likely to be something you accomplish and aspire to than if it's just stuck in your head. What did it say? What more?
McDonald, PA. My test results indicated they are hiring at both Wawas down the street.
So, quick note, Maura McDonald just got accepted into level 3 core coaching, which is a big accomplishment. Okay, so guys, please use this form and think, like, somebody tell me a stupid big thing. I got to tell you something. Not just when you write it down, Ryan, I'm going to pick on you in a minute, so you better think stupid big, okay? Stupid big. There you go. There you go. So we just did this, you guys. We just did this. Thank you, Rosella. That's really powerful because we just did this when we looked at our numbers. How many credit pulls? How many applications? How many credit pulls to app? How many fundings? How many credit pulls to funding? Okay, those are the numbers that Rosella is talking about. What's your average loan size? What's your average commission? Ryan, what's stupid big for you? Think of a stupid big thing. Yep. For me, it's a Tesla X Plaid matte black. That's not your, that's, you can try, my friend. We did tell you that this is recorded, right? And she'll be getting a copy. No, I'm kidding, go ahead. A Florida beach house. You gotta put it down, my friend. Write it down. To get that Florida beach house. Chunks. So we only have 10 minutes, you guys, really, and we're going to be, now we have, okay, we're going to go real fast through this. So Ted, can you, oh yeah, the panels. Can you speak to deserving it, the deserving it part? I mean, how many of us are caught up by that notion, you know, that we don't allow ourselves to believe in that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a tail chasing mentality sometimes. You know, when you know, there's other people that you look at from what they do. Is it, you know, from what I used to do in my career as a therapist to what I do now, was I more valuable to society, to that community then? For me, the early success, I was guilt-ridden and quiet about it and embarrassed. Until I aligned the idea of putting people in homes, and then more importantly, during the first recession that I experienced, keeping people in their homes and becoming a true debt consultant and what that looked like, and did more conversations with no applications than I can remember. And it was probably one of the most enjoyable periods of my career because it allowed me to come back to help counsel. Mm-hmm. And since then, I've stayed there. But I have crossed over to absolutely whatever I earn, I deserved it.
Right.
Because the sweat equity that I put in.
Right.
And when my numbers don't come in, regardless of market conditions, here's the shitty part. I deserve that 100% as well. You own it. The numbers that I have this year are exactly the numbers that I had last year because I'm the one that caused them. So this isn't a great time for me, but it is the cycle that I need to roll back up on the top of the mountain.
That's it. Guys, this form is on you. I can't make you do it. All I can tell you is that its impact on how you approach your business every day is powerful. When you have this written out, like where do you want to go? How much money do you have in the bank? I mean, really sit down, guys. It's very impactful. The next form that we're going to go through with you is my 1-year business plan. Now, all of these forms are in your book, and in fact, in addition, there's some additional fun forms that are just kind of fun to go through and understand. But in order to go where you need to go next year, you need to know where you're starting. All of this information is available to you. You guys get it all the time. It's on Tableau. And again, you want to go through your numbers again, you reach out to your branch manager. If you need help, you can reach out to me. I'll help too. Because if you sit down and you look at it and like, hey, what's my biggest current weakness? Somebody has to find me to do a video. If I'm not getting fined, I'm probably not doing a video. Seriously, that's my biggest weakness. Like that's the biggest thing. The story was last night, my coach finally threatened me and she said, how much will it cost? How much of a fine will hurt you? You have to do video. And I'm like, well, I think like $2,500 would hurt me pretty bad if I got fined that. And she said, that's great, because now it's $5,000 if you don't do a video. I did, I did the video, kicking and screaming, but I did that video because it hurt to do it. So you've got to do this. You've got to know where your numbers are. You've got to know what your biggest weakness is. And your weakness is, okay, guys, team up with somebody. Like, if I have a social media question, I call Jamie or Taylor, okay? And seriously, I'm like looking at all their stuff going, okay, I need to know how to do that. But there are so many people in this room that are available to help you to do whatever you need to do. And you're going to see today, Jonathan's getting up. He's going to talk about what he and David do. David's going to get up and present for us. And you're going to have some branch managers up here, which we're going to do next. But this plan, okay, this plan, you've got to do it. You've got to do something. If you don't like this one, guys, CORE allows me to share this with you. Why? Because they know less than 1% of loan officers will do it. You know, less than 1% of loan officers in our industry will do this. What's, Mark, do you know what the average, Mark? Do you know what the average loan officer salary is? Yeah, I looked this up. Not salary, the average loan officer's income. Less. Yep. Yep, across the country. Think about that, guys. Think about that for a minute. Look around, and you want to take a minute, tap yourselves on, pat yourselves on the back, okay? Pat yourself on the back. But look at this room. When Eric said there's 1,000 years worth of history, okay, there's easily $100 million in income here, easily in this room. That's and I'm like half counting. So there's an insane amount of people that you can rely on and go to and get help from. So that's all I got on business planning. Any questions? Anybody want to throw something in? No? Yes? I'm just telling, just do it. Please do it. We don't have time to go through it today. They make us sit at CORE and do this, and literally with 600 people in a room, okay? And then you have to talk to people about it. It's really not fun. So, but it's impactful. And when you start to tell, turn around to the person next to you and tell them what one of your really big goals that you've never admitted to someone else is. You got to do it. Can I get my panel up here while we're doing that? Literally, Phil, tell Jen one of your biggest goals. Come on. That's what, oh yeah, no. Work related. Work related. All right, guys, we're going to call our panel up here. This is a panel of not just, yeah, you're on it. You're on it. Yep. Look, isn't it good? No, you're good. We have handhelds. You're on it. Come on, Dean. Guys, building out a day like this is really hard. And, we got through our whole agenda and we're like, oh, crap, we missed a spot. So I am grateful to these people who have agreed to come up here and listen to questions. I get to ask the first question, and then you guys can all answer it. And then we're going to take questions from you guys. Yeah, Phil, you're up here too. Thank you. All right. Okay, so we have a lot of new people to the industry.
I get it.
We have a lot of new people to the company. I'll start it off. I'll do mine, and then you guys. If you could go back to when you started, what would be the one thing you wish somebody would have told you to do? Wait, because what I was going to say is not buy suits with padded shoulders. So, because that never ends well for women ever. But for me, it would be save money. So let's start with Jonathan.
Yeah, I would say.
He's got a mic. He mic'd?
I think for sure, because we all go through ups and downs, and if anyone has been in the business for less than 10 years, you've never seen rates this high. I mean, think about that for a moment. When I got into the business, the rates were much higher. They weren't 18%.
Mine was 13.
But I wish I had saved money during some of those refi booms, or at least been better at it, because we've seen a lot of them. And if you don't save your money, we don't know when that next one's going to come.
Right. What do you wish someone told you that you did, like that you did when you first started out?
Would value myself. Coming in 1908, I was told this is what your income is, this is what your territory is, this is.
Here's your business cards, have at it.
Have at it, and like, you didn't say, well, what about this? No, like Rosella and the Christian Dior story. So, to think, I always was thinking big, but to think bigger and to value myself more highly, that sort of goes back to the negotiation of anything. Things are negotiable.
When I got in the business, I had no one helping me, no one mentoring me. It was an extremely competitive office. No one would help you, no one would guide you, no one would help you with a question on a loan. And I wish I had had this. I wish I had had people to go to and say, so I am a nerd, and I just read every guideline I could possibly get my hands on, and then just started fighting for my clients. But what I wish I had known enough to get a coach much sooner, and I wish I hadn't wasted as much time with my coach of not doing what my coach was telling me to do. So when we, every single time we talk, we all say the same things over and over and over. Sometimes it's slightly different, sometimes it's slightly skewed this way, sometimes it's more of this, but it's always the same thing. Get out there and do it, and don't be afraid, and ask for help. So, the best thing about here is that we have this community, and you have people to go to help. If anybody calls me, I call them back. Dean calls me back. Everybody calls me back. But it's
that's because you're Rosella.
Oh, God
Just
help!
saying.
God help the world. That's what my husband says. But reach out. Don't let anyone put a ceiling above you. You, if anything, get yourself a ladder and just keep climbing.
Does this work?
Yep.
Okay. It's a great question, and I probably have a list of things I wish I would have done differently. But that's part of the evolution of just growing in general. But I think what I did not do at all for years, really an experience and pay attention to the client, connect with the client post closing more than just a holiday card once a year.
I love that.
Last 5-6 years, I would say I'm so much better at it, but then my numbers reflect my past client referral percentage of business used to be 0 to like 1%. I'd get lucky. I would send out this magnet calendar once a year, and I would get like 5-6 leads a month of January. I'm like, good, it worked. I did nothing else every year for 20 years. Now I get probably 25 to 35% of my business from client referrals. And that's, and I wish I would have, if I would have done that from the beginning and listened to some people who told me, but we didn't have CRMs back then.
Right.
I had an Excel spreadsheet, I had a legal pad. But if the compounding effect of that if I would have done it even 10 years ago, would make everything would be so much, the numbers would be better. So for me, the client experience, paying attention to it, staying in touch with them after is something
very powerful. Bill.
Out of the gate. Push somebody out of the gate. Every single little bit of it. And don't take all your friends with you. But the reality of it is, again, starting in 97, 98, the beauty of it is nobody tells you that, you get that big paycheck and you're like, holy cow, let me go buy something. And they don't tell you that these markets happen every 4 or 5 years.
Right.
And it's habitual. Habitual is just, it's over and over. Like, you're going to have your ups and downs. The beauty of being in markets like this is like when somebody I wish, my earlier me told me as well, is like, one day into this is another day closer to being into another boom. They come, guys, but if you can weather this storm, this is like, looking at sunshine and palm trees all day long. You got to manage your business. You're going to have good days and bad days. Just manage the bad days as if they were good.
I love that. Who's got questions? Come on, you guys. This is an opportunity to put us all on the spot. Except for Mark McGowan. He's not allowed to ask a question. Wait, hang on.
Oh, my God, that's,
Nope, we can't do that, we're being recorded.
I,
Go ahead. Hang on, go ahead.
I went to church, did a couple of novenas, and a couple of.
I'd love to hear the Miami story too, maybe offline. But,
Yeah.
who do you guys use for coach? Because I want to hire a coach for next year.
So we've.
And I've been looking at Todd Duncan. I've been looking at mortgage
I'm
coach.
gonna
a few
let everybody
different
talk
things.
about their coaches. We've put a list of coaching resources in the back of your book, so there are some there, but there are so many that what works for Rosella is not going to work for me.
Right.
So what I really recommend is that you dig deep into whichever coaching company you choose and decide what you need. So I'm coached with the Core. I've just finished my 5th year. I've doubled my income with them twice, but it's not for the faint of heart, okay? It is tough, it is homework, it is brutal, but it's what I need, and that's what works for me. Okay.
That group would not be,
It's not his group
that's
today,
not what
so
it,
he's
but
still
I'm looking.
So I'm not coached right now. The best coach I ever had was not in the mortgage business. She is a friend who at the time was the chief marketing officer for Under Armour. And she coached me on the side, and we met weekly. And the goals were basically the reward or failure was you either got a cinnamon candy, an Almond Joy, or a Snickers. So every time we met, it was like, where are you? And he coached a lot of really heavy hitters and took me on. And the fear of having to get a damn cinnamon candy was like a no-go, or that Almond Joy or whatever the hell it was. I think that she's open to taking me back on again.
That's great.
And she's now working, at another large firm. But so I prefer to have the experience of someone who is not in the industry. Like I said, Under Armour totally, and it just happens to be someone I know who helps me because for me, like the Core and this call doesn't work for me. But her style, give me 3 treats like a dog. Some is what? Say again?
So the question
mortgage
is,
specific?
why don't the mortgage-specific coaching companies work for Jamie?
I feel that some are still in like 1980, 1990. And even if we're evolving back there, I feel that when people are talking experiences of their real lives and real life marketing and success in life skills and business skills, I may be able to garner more from that from a business skill than by told to call 50 people a day or 70. That's just me. And that's also how my client base works. And if I, like my realtors, honestly, if I called them every week on something, I'd be like locked. So they've taught me, and what I do with them is what works for me on a different business skill level and for the people who I work with.
I use Southwestern, and I like them. I have a woman who gets who I am, but if I worked with the Core, I'd leave the business. I don't like someone bossing me around. I don't like someone threatening me. I don't want to be fined for something. I want to, I don't need, I would definitely eat all 3 candies, but, right.
Yeah.
But you're welcome to call me and ask me offline. I'm happy to help. But I wish the first 2 years of having her coach me, I thought I knew better, and I was wrong. So when I finally accepted what she was telling me, like she said, so you're calling people, and I'm like, and they're not calling me back. She said, have you ever thought that maybe what you're saying isn't worth calling back about? So she very gently kind of turns me around and says, okay, look in the mirror, that's not working, change it. And when you do change things, even if it's still true to you, it does work much better. So be very careful and take your time and find the right coach. But it absolutely pays off because we get set in our ridiculous patterns that don't work, and because they're comfortable for us, it doesn't mean that that's where you should stay.
So I actually want to stop because what she said was very, very important. All of us, myself included, those of us that have been coached, we spent too much time thinking that we knew better.
Yep.
And when you do that, you might as well just take a match to the money you're saving.
Yep.
You're spending, because when you are not listening to them, you will find out pretty fast whether a coaching style or a coach is the right one for you. But bottom line, guys, if you're not willing to surrender to what that coach is doing, don't bother, okay? Because I've been in this business since '86, and I'm like Rosella. I went into it thinking, oh no, that's not right. You know, I know better. I know better. Well, nope, I didn't know better, and all I had to do was look at how much money my coaches were making. That's the other thing, guys. What's your motivation? What's your goal? You know, all of that is going to help you determine a coach to choose. Do you guys have any input on the coaching, you or Phil?
Use Southwestern.
Yep.
But, you know, I think that the most unique part about, you know, what we have in the office, like, I don't want to, like, separate it, but I think we hold a lot of us really accountable for each other. Like, I mean, and I mean,
Great
I
point.
mean, as our team, I mean, we sit around and, you know, like, we brainstorm on, you know, like, you know, we brainstorm on how to make it work. Like, what's our next thing? I mean, we have something going on right now. We went around the room and we're like, hey, we have to have a weekly activity, and it's like you're a Bills mom. It's like you hold the newspaper up, and I want to make sure that we're at this event. And before we did all this, we went around every one of our team members and we asked them, you know, what's your favorite cocktail? Who says Camus? Who says Kosow? Who doesn't drink so great? What's your favorite restaurant? And on the 30th of each month, we're going to put, if you don't hold your obligation, that's going to be put in the middle of the room. And on the 30th of the end of each month, you know, we enjoy it, but my thing is, we hold each other accountable, which I think is really important.
And that is something else you can do,
see
guys.
them every day.
You can, that's right, and you have you can build an accountability partner. Where's Steve John? Steve, we did this years ago. Maura, who's on Zoom, we did this years ago. Steve wasn't involved in with coaching, neither was Maura. That we had a couple of other loan officers. We created our own accountability group, and every 2 weeks, we had to fess up what we did and what we didn't do. And so you can absolutely do that here. Dean?
I was just going to add, I think when I came here, I thought I was consistently a good producer and then I saw the business that somebody else was doing, and I was like, wow, there's some heavy hitters on that, you know, especially come over in the early, when I came over at the end of Mortgage Master Days, right in the transition, I was like, wow, everyone does a ton of business. And for me, like, it's not coaching and it's not mentorship, but it's looking up at somebody and accepting there's somebody that does more business than you. They're doing something different, and you could pick brains, and there's a lot of people share, and you could see like what works best for you. Like Jamie said, like calling somebody 50 times a week is not her thing,
for me,
and making videos is not my thing.
Right.
But everyone's got something that works, and then you can see what's somebody else who's doing a lot of business doing. Ask them, you know, find out, especially if they're in your market, and everyone's usually pretty willing to share.
So I'll say one thing. The number of calls that you have to make depends on you.
Right.
So I don't make anywhere near the number of calls, but I get the business. And I get it and I also don't just prospect for new realtors. I pay real attention to my current realtors as well. So if you just keep going after the new shiny object,
Right.
the object you already have is
relationship.
going to feel neglected and move on to someone who is paying attention to them. So it's extremely important to pay attention to what you have and nurture that, as well as going after the new business, because everybody deserves the same attention in the same way. So like when I'm calling my existing realtors, I'm trying to come up with things that will help their business, like scripting, or you know, don't mark the house down 5%, give the seller credit.
Right.
That saved 4 deals for 2 of my realtors. And if you can save deals for them and make yourself important to them, you have to be somebody to their life. But when it comes to coaching, please pay attention to the style of the coach that you go for, because you don't want to spend money to have someone beat you up.
Right.
It works for her. I would be like, I'll beat you up if you do that to me, okay?
Please. I absolutely agree.
Hold on.
Dave Harrington. I am looking for a new, go for it. That's a rough. Go off into a million things. I think we need.
Lisa,
Wait, hang,
Lisa, it's Kim. I have a comment about coaching from Maura in the chat.
yeah.
She said, you need to know what you want out of a coach. Be real. Hold on. Be real. Do you want to be forced to grind, or do you want new scripts or an elegant way of knowing what you want to say? Know what you want before you start researching a coach.
There you go. Let's go back a step, you guys.
Thank you, Maura.
Thank you, Maura. That is a perfect thing because it leads back to that business plan that we just did. What do you want? What do you want? You have to know what you want before you go looking for that coach. Okay? What do you want?
I'm going to say something very poignant.
Go ahead.
I've already reached all of the goals on that, and then it made me think, well, what are you working towards now, Rosella?
That's it.
So I have the beach house, I have the savings, I have the success, I have the family, I have everything that I want in life. Honest and truly, I know I'm a blessed person. I've had lots of problems in my life. I know I'm a blessed person. Now I have to come up with what's the next thing.
Phil and I had that same exact conversation. You guys, this is you got to understand this. Once you hit those goals, you're going to be like, okay, what do I do now?
Mm-hmm.
So, and that what next? Sometimes it gets really hard. So if this is hard, that's okay. It's meant to be hard because you know what? It's hard for us.
Lee, can I take
Yes,
Dave's?
take Dave's
I
question.
want to take yours first. I love, and agree to disagree. I love our transparency with, moving up right above me with you guys. I love our management team. I wouldn't change that. I like where it's at. What I would change is, especially in tough markets like this, I'm going to open up something that might, but I wouldn't, we got to be careful on who we let go. Because a lot of times when you cut into, you guys hear me say this all the time, when you cut fat, that's great. When you cut the muscle, it's going to hurt. And, I think that instead of, I think we just got to be careful where where our cutoff is. And we get pressure from the top, we all do, but we also need to perform, from the ground up. That's what I would change.
And I will say that our underwriting is suffering really bad. Slow turn times, missed things. I totally understand we need to stay in business, but the service that we're getting from underwriting is not what people expect from our company.
And
so
it's sad because
they're trying so hard, and
we
they're
have great
terrified.
underwriters.
They're totally terrified and afraid of losing their job, so they're overdoing every loan and spending more time on it. But that's on every single loan. Every single loan.
Dean.
I'll say something positive.
Yay!
No, I'll say that talking to a lot of recruits and the LOs that we have, there's a lot of tools here. So there's almost too many tools, and it's hard to figure out.
Yeah.
Maybe we use 5 to 10% of the CRM, and we're constantly always asking what we can do. But there really is a way to pivot and make business at so many different angles, depending on which way the market's going. And I'm talking to friends who are at banks who are well, we can't do 203Ks, or we can't do VA renovation, and we don't do reverse, and we can't refer the way we can refer here. So there's so many different tools to make money or generate business here, as opposed to a lot of other places. So I think it's a big positive, especially in a market where things are constantly changing.
Yep, we have everything, guys. And the thing that I would say that I like is when I've gone to management meetings and I've suggested something, 6 months later it actually happens.
Right.
So
don't change that.
Yeah, and I love that. So we were at a management meeting and I said, we have all of the information in the system about where every client is, And now, a year later, we started getting the weekly reports going to everybody.
That's you guys.
I love that. I
Mm-hmm.
absolutely love that. A suggestion that actually makes sense and makes things better and easier for all of us actually do happen. Now, if you could clone Marissa Moore.
Yeah, can you clone Marissa Moore? So I'm gonna just give a real quick, I'm gonna agree with Rosella on the fact that we are heard. And I encourage you as employees of Loan Depot to make sure people are hearing you, whether it's your branch manager and everything else. That I wouldn't change. I think they could be have a little bit more communication about implementing that change. So like, they don't tell you that, hey, we just did what you wanted. It's like, okay. Like, we don't know that these things that we're asking for are being put into place. We're not kept up to date as much as we could. That's my ask for change. To know that they're going there and they're doing it. We see it on the branch manager meetings and on the national meetings, like, what's under flight? Okay, well, what does under flight mean? Does that mean now in 2 weeks, or does that mean in Q2 of next year? So a little bit more communicative about when things are going to happen. That would be my only ask. Amy?
Yeah, my ask would be, that the leadership of the company realize that we're their clients. I think that sometimes that gets missed, and if this entire client base left, anything. So if we're asking for things, we appreciate that there are projects that come ahead of other things. If 100 people are all asking for the same thing, and that's tabled for 1 year or 2 years, that's 100 people out of,
Right.
whatever, that's 10%
Amen.
of your population.
As Maura said, amen, Jamie.
10% of a population that could just say, okay, guys, as a group, let's do something different. So it'd be nice to be thought of as a client, because we're supposed to think of ops as a client, our client as a client, everybody's a client, but who are we then? I think that anytime you're a manager, like, Scott's my client, in that sense. On the plus side, I love, and all of you who are newer would especially know this, is income. That we can change it quarterly.
Yeah.
That you control in terms of how much you make. If you want to lower your cap, raise your cap, figure out something, and that you can work with your managers if you can't figure it out yourself. I'm like, wow, I want to be more aggressive in this for this, or this quarter I'm going to try this. And if it doesn't work, just change back. You're not stuck somewhere. You weren't hired somewhere where you're like, and this is what you're doing. And you're like, ugh.
I love that.
I think that's
point.
I think that's one of the coolest things about this firm.
All right, so my friend, you get the last say. You got anything?
I'm just gonna wait for,
You're going to do your thing. All right, you guys, I'm sorry. I wish we had more time for this, but thank you all, really. Thank you, guys. They've answered everything. Like, just come ask us things, come ask us, and whatever you need, we're here. So, we've got, yeah, you can give it to Kim. Kim will take it. All right, so, next up, we have Jonathan. Oh, nice. That was from yesterday. Oh, very nice. So next up, we have Jonathan, and, I don't have my agenda, so what are you talking about?
teamwork.
Teamwork. Just kidding. All right, go have at it, my friend.
Hi, everybody. I think the most interesting part about Loan Depot is, and every time you post online or you see something online from someone at the company, the hashtag Team Loan Depot actually means a lot. And I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, but I wanted to put this picture up because this is last night's team. And the fact that we're all able to, some of us meet for the first time, and immediately we're like a family, a team. That to me is the most impressive part about the company. So I want to ask a few questions. How many of us have been to a realtor's office in the last 30 days? How many have presented at a realtor's office in the last 30 days? That's a lot. Teamwork is something that is very important to me. When I moved to New York full-time 11 years ago, I really had to reinvent myself. Coming from Boston, and I do have an accent from time to time, so I'll get that out. I think this could be a cotton kid, yes. Yeah. Right. And we used to have those chicken palms, remember? But so teamwork. What is teamwork? So it's the definition is the combined action of a group of people, especially when effective and efficient. So what does that mean? When I came to New York City, I had to completely, like I said, reinvent myself, and it was hard to go into real estate offices. I think it's still hard for a lot of us to go into real estate offices. It's even harder to present in front of a large group of people. What I started doing, and with help with David Rodriguez, is we started going in as a team. Because everyone goes in and they say, I want everyone in this room. Well, no one can get everyone in the room. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One, not everyone's going to like you. Not everyone's going to like me. Everyone gets along with different people. And it's the people you get along with, those are the ones that are going to give you the most business over the years. So no one wants, everyone wants to get everything, but it really, it's very, very hard to do. On one of the Kickstarters a few weeks ago, Justin Perry was saying how he had presented in front of 35 people at Keller Williams, and his biggest challenge was going to be, how am I going to get in touch with all 35? You don't have to. In fact, you probably don't want to. You want to get the 5 that are really going to be able to help you and you can help them. So this is where the teamwork comes in. For us, we go in as a group, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, whatever that team is. You walk in together as a group, and you all of a sudden you feel very strong. You feel very powerful. It's like the most amazing thing. You go in alone, it's like it's very nerve-wracking. It's hard to do that. Also, when you go in as a team, everyone has their own niche. You're going to have someone that's going to be great with jumbo loans, someone with VA, FHA, all the above. So when you go in as a team, you have those experts that can answer all those questions. Also, the real estate community looks at us much differently because now they're all about the team, especially New York. I can't answer for it, but I know in California, we've traveled all over at different Compass events around the country. Everyone has a team. And so now we have our team. So they all of a sudden, we're kind of like now we're more involved with their community, their culture because of our team. And it's looked upon so much differently because, even though we're all compensated individually, as a collective group, we just do so much better. And I think that's the real important thing. And Philip said it, he's like, in his office, he has this community that he's built where everyone helps each other. It's so rare to find that, but that's how I built my career in New York. Without having a large group behind me, there's no way I would have been able to meet as many people and do business with as many people as I had. If you have any issues kind of, meeting people or getting to the right people, look at the folks in your office and team up. Again, it only works if those people aren't going to step on each other's toes. It only works if everyone's going to support each other. It only works if, everyone is out there. So remember that, we were talking earlier about, I think Ryan was saying, he's very quick to get back to someone. When you go to, we have office hours, and I think David's going to talk about this. But when David goes in for office hours, he knows the different realtors who do business with me or with Ryan or whomever it may be. So we're always there to answer questions, not just for our, wallet, but for our teams. Because now all of a sudden, again, we're looked upon very differently than any other mortgage professional out there. So this is kind of why we started this team effort. And we're hoping, and as a recruiting tool, this is how we're able to bring on, to bring on people, is that it is very different. Although I don't think it's so different from this group. I think that everyone really does. The Kickstarter meeting is a perfect example. We all help each other at 9 o'clock in the morning. So that's the thing that I love most about Loan Depot. It truly is hashtag Team Loan Depot. And I probably talked for a few minutes, but what do we do when we go into the offices? You know, we start off with, Mortgage 101. Remember, we're the experts. So the realtors, for the most part, they know nothing about this business, the ins and outs of it. So we start talking about the different nuances, and I use David's term for that. He says nuances a million times, you'll see. And but we talk about all the different nuances, and we just do a big Q&A for Mortgage 101. And that then allows us to figure out what that group really needs. And it's not just about mortgages. David will present, for example, on OneNote to the realtors. Now, all of a sudden, we're offering other services that do differentiate us from everybody else. We talk about, I always ask the question, in this market, what are people doing to fill their days? And it's amazing when we try to answer that question, especially in today's world. And we help them figure out what they're going to do on a daily basis. We take the younger folks in the offices and we train them so that they're better off in the future. Because remember, you train someone who's just getting into the business, they're going to stick with you forever. So again, it's all about the team. We all go in together and we're building not only our individual brands, but the team's brand. And that's kind of what we do. Any questions? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, my thing is that I know most of the managers in the offices, so I'll make the introduction to get us in there, and then we'll all talk, but I try to take a back seat for the most part when it comes to that, because I really want everyone to get that opportunity to teach others. No. Mm-mm. That's it. Yeah. Yeah.
Very powerful. Phil, how much do those MSAs cost us a month? 4 or 5,000 a month, and Jonathan's walking in and doing these relationships without that money on the table. That's
yeah. I mean, there are a lot of MSAs in New York City, and we rarely see those folks in those offices. They're paying all this money, but they're not there.
Yeah, they're not there. I got you. Jamie?
No, I was just going to comment on agreeing with that, but for people who, if they don't know a manager, if you just know a team, you can go to that team leader and say, hey, who's new on your team or whatnot, and like I have realtors trained of, this is new, and then I just say, what do they need? Yeah. And that could be everything, and basically everything is, don't ever answer a mortgage question, but you sit down and have coffee and explain. Don't ever do that. Yeah.
Only because I love like how you roll with it. So what would you say to a new loan officer or a seasoned loan officer? Their business is down. How do you get them to walk into an office and say, hi, I'm here?
With us. And that's what it is. I mean, again, we all go in together. When you are in a room of, 20, 50, 100 people, the newer loan officer or someone whose their business may not be where they want it to be, they're always going to recognize someone in that room. And all of a sudden, they probably haven't spoken to that person in a long time, but because we went in as a team, now they see the connections.
You got it. That was one of the things that impressed me most when I first talked to Jonathan about this, was that his realization that you could have 12 guys walk into that room and the business Jonathan's going to get is not the same business David's going to get. There's plenty of business in there. We should be doing more of this in our MSA. Mark, average is what, 5%? If a loan officer who has an MSA in a large office gets 5% of the business, that's big. So why wouldn't we take a whole team in? Why wouldn't we do that? We should be better about this kind of stuff, you guys. David.
One of my favorite things, and all they're doing is pitching a product, right? So all these other bankers, they just pitch and pitch and pitch. We go in, we're asking questions, we're having a conversation, and there's literally 5, 6, 7, sometimes even more of us just going in and just putting a different perspective. The other thing, when you're presenting, imagine you're sitting in front of 50 real estate agents. You're like, oh my God, they look bored as hell. Well, now I can call on Ryan. I'm like, hey Ryan, remember that deal you did with blah, blah, blah. Or like we can start like using our team. It's like having a wing person. Notice no gender there. Wing person. So like when you're going out to bars and you're dating, it's the same thing. So I really think I present a lot stronger, not by myself, but when I have people next to me. You just have confidence. And we look so different. Nobody even knows what, to be honest, they don't even know what bank we're from. They think that we're just Jonathan and David. We go to the events and they think we're real estate agents because we've been invited to so many.
No, because you dress really nice.
But they really, I love, like we were getting invited to all these exclusive parties, Miami, in New York for holidays. And they'd be like, so which Compass office are you in or whatever? And we're like, we're bankers. And it's hilarious to us because they're like, well, we see you all the time with these people. And the reality is, like, I represent a different demographic, right? Jonathan represents a different demographic. Susan, you represent an amazing, also different demographic. We need more women in mortgage banking. That's a fucking concept. Thank you.
There you go.
Right? Like, and so this is where the team is just, to me, I'm not going to get all the business. Also, I'm not going to present as well. I'm not going to look as sharp. So bring somebody that doesn't look as great as you, and you look hot as hell. Like, it's just a simple concept.
I'm not even quite sure where to go with that.
I don't think I would either, but you look.
I think you said, so basically you called me old.
Yeah.
That's the demographic. I mean.
It's powerful, you guys.
That's fun. Thank you.
It's powerful and so contrary to how loan officers in the past have thought about MSAs, where the MSA is theirs and theirs alone, but yet they are only getting 5% of the business, or even less than 5% of the business. So to go in with a large group of people that you love, know, and trust, and know that they're not going to take a deal from you, they're going to get the deal from the other guy who likes them better anyway. Okay, that guy who's never going to send you a deal anyway. All right, bring in a team. It needs to work more that way. We need to be like, look around you guys. You have people you can trust around you. Figure it out. Figure it out. You want to do David's intro?
I do, but I want to do one thing because
okay.
I want to take a quick picture of all of us.
Yeah.
We haven't done that, so. Oh, wait. Okay.
There you go.
David Rodriguez, everybody.
Yeah.
Well done, team lead. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so happy to meet everyone. I'll be honest, I put all my presentation here, so I kind of cheated. I really just wanted to get up and talk because I like to be the center of attention. I'm David Rodriguez from New York City. And what I wanted to chat today about was breaking down barriers with real estate agents. It's really not that complicated, but apparently it's something that I see a lot of roadblocks with a lot of our loan officers. I wanted to kind of walk through what my experiences were, how I got so deeply embedded in the real estate community, how they think I'm one of them. But it took a lot for me to grow up and face the fact in New York City, let's put it this way, you grew up and like, I remember like a Sex and the City scene where like they were in the elevator with a real estate agent. They're like, the most hated person in New York City is a real estate agent, right? So we always had in my head like, real estate agents suck. Like, I don't want to be with them. And when I started originating, I realized there's no other way to get the numbers, to get the business, the consistency, to pass the cycles, unless you're getting most of your business from real estate agents, right? So I had to break down those barriers and decide, all right, I'm either going to go all in on this or I'm never going to make it, right? And that meant literally becoming one of them. And when you kind of realize you, yourselves, all of us, we're nothing but real estate agents. We try to get clients, right? We have to push our own business. We don't really have bosses that push us around, right? If I want to take off to Mykonos for a week, do they really even know I'm gone? Sorry. But like, you know, like the real estate agent life about creating this like curated kind of look, how everyone thinks like, oh, all you do is just travel and have fun and eat out. Like, that's what everyone thinks I do. Nobody sees the hard hours and all. And so we're very much the same as real estate agents, except they have a huge benefit, which is they're 1099 and we're W-2, right? All right, so quick kind of poll here. I want to know how many of you spend at least 51% of your time outside of your office, if you're a home office. How many of you spend 51% out? Raise your hands. Really? Okay, so I have something really scary. If you're not a manager in here, and thank God Mark's out of here, you're all fired. Because in your contract, it says 51% of the time you have to be outside generating new business. Now, who the hell are you going to generate new business with? Accountants will see you a little bit, financial advisors will see you a little bit, but guess who's always eating and drinking? Real estate agents. It's not that hard. So I was going to actually titling this "How to Gain Weight, Lose Money, and Become a Borderline Diabetic and Alcoholic," but that's not the point of today. So when I think about my life with the real estate agents, there's only one of everything. One life. That means one phone. I have one schedule, so I don't have like, you know, like everything on my personal calendar is on my work calendar. Everything blends together. I have 2 Instagrams, I will admit, but like that's more company forced. I talk to most of my agents or engage with them through Instagram. So like perfect example, a year and a half ago, I knew this one super huge producer real estate agent, and I always commented, we always talked back and forth about cars on Instagram. And then I had a personal trainer at the time, not anymore, but I would go train in the middle of the day, right? And then I saw him, and I was like, hey, Jonathan, it's David from Instagram. He's like, hey, what's up? And then we started talking on Instagram. And then I did the #1 thing that makes me stand out with my real estate agents. I got to be myself, right? And that seems like an easy thing, but I'm a brown gay man in a mortgage banking world in New York City. Not exactly a lot of me. And so I took it upon the gay mafia of the trainers in the gym, and I was like, hey, I want to work with that real estate broker. So they all started talking me up, and I was able to get another better introduction through the trainers, you know, just doing what you do. We ended up having lunch. I got to present. I offered to do a lunch and learn with sushi to his team. So we did that. And we just do event after event, a broker open house. He sent deal after deal after deal. And my favorite thing is when I first met him, he said, none of my deals are mortgage, they're all cash. And I was like, cool, love it, great. How old is your junior, like in your team? And he was like, they're 24, great. Okay, how long have they been in the business? 6 months. Perfect, they don't know what the hell they're doing. Do they even know what a mortgage is? No. Well, don't you think we should train them on it? And that's my in. So kind of jumping around here, I always go in for the juniors. I go to the team lead and I say, you know, if you look what's happening to a lot of these companies these days, they're giving high splits for the real estate agents, meaning there's no more training, right? And it's expected for the team leads to train their teams. So I go in for the juniors. I train them. I have a very specific class, Mortgage 101, right? It's an hour and a half. I go intense. Credit, income, assets, building approval, title, and appraisal. And I train them on this nonstop. So now I have the juniors. And what's the shelf life of most juniors in New York City? 6 to 12 months on the team. And out. They go to another team. And then they eventually go off on their own. And then I break into, all right, junior, that's now an agent on your own. Let's sit down and have a conversation about your numbers. So the same thing that I do every year with my numbers, how many people do I need to call a week? What's my pull-through ratio? And that's going to be my expected income if I can do this. And every week I have to track how many people I've talked to. I do the exact same thing with that real estate agent. And then they grow. And my favorite thing is I tell the agents, once they're at a point, I'm their CFO. I help new business development. We start home buyer seminars. We do even create content for their newsletters, for their Instagram. I meet with them. I am ingrained in their business. I am their side hustle, right? And then your life starts changing. So when I say breaking down barriers, the hardest one was at home. I had to, when I first started dating my partner, I was like, listen, there is no turning off in my world, right? If I'm out for drinks and I post it on Instagram, it's highly likely someone's gonna be in the area and they're gonna wanna come meet me. So, perfect example, like our third date, we're out having drinks and a group of real estate agents, boom, we're out having drinks together, right? He thought I was a little loosey-goosey and didn't think they were real estate agents, but that was old me. So and we're gonna get into how to get business 201. No, I'm kidding. I'm really being recorded. But it was hard for him to understand, like, everything I do is for my agents. And then I talked about it on Kickstarter the other day. Right now we're going through a really tough time. Everyone's having trouble, you know. And I had one agent call me on Sunday, like, hey, let's meet for a drink. I was like, all right, fine. It's Sunday. Like, I'm just trying to relax, whatever. And then another one called me. Then they ended up at my house. And so here we are with my partner, 2 real estate agents, drinking bottles of wine, and then we order pizza. And then somebody was like, that wasn't enough food. Then and we're just hanging out. And then when I knew it was really messed up is when now the agents are calling him to play tennis without me, right? So I'm very fortunate that he's also engaged in the process, but that just goes to show they're no longer real estate agents, right? They're my friends. And that's who I do business with and I travel with. And guess how I got into Compass in Texas in 2021, the Compass retreat. My real estate agent was going. She goes, hey, we have an extra room. Come down. So I go. Guess who snuck me into all the parties? Guess who thought I was a real estate agent at Compass? Everybody. And they find out you're the banker. I'm the only banker there. You see what I'm saying? So everything for me about real estate agents is becoming one of them. They're all about teams. What the hell did Jonathan and I just talk about? Jonathan just got a great presentation, very well done, on teams, right? Think about their lives, what they do to create and generate their business plans. I'm doing the same thing. Whenever I have, so I put on there some examples. I like to go get coffee, typically like 8 in the morning. There's a coffee shop in Brooklyn. And any real estate agent that lives in the area, they know I'm always there walking the dog. So sometimes they'll meet me for coffee. That's why I'm late to Kickstarter, or just whatever. If I have a reservation made, somebody cancels on me, I don't cancel the reservation. I text a couple people like, hey, do you want to meet last minute? Luckily, it's New York City, so people will always jump and go out to eat with you. I just love the real estate community. And the reason I love it is because they're entrepreneurial. They're looking to do new things. They always have ideas. They're trying to create new ideas, and that's where I thrive. If I were to tell you I love mortgage, like, I don't love talking about 4506Cs. I don't love doing some of these tiny things. CCC. Yeah, but what I do love is building business. We had an awesome, Susan helped host we did an office hours at Susan's partner's amazing lounge in near the Lower East Side in New York. And I said, hey, just stop by. If you have questions, need a drink, need a hug. I sent it to a couple agents. We had 5 people show up and stay till 9 o'clock. It was supposed to be from 4:30 to 7:30. And I had 5 agents, and one of them said something a little like harsh to me. She goes, thank you for answering all my questions, but I didn't have the heart to call you on the phone and bug you because these seemed like dumb questions. I was like, are you kidding me? And it took me having office hours because Mark's going to get that bill. And that's what engaged the agent with me. So everything I do is about engagement with my real estate agents. Something I'll get up here and say is like, I'm not your top producer up here. I'm learning just as much as you are. But the one thing I'm good at is real estate. Real estate agents in the toughest city in New York City, and like in the world, in my opinion. You have everybody gunning for New York City business. Everybody wants to work with a New York City real estate agent. But there's one thing that nobody else is doing. And the reason I love sharing what I do is because if I share what I do, it pushes me to change everything that I'm doing, to try something new. But none of the bankers right now are actually meeting in person. They're doing some of the meetings for lunch, but they're not spending the time with the real estate agent when it really matters to the real estate agent. And a lot of times that's after hours. And so I'm taking 1, 2, 3 nights a week, and I'm doing that with my agents. So I want to kind of push all of you to try at least once a week. Find your way. If you don't love to eat and drink, if you're a big cyclist, I remember I did a Soul Cycle thing with the agents. If you're a hiker, go hiking. If you're a golfer, go to a golf simulator. Figure out whatever you want, but make it meaningful, that it's a way for you and your agents to connect. And you're going to notice, even in these markets right now, all my pre-approvals, thank God, are coming from my real estate company. So, any questions?
Any questions for David? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, they've already volunteered that. And you know what, guys? Like I said, we talked about it before. Go hang out in Manhattan for a while. Tag along with them. You know, go hang out anywhere in any office. Tag along with the people that you want to learn from. I'm going to do it, but I'm going to have to go out and get a whole new wardrobe. That's how that goes. Thank you, my friend. All right, you guys. So we have on Zoom our pal, Joey Simpson. And Joey's going to talk about how much we have to learn. No, I'm kidding. Joey's going to talk about our CRM. Is he on? No,
I'm here.
Hi, Joey. We wish you were here with us.
Oh, me too. I would love to see everybody in person and shake hands and hug everybody. And I love all of you.
All right, my friend. So have at it. Tell us what we need to know to bring our business to the next level, and how CRM is going to help. Because most of us get a little freaked out about CRM.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you, everybody, for giving me the time today to speak with all of you. I know I've spoken to a lot of you one-on-one. As Lisa will tell you, I don't care about time zones. So if you'd like to set up one-on-one with me, please do so. There's a lot to learn. But I think it's a great opportunity for 2023 business planning, as you know, rethinking how you're using CRM. Do you have to use every bell and whistle? No, not at all. But even if you're just going to make some phone calls, you know, work some leads, there's a lot you can do. Before I jump there, I did want to remind everybody, we do have the Tom Ferry recording already up here on this page. I'll make sure you get all the links and everything. And they actually gave us Tom's slides too. So if you missed the call with Tom Ferry, or because we had some agents actually reach out that weren't able to make it, so they were kind enough to share their deck. I think this kind of sets the tone. It was from Tom's slide there. Everyone has a great plan until you get punched in the mouth. The quote from Mike Tyson. So I just wanted to make everybody aware that this recording is live. Please share it. Go back and watch it yourself. There's a lot of great content in there, not just for you, of course, as an originator, but for your agents as well. As we get into 2023, can't believe it's already almost December. One thing on CRM I want to highlight, a big takeaway for all of you, and I'm actually going to pick on Justin if you don't mind, is Vidyard. This tool that I'm showing you here is Vidyard outside of CRM. If you are not using Vidyard today, let's get you hooked up. loanDepot pays for an account for you, so you don't have to pay for it. But the analytics are really cool. So I wanted to share this real quickly just as a cool way to get you excited to use video, because I can help you learn how to pull your reporting. You want to see your top video? You want to see, this is insane. A minute video, 71% of that video is being watched by 111 people. That's awesome. Anything over 30 seconds is going to be great. This is an interesting stat. Most people watching these videos for Justin here are on desktop, or I'm sorry, on mobile. I flipped those. They're on mobile. right? So as we know, smartphones get smarter. That's another component of CRM. We don't have enough time to go into CRM mobile today, but I would encourage you to reach out and I can walk you through it. No big deal. But being more active on your phone, because then you could do videos right there and send them right from your phone using your cell phone number, not that mellow SMS number that I know we all love and enjoy. So I just thought I'd share this. All of you would have access to this reporting when you're in Vidyard. So if you'd like to learn more, again, reach out. I'll walk you through how to get to this, because I think it's real important to also see what videos are successful. What videos are people watching? I love this one. Justin just calls it out. We increase loan limits. Why should you care? And that got 111 views at 71% average watch percentage, Googling a business page. So a lot of really cool things you can tap into the power of Vidyard, but the reporting is really going to be helpful for you into 2023. So CRM, I do want to highlight for everybody, pretty sure you saw the announcement. If you are in or licensed in any of those new HELOC states, the lists are already in CRM. The big takeaway for today is if you go to leads or contacts, we already updated the lists to have the new states. So if you want to go through your contacts, you don't have to try and filter or sort or anything like that. We did it for you. So you just go to leads or contacts, and you're going to look for the one that says HELOC. So in this case, it's HELOC by state. Again, it's only those eligible states, but this is going to pull all of your borrowers, whether they're past client, current client, prospect, wherever they are in the process. We wanted to give you everybody to then do the drive toward the HELOC. If you wanted to know how to find them in CRM, the list is already built for you. On that note, using the lists. So one of the questions I get often is, I want to make some phone calls. Where should I start? So the way I like to look at it and really kind of take a step back, because when you first log into CRM, right, I know it's overwhelming. There's a lot. And Salesforce is a very in-depth CRM. And so try not to think of it as, I got all these little things I got to do. Focus on your one takeaway for that block of time. If you haven't checked out Modern Lending Playbook, which I think Alec will speak about it, or like Modern Lending Business Plan, which John Bianchi put together, and then Tom Ferry as well, all three of them say the same thing about scheduling time, putting aside time to manage your CRM. The best case scenario is just have it open all day. Right? Just have it open all day, because up here at the top, you can search phone numbers. So if I plug in my cell phone number, and if I get any phone calls, hopefully or text messages, they're entertaining. But you can search cell phone numbers, you can search emails, you can search mailing addresses. Anything is searchable up here. It's a little bit easier to use to search than point of sale. So that's one of the big kind of takeaways. So just have CRM open all day. Whether you're in there all day or not, it's kind of not relevant. Just have it open, because if you need to find a loan, you could search loan numbers too. So if I pop into my transactions here, and let's say I need to look up the John homeowner loan, I could just search that number at the top, and then it pops in right here. Another takeaway for that is, when you're ready, I'm going to pull over my email here so you can see a cool example. I'm going to borrow this one. Is when you're ready to take the step to plug in your CRM to Microsoft Outlook, this is where you can pull in your emails right over here on the right. So you can even log emails. You can see your tasks. As you get more active with CRM, you can tap into the power right there in Microsoft Outlook without having to even go to CRM. Guys, look at this. I can pull up John homeowner. Pretend I just pulled up a loan number. So there's John homeowner. And I'm in my Outlook. You guys can all see that. If I scroll down here, I can see he's a purchase, home value, loan amount, credit score. I can see APR, interest rate, number of months, 7.85 or 875 interest rate. So you could pull all of this stuff right here in Outlook. So when I say, don't be afraid of it, don't feel overwhelmed by it, focus on the one thing you want to use it for, and let's proceed from there. Some of you are going to want to nerd out, and you're going to want to get with me and say, Joey, I want to learn how to build reports. Some of you will never care on how to build reports. Focus on the one thing that you want to learn, and then let's proceed from there. Because I can take care of a lot of the things you want to do in here to help you get rolling. And I would rather do that than just say, all right, everybody, here's CRM, bye. No, I don't want to do that. I want to help you navigate the power of it, but one step at a time. You're busy, you're getting loans. The gentleman who was just speaking, I loved, you're out, you're meeting and greeting, right? Thankfully, we can be out in person again. And so you're busy. And so nobody expects you to be CRM experts by any means, but just one thing you want to learn. And then let's knock that out and proceed from here. If you don't know already, you can schedule one-on-one time with me through the Marketing Hub. On the marketing request page there, it's just request a one-on-one. So like I said, I don't care about time zones. Feel free to reach out to me. I try to be as available for all of you as humanly possible. If you want to do a smaller group, maybe a group of 3 or 4, my only ask is just identify what it is you want to have as a takeaway. And then let's do that. Let's work on that takeaway. Whether that be reporting, it be dashboards, you want to learn how to create your own lists. You want to learn more about drip campaigns, automation, tasks. CRM could do a lot, but it really is designed to work how you work. And we don't want you not using it because it's not going to go away. But we want you to take advantage of what is in there and what you do care about. That way we can really help you drive your business, because if I go into any of your CRMs, because I can log in as any of you, I can go down your list of loans and I can say, what happened with this loan? What happened with that loan? And if you don't have a note, I mean, first of all, you all are amazing at what you do. I don't know how you guys remember every single loan, every single borrower you've ever talked to. It's an awesome skill. But in terms of having notes, right? I always say if you didn't notate it, it didn't happen. That's what CRM is designed to do, is to help you manage that. And if you're in any of those lead programs, Norm Stieg is running an amazing ship with the leads programs. It just helps you manage that pipeline in addition to your pipeline with your agents, right? Or any other partner relationships you have. So into 2023, try to think about the one thing with CRM you want to learn. I heavily encourage all of you to get active with video if you're not already. Video is not going away. As you can see with Justin here, we can even go down. He's getting 65% of his videos watched on mobile. People are watching his videos. And this is no cost. This takes him, 30 seconds to record a video, however long the video is. You could do it from your phone. You could text it from your phone. You could post it on social. If you want to learn more about that, that's a different conversation from today, but just one step at a time. Everyone always says it's like drinking from a fire hose. Trust me, I've seen what competitors have in terms of CRMs, technology. And while there are some cool things, I'm not going to lie about it. I would say we still have quite a bit more ahead of the curve, and it can seem like a lot, but I always say it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, because you don't realize you have something until you've moved on to something else, right?
So Joey, you showed me split view. So when I pulled the report, and for me, CRM is overwhelming. That's just a really long Excel list, and I break out in a sweat with Excel, so that's all good. But when you showed me split view, it was really interesting because it allowed me to work in that contact and then move on to the next one on my list. So can you show people, guys, sometimes it's just about how you're looking at it. And truly, when he changed the view for me, I was like, oh, I could do this. Oh, I could do this. So split screen, right?
Yep, split view. And I love that. I love that, Lisa, because it's true. It changes how you look at it. So when you first get into your leads or contacts or transactions, it defaults to what's called a table view. So like Lisa mentioned, it looks like Excel. You have your columns, you have your rows. But if you want to change that, right over here on the right, it's next to this little wheel. If I click this and I go to split view, now what it does is it still pulls my list, but now it's on the left. So if I click Bruce Wayne, see how it pulls the entire lead record on the right? So it's not just a spreadsheet view. I could do plus loan app, get pricing, send app invite, marketing. I could do a video. I could log a note over here. I could do a task. I could scroll down and read more. So I could see this is Bruce Wayne. He lives in Gotham City, right? So you get much more information right at your fingertips, because then I call Bruce. Bruce is busy. He's working at night. So then I could say, all right, Bruce, I'm going to call you tomorrow. Looking forward to speaking with you. I can mark him as nurture right here, mark status, and then I just click on Carla. Or I want to bug Clark Kent. That's how you can work your leads, your contacts, your real estate agents. Because the other list I wanted to make sure everybody knew about, I've talked to a few loan officers who didn't know this was here. All my realtors MM360. I'm sure a lot of you have heard from Shane, or you've seen communications from Shane about Mellow Market 360. That's that data that shows you which loan officers and lenders that agent is working with. It pumps into CRM too. So if we hop into that list and then we change it from the table view to a split view, then you can go right down your list and see your agents, and you can see their volume, their top counties that they're working in. You could go even further to see which loan officers and lenders they're working with. So again, that's why I come back to pick the one thing you want to start with. If it's split view, Awesome. Let's get you there. Because you just heard Lisa looking at table. It's like, too much. Like if you look at this right now, all of you, I can feel you cringing in the room like, Joey, nah, bro, stop.
We're cringing.
But if I change this right here and I go to split view, it's the same view, same data, just I'm looking at it a little differently. So it makes it easier to digest and work through my list instead of 1,000 names in front of me, because it seems daunting. And guys, I've used Salesforce at another company previously, and I had to call up to 400 people a week. It's a lot. It seems like a lot, but if you break it out, so if I do Amy here, there's my real estate agent, right? I can scroll down right there. She's with Coldwell Banker. She's in New York. I could see she's done one deal on the buy side in the last 18 months. Okay, so maybe I'll call her on Friday, right? So the point is that it makes your list much more digestible and easier to work than if you were to try and just go through a list of 1,000 names. That's going to take you forever. Try to break it up. Go answer some emails, right? Then come back to CRM, work for about an hour, go answer some phone calls, go out to lunch. You know, you got to eat. So with that, again, I do encourage you to find the one thing that you can take away. Think about what that is. Let's talk about it. Let's get together. If you want to do a group call, I'm down for whatever you all need. My job is to support you, support your business, support your partners, delight your customers. So anything I can do with that, I will always do. Thank you, Lisa, for having me. I thank you, everybody, for all things you do, especially
Joey.
In the market. So
I'm sure you're going to be hearing from everybody. We're on a tight schedule today, so I can't take any questions right now because our next caller is also zooming in, you guys. But thank you so much. We really appreciate you, and we love when you're on Kickstarter. But more importantly, I love when you create my reports for me, because you know I'm never going to want to create a report in that stuff.
All good. All good.
All right, you guys. So thank you, Joey. So next up, I gotta check my agenda. Phil Puma. Thank you for joining us, Phil.
No problem, Lisa. Thanks for having me.
So Phil Puma is a coach with a core. He is a realtor coach, and he probably has one of the toughest clients in the country, which is Rick Ruby. Okay. So Phil has sold numerous homes. What impressed me the first time I ever learned anything about Phil was your dream book. And I loved your dream book idea. We brought you on today to really talk to our loan officers, and I'm sorry that you can't really see us, but there's a nice big group of people in here.
Cool.
We'd like to know what real estate agents really want from loan officers and really don't want from loan officers. And, you know, for us, it's you're breaking down barriers with agents, especially now when they're not in the office. You know, they're not in the office. What are your thoughts on that? And first, can you tell them like your stat? I apologize. I don't know your stats, and
no problem.
It's going to scare the crap out of everybody in this room, but I would really appreciate if you tell them.
No problem. No problem. So last year closed 280 transactions for 130 million. So that's kind of volume. We've been, you know, over 100 million the last, you know, 4 years in a row. So that's kind of, I have a team of 13 team members. We have some staff people, and then we have some sales people, very similar to, you know, what most, you know, loan officer teams have set up. So that's kind of how we do it. Everyone has their kind of right seat on the bus. There's a couple of us on the listing side, you know, a few on the buy side, have some, you know, transaction coordinators. So that's kind of our team makeup. I'm still out and about. I still do deals. That's the biggest difference, I think, between, you know, core realtors and other realtors that have big teams. So I'm out and about. I do listing appointments. I work with buyers. I still love being in the trenches. So that's kind of, you know, my deal. I did start out as a lender. So I was a lender. So I know, obviously, what it feels like to be on your side. The difference was I was an internet lender back in the day. So just calling internet leads. And then, I always found out I was pre-approving these people and everything was great. And then they would go get hooked up with a realtor, and then the realtor would send them to their lender, and I would lose the deal. So it's really about relationships. And the reason why I switched is that, you know what, I want to be at the source of that lead. So I'm going to be a realtor and get away from this dark side and go to the other side. So I did switch. So I know what it's like to be on your side, but it really comes down to, you know, relationships. And that's why I would lose those deals, because I didn't have the relationship with that realtor when I was a lender. So I think it all comes down to relationship. So I'll start with, you know, for me, loan officers have to know someone. If they're just calling me out of the blue, they have to know somebody that I know. I'm not going to call every loan officer back that calls me. It's really, they have to almost have a triangle of trust. It's if they know someone that I know, I will call them back. I will have a conversation. So really, if you're trying to get in with a realtor, just know someone they know. And then on these bigger teams, find out who really has the source of the business. Like for me and my team, I tell them where deals can go. Most realtor team members and team leaders don't control their agents, and they all can go everywhere. So really finding out, you know, who is the decision maker and where the loans are going, and then finding out whether it's, you know, someone in your office or a neighbor or one of your previous clients, any type of relationship there that will get you into that realtor. And most will call back. Again, there's, you know, I mean, I know, you know, some of our business is tough dealing with other realtors that are out there, and I know what it's like for you guys. So just making sure that, you know, you have some type of connection. Not everyone is going to call you back, but if you have some type of triangle for trust, I will call back. I will have a meeting. I'll sit down and have coffee. That's just how I am. Every realtor is different, but that's for me. You have to have some type of relationship. Just calling out of the blue, I won't call most lenders back, right? And you know, the biggest thing is when you get that realtor, whether it's a big realtor or a small realtor on the phone, don't always make assumptions on what they need. All right. Don't make assumptions on what they need. Find out, dive in, find out what they're struggling with in their business. You know, what they're struggling with their other lenders. What struggles are they having, so you know what you can sell them, right? I'll give you a perfect example. I accidentally answered the phone one time, and it was a lender calling in. They didn't know me, didn't know anyone, you know, that I knew, but then I got them on the phone. They were so shocked that they got me on the phone. They literally just started talking product for probably, and I'm not exaggerating, 30 minutes. I put it on speaker and I just literally worked for 30 minutes. At the end of the conversation, they were like, okay, I guess I'll talk to you later. Bye. Didn't ask me a question, just went ahead. Most realtors literally don't even care to know about products unless it's something that you can give a quick synopsis of what they can sell their buyer on and say, I'm always like, hey, call my lender, but they have this great product that's going to be a temporary rate for you right now. They're going to get you into a permanent loan next year when rates come down. They're going to give you more details. I don't step on their toes, but they are the best. They will take care of you. So long as we know some small snippets of what program it is, or hey, they can get you into this no down payment program or 3-2-1 buy down, whatever the product is, we talk briefly, we connect you, and you guys take care of them because you're the professional, right? But most realtors, be honest with you, they don't even understand half the loan products that you guys are explaining to them. So don't dive into products, just tell them how you can help their business. And every realtor out there is going to be different, right? Some of them are going to want to co-market. Some of them are going to want to do events together. Some of them need help on coaching and how to improve their business. Some are going to want deals from you. Some are going to want money. And it all depends on what you guys have to offer. And you're not going to, every relationship's not going to work, right? There's some people that, you know, the relationship won't work. They want a ton of money and it doesn't work for you guys. Move on to the next, right? And even there's some realtors I'm sure you don't like talking to, don't like hanging out with. I'd move on from them too. You want to be in a relationship with realtors that are like-minded. I look at all the lenders that I do business with. It's all like-minded people. We're growing businesses together. I would hang out and go have a beer with them. We have a lot of similar interests. So that is the lenders that I connect with. So you have to have some type of a connection, build rapport. And some of these lenders were ones that followed up with me and continued to follow up. So I wouldn't say give up. If you build rapport, you have some type of common bond and you know some mutual people, I wouldn't give up on that relationship. All right, how to continue to work it, even if they're working with another lender. Most of you know that there's going to be a lender that's going to mess something up. And if you call on the right day, it's an easy time for you guys to come in there, right? And I think so many lenders give up way
Pretty
too
sure
early.
we've all been there. Yeah, we've definitely been on the end of that transaction.
Yep. So
That's
you just want to
crazy.
make sure you're just always there in case something happens, right? And I think if you might just call on the right day, so I would not give up. As this, you guys know, I mean, loans aren't perfect, and most of the time it's not your fault, but things are going to get messed up, and it just depends on how that's communicated with that realtor, how it made that realtor feel. So, you know, if things get messed up, I would recommend making sure that the communication is alive and you're making sure you're keeping, the realtor and real estate team in the loop. But if some lenders mess up and they don't say the right thing, it's a great opportunity for you guys to step in there. And I always say to ask the question of, what do you really like out of your current lenders? What don't you like out of your current lender? If you're getting them on the phone, it's just, to me, the more questions you ask, that'll give you ammunition of how to sell. If there's certain things they don't like, then obviously it's easy for you to sell, hey, we don't do that. Or if there's things that they do like about their current lender, hey, we do this, and that, but we also do these extra things. So really just asking questions, getting in deep, building rapport, with those realtor partners, whether they're the current partners. I think you have to, and you can't take those current relationships for granted too, because I think if you don't stay tight with those realtors, there's going to be an opportunity. I'll tell you right now, and you guys know this, business is tough right now. So you guys got a lot of competition that's out there calling realtors. Literally, for the last 2 years, I got 0 calls. It sounds crazy, but 0 calls. But the last probably, the previous 2 years, but I would probably say in the last, 6 months, I get calls all the time. So, if I'm getting called, that means your guys' realtors are getting called. So if you have relationships with them, make sure you keep those relationships super tight, and make sure that whatever you have, if you have, hey, we play cards together, or we go out and do bonfires together, or we go to the bar together, whatever that is, have those relationships and make sure that you're having them super solid and no one can get in on those relationships. Because, you used to talk to those realtors on a regular basis with all the deals they're doing. Now, obviously, deals are far and few between, so you're probably not talking to them about their deals as often. So make sure you're staying in a really tight relationship more often than ever now, because I tell you right now, I mean, you guys know it, there's lenders out there that are fighting for the business and fighting for those realtors' businesses. So stay tight on those current relationships, but there's going to be plenty of opportunities where I think other lenders are going to mess up on those relationships, and a perfect opportunity for you guys to step in there, make sure that you have some type of common bond, build rapport, common friendships, and then just a great opportunity to step in there and take care of those needs, whatever those needs might be. So I like to open it up for questions, Lisa. So
No, I'm getting there. They're a little dumbfounded they're still getting over your production. Just saying, because here in the Northeast, if a real estate agent does 12 deals a year, that's a big player. Just saying. Okay, so guys, who's got a question for Phil? Taylor, all right, let's start with Jamie. Taylor, you're next.
Hey, Phil, it's Jamie Tyndall. I'm curious if you or your team members, when you do agree to meet a new lender, is that like a coffee, a breakfast? Is it in your office? Do they, for an in-person meeting, do you want it quick? Do you want it, just what's your style? Just curious, or your...
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I would do exactly what you just did for those lenders or those realtors. Hey, what's the best for you? What can I do? I don't want to take too much of your time. For me, every lender meeting is coffee in my office. So we have coffee here. They can bring me coffee, but I would rather be here just because for me to do 130 million, my day is super tight and my schedule is super tight. So I can't go and leave to have a coffee and then just come back. It just takes time out of my day. So I always say, but for me, it's best here. Now, my team members, they'll meet lenders out. They have a little bit more time in their schedule. My buyer's agents do, so they will definitely meet them first. And I will allow them to bring lenders to me if there's a relationship and they explain to me the scenario. But you can always get from the buyer's agents into the team leader or from the team leader down. But for me, it's coffee here. My buyer's agents, they have more time in their schedule, so they could do a lunch, they could do a coffee somewhere else, whatever the meeting is. But I would just literally ask them what's best for their schedule. That's a great question.
Taylor. Phil, so question for you. Leveraging social media, do you find that that's been successful with your business partners, like loan officers, that you've seen?
So social media from them, the lender social media, or my social media?
Both.
Both. Okay. So I will. Social media to me is another opportunity to stay in touch with your database, and that to me is my database of previous clients, my business partners who send me business. So it's almost them seeing the personal side of me. I always like to do 3 or 4 personal and then maybe 1 business. So it's an opportunity for me to stay in touch with my database, not to go out and get, new cold leads, I should say. I know there's some agents out there that do a lot of cold business that comes from social media, but for me, social media is another opportunity to stay in touch with my database and see me on a personal light that, hey, I have kids. I have the same issues and problems you guys have. One in college, I got one in high school. So there's, I kind of talk about more family stuff, holiday stuff, and then I'll put some, business stuff on there, new listings I have. So I think it's an opportunity for you to connect with your realtor partners on both a personal level and then a business level. From a cold business, we don't really do cold, social media business. I did back in the day before the core, and at that time prior to the core, I was, in that $10 million production, but, really enhancing my relationships with my database, and social media being one part of that has really allowed us to do a lot more business. So I think just another avenue that costs you literally zero, a way to keep in touch with your database. And sometimes it might be personal messages, right, to those realtor partners, because sometimes you don't want to step on any toes and see them, oh, I commented on one realtor's post, or why didn't they comment on my post? Some of these realtors get offended really easy, but if you send them a personal message, I think they will see that as kind of more of, hey, they're really looking out and have a relationship with me. But I just see social media as a way to keep in touch with your database. So.
Hi, Phil. You mentioned that most realtors don't think about products. How would you, or what would you say to a loan officer that has a renovation product that helps realtors sell properties that need work?
So yeah, so that'd be, so literally, I think it's one of those products where they just need to know it really quick of like, hey, this product will allow them to get into this house and do the renovations together. Obviously at the same time, well, within the loan, however that works, just really brief. It doesn't need to know the details of how they qualify or what percentage they do of the loan and all that kind of stuff. And if realtors are literally asking those questions, to me, it's not their expertise. They need to leave it up to you guys. But I think you just talk really briefly of, hey, if you got that house or that client doesn't have the money for the down payment and to fix up the house, I have the product perfect for you. Do you have any clients that have had that issue? Yes or no? Do you have any clients now that I can help? I think it's more of you telling them about the product and then asking them if they have a lead for you. And it's that quick and easy. But I think if you get into the details, literally, I don't know the details of those renovation products. I don't want to know them. I would rather move on to the next lead and put that lead into my lender's hands and let them help me close it.
Hi, Phil. Thank you. 280 transactions. How many lenders do you refer out to on those 280?
Yeah, so yeah, out of 280, I would probably say half are buy, so 140. I would probably say I have 3 main lenders that I use. And again, we're in a big banking area. So Wells Fargo and Bank of America have a lot of employees here that we help. So sometimes they still go to those banks. We try and do the best we can. We do a lot with builders. So I would say out of the 140, half of those are builder deals. And most of the time, the lead comes from the builder to us. And it's important for the loan to stay with that builder's lender. So I'd probably say out of the 104, we probably refer out 70 deals, and I have 3 main lenders that I use. So that's kind of from a statistical number wise, if you kind of divide those up, how many go to each lender.
So can you tell us about that builder business a little bit? It's, again, not something a lot of us run into. Like, how does that work for you as a real estate agent? You went in and developed that relationship with the builder. You're in there you're listing all his properties, I take it, yeah?
Correct, yeah. So I don't list, so I don't know, again, if you guys have this in your market. So our market is a lot of, we have obviously custom builders, and then we have we have some production builders. So really in the production builders will list, they'll have their own in-house listing agents that list there, but they'll have somebody there. I found the biggest struggle they had is someone would come into their model and be concerned about selling their house before they buy it. So really we bridge that gap and help them make sure the house gets sold, because they know the amount of houses we sell, and we won't let that builder rep down. I've never let them down where I've gotten that house sold and gotten them into their new home. So that's kind of what we do. And if they send me the lead, I can't be like, oh, hey, I'm going to send you to the lender, when I don't know how the builder reps work, but I know it's really important for them to keep the loan with their lending company. So but we help with the client selling their back end home to buy their new home. So
we know that we have a large builder contingent out on the West Coast, and it's often tied to their incentives. So the buyer's incentives are tied to using the builder's rep. But so tell us, what does your day look like? I mean, that's a lot of transactions. What does your normal day look like?
Yeah, so my normal day looks like, I mean, it was literally, we start with, so I start my day at, and I'm pulling up my schedule, but I don't even really need it because I have it memorized, and my day is very similar almost every day. I wake up at 5 a.m., I go work out at 5:30 a.m. I'm working out with, most of these guys are business professionals. They're obviously, doctors, dentists, home insurance, insurance agents, attorneys. I'm working out with them from 5:30 to 6:15, go out to coffee with them after. Some of them are builder reps, go out to coffee after that. So really I'm already, when most realtors are sleeping, I'm already, hanging out, working out, having coffee with a lot of people that are in my community that I know that will refer me out. And the reason why is I have rapport with them. So I'm already meeting with people at, 5:30 a.m. When most realtors are sleeping. Go back home, get ready. I'm in the office by 8 o'clock. I have kind of my to-do every morning. I go through all the new leads from the night before. I review all my calls and texts because I know a lot of times we get a lot of stuff after hours. I go through all of that. I look through all the new listings in the MLS. Lisa talked about a little bit of my dream book. The dream book is mainly realtors. If you can just teach realtors a dream book, everybody has a dream. I bet you, I don't know how many of you are on here because I only can see a handful of you, but literally everyone has a dream property. All right. And maybe it'll be obtainable, maybe it won't. But everyone has that next property, whether it's a second home, whether it's a bigger, new home, whether it's a nice downsized home, whatever it is, someone has that next dream property. You should have a list of everybody's dream property. And when you're looking in the MLS, if it was a perfect one, I'm like, oh, this would be perfect for Lisa. I need to reach out to Lisa and make sure that I'm going to call her today and tell her this new listing came up and wanted to see if she wanted to go look at it just for fun, right? And just go show it to them. And then maybe that'll create something, but you're thinking of those people. So they need to have a list. And a perfect example of this, Rick Ruby, which Lisa mentioned, always told me he wanted better waterfront and he didn't want any neighbors. So literally I was on the lookout for a piece of land that had no neighbors, that was on the water. And literally this little island with a little causeway came on the market. I put the deal together. All right. His next thing was he wanted a farm for his wife. So that was on his next dream book. So literally I would look for farms every morning. Any new farms come on, every new farm come on. And we sold them a farm. So those are your high-end clients. Realtors need to have their high-end clients. I have a lot of people who want second homes in different vacation areas. So I put them in touch with realtors in those areas. So it's a great lead source for your realtors to find their database, bigger, better homes or second homes or investment. I have some people that say, hey, you know what? I want an investment property. And I'm looking at that MLS every day. So that's the first thing I do. I look at new leads, I look at new listings. I review my emails for about 5 minutes. I'm in email 5 minutes. I think most agents, that's where they waste most of their time. It sounds crazy, but I do not look at email at all. I have an assistant that takes care of all my email. If I have an email I need to respond to, she'll print it out and I'll make a phone call. I do not email back. It's the biggest waste of time. I can't sell houses on email, so I'm not on email. All right. I had someone ask me to email me why they should use me. I said, I don't think we're going to be able to work together because I can't sell houses by email. So I sell houses. I'll meet with you and I'll show you how I sell houses, but I'm not going to email you to let you know how I sell houses. So I don't do email. 5 minutes. I have thank you cards and birthday cards on my desk. So I write all those cards. They have them set for me. I review my daily schedule and my weekly schedule. So I look at the entire week at a glance. And that's my few minutes if I jump on social media. But that's from about 8 o'clock to about 8:45. I meet with my assistant at 8:45. We kind of talk about what happened at the end of yesterday, what we're going to talk about today. And then we go into our morning meeting from 9 to 9:30. And then I make phone calls from 9:30 to noon. And afternoon is usually all appointments. All right. It's all appointments to the afternoon and to the evening. And that's pretty much my day. My schedule is always booked. What's that?
That's crazy. No, so who are you calling? 9:30 to who are you calling?
Yes, that's a great question. So in the core we have theme days. So on Monday I'm calling all my VIPs, my business partners that we do a lot of reciprocal business, checking in on their weekend, reaching out, and obviously it's a great time for us to send business back and forth. Tuesday I make all my status calls. So any current listings I have, Any buyers under contract, I'm reaching out to everybody. So that was my day today. I got through half my list. I didn't get through all of it because we did have an extra meeting at 10 o'clock today. So I didn't get through all my calls. I need to wrap them up after this. Wednesdays, I call all of my old leads. I call leads every day, literally every day. A lead comes in, my team knows a lead comes in, I'm calling the lead right away. All right, I'm not going to wait. That leads are number one, they're gold. We work so hard for leads, and I think we do on the lending side too. And don't call leads enough and quick. Call them, especially now. Call them right away. Don't give up and keep calling them. All right. On Thursdays, I'll call previous clients. So what we do is we have a letter of the week. So, you know, I'll call B's this week, and I call all my clients with the last name of B and just check in with them. And then I'll call C's the next Thursday, and so on and so forth. Fridays, we're really looking for new business relationships. I'll visit a lot of builder reps and do that kind of thing. And then I'm always making my anniversary calls, and that's on my call list today too. So I have anniversaries. Anyone I closed on whatever today was, a year back, 2 years back, 3 years back, 4 years back, whatever that is, I have all my birthday calls. So birthdays, anniversaries, and my theme day. So that's my calls. So, and then any leads that came through. So that's what I'm calling every day.
That's amazing. I mean, that day is exhausting and amazing all at one time.
It is.
And the fact, you know, and I love that you said you memorized it, which is really cool. Guys, any questions? I've got tons of questions for him, but I want to hear from you guys if you all have questions for him. Not yet. I got to tell you, the dream book thing is so powerful to bring to your real estate partners if you're trying to develop a relationship with them, because what's the NAR statistic? 85% of people say they would use their real estate agent again, and 12% actually do. Is that something along those lines? Right. And I got to tell you, you probably really wrecked that curve, just saying, because you're in touch with your clients all the time, and they don't really even want to look for anyone else because they know that you're there for them. And oh, by the way, you remember what their dream house looks like.
Correct.
You know, that's crazy. Just that one tactic, guys, bringing that to your realtor partners on how to keep their clients going forward is so amazing. And thank you for that, because that is something I learned, I think, at the very first ever core meeting I went to, and I never forgot that dream book thing.
Everyone has it. I bet you if you ask your realtor partners, like, hey, what's your dream house? Like, everyone has that next house they want to be in. And if they're in their final house, they'll have a second home or more investment property. It's a commercial property. There's always some dream of the next property. Because I know every one of you guys have it. So every one of our clients has it. And sometimes, here's the thing is, if you ask the question to that client, and if you have a mutual client, you can always bring that back to your realtor partner. You're like, hey, you know what? I spoke to Lisa. I know we did a loan a year ago. I called her on an anniversary. She said her dream home was to have a place at the beach. You know, if you don't service the beach, I just wanted to give you this lead. You probably should put her in touch with an agent at the beach, and you can get a referral fee. So set your agents up, and help them, because unfortunately some of them are lazy. You will tell them about the dream book and you'll tell them different things like that, and they still won't do it. So, and I'll tell you right now, some of their clients will never buy that property, but you calling them is going to keep in touch with them, and they'll give you referrals. They'll always think of you at top of mind, because like you mentioned those statistics, they will forget the agent. Most agents, it sounds crazy, they're like, you know, and I was like this back in the day. You sell them a property, you think, oh, well, I took great care of them. 5 to 7 years down the road, they're just going to remember me out of the blue and call me, right? No, it doesn't work that way. You have to keep in touch with them. It has to be a relationship. Most realtors are transactional, and they have to be more relational with those clients. So, and they just need to keep in touch with them. And most realtors are afraid to make that call. Like, what am I going to talk about? What, you know, why are they going to think I'm calling? Most of our previous clients love when we call them. They literally love and thank us for calling. Every time I make the phone call, thank you very much. You guys are so great with keeping in touch with us. So it's a great opportunity for them. And I will even call people if I see a new listing, when I'm looking at new listings. If there was one, say, right down the street from, say, Rick Ruby, I'm like, Rick, there was a new house that just went on the street. Did you see what the price was? Oh my God, your house value has gone up so much. It's just a great opportunity to have a conversation and start the conversation, right? So if you're seeing those new listings in, I'll always remember what clients are in what neighborhood. And if I forget, I'll look it up and see who's in that area when I see a new really cool listing up. And sometimes that'll motivate people to make that move. So we have to push people along, especially nowadays. I think we have to make more of those phone calls and push people along. All the negative news out there, we need to be with our realtor partners and make sure that we're putting out positive news. And because all people hear on the news is negative. News never says anything positive. So I think you really need to partner with your realtors now and let them know, you know, why it's still a good time to buy, right? The different loan products you guys have that can help someone in the temporary rate to get into that final rate on a later date. And that obviously letting them know, I mean, values for us, we're seeing sellers come off on prices. So we need to make sure that our realtor partners are having those conversations and letting them know, because unfortunately, some realtors are still negative Nellies, and they're hearing the news and they're not doing anything about it to make it a positive light, you know, and they need to make sure that you're pushing them along and helping them be positive and letting them know that the market, there's still business out there, right? Until there's no listings in our MLS, then if there's one out there, I'm going to go get that one, right? So there's listings out there in the MLS. Help motivate these realtors and have them stay positive. There's listings out there. They just need to go get them. There's transactions happening. They need to go and get them.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I love hearing coming from you that, hey, they're going to put you in this temporary loan and then they're going to put you in their permanent one, you know, down the line when rates come down, which it's so nice to hear it coming from the realtor end. And that just makes me realize I need to train my realtors better on that piece of it. So that alone is positive. It's like, hey, this is the get in now, because like you said, the house gets listed down the street, you know, 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, it's for more money.
Correct.
It's for more money. That's crazy. Phil, you have been amazing. Thank you for your time. I really, really appreciate it. I know, like, you're a core coach and you got a ton of stuff to do besides the 130 million. So we appreciate it. And I just thank you. We have a lot we can share with our realtor partners from this, and it definitely is a good thing.
Awesome,
Right?
Lisa. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. I wish you guys the best of luck. If I can do anything to ever help, let me know. And if you have any clients moving to the Charlotte, North Carolina area, we can take great care of them. So we service North
All right.
South Carolina.
Thank you. Thanks, Phil. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, you guys, what do you think about that?